I died at my desk on a Tuesday. Not dramatically. Nobody made a speech. I reached for a coffee that had gone cold 3 hours earlier. My chest did something it had never done in 28 years, and the last thing I ever saw was a fluorescent light fixture with a dead moth inside it. 12 years of overtime. That was the finale. A bug in a lamp. Then the dark. A long, thick, floating dark, like being at the bottom of a very patient ocean. And then, eventually, a thought. Which was rude, because I was enjoying not having any. The thought was, it's warm in here. The second thought was, it's very warm in here. The third thought took a while to arrive, and when it did, it came with a full-body wave of horror that I would describe as spiritual. I was inside somebody. Look, my process here was flawless. I did not panic. I lay in the dark, and I calmly, rationally, methodically, went through every explanation available to a reasonable man, and every single one of them ended with the words, "You are currently a fetus." No underworld. No paperwork. No black and white impermanence checking my name off a list. No old woman handing me a bowl of soup that makes you forget. Just a cosmic express lane and a customer service policy of no refunds. The universe worked me to death and then, without so much as an apology email, put me back in the queue. Fine. I could hear my own heartbeat and somebody else's, and they weren't in a hurry, and neither was I. So I lay there in the warm dark, and I made the only promise that has ever mattered to me. Never again. Not the overtime. Not the ambition. Not the being useful. In my last life, I was the guy who took the extra project because somebody had to, and the reward for being the guy who takes the extra project is that you become the guy who takes the extra project. I got a plaque once. It spelled my name wrong. So this time I was going to be spectacularly, luxuriously, professionally useless. That was the plan. That was the whole plan. The universe obviously heard this and decided to be funny about it, because it was around then that I noticed the seed. I don't have a better word. Somewhere in the middle of me there was a small quiet thing that was not part of me, sitting there like a pebble in a shoe I did not own. I poked it with my attention. It did nothing. I poked it harder. It continued to do nothing, but in a way that felt smug. Great. My golden finger was a rock with an attitude. Still, it gave me something to do, and I had roughly 9 months of nothing, so I got to work on the only research project available, eavesdropping through a wall of muscle. The voices came through like someone arguing in the next apartment. At first it was pure noise, syllables with no edges, but I have always been very good at pointless persistence, and the seed turned out to be good at something too. Every sound I caught, it kept. Perfectly. Forever. I'd hear a string of noise on Monday, and on Thursday I'd hear the same noise attached to a different noise, and the seed would quietly line them up for me like a librarian who never sleeps. Which is how, over several months of the most boring cryptography in human history, I learned that everyone outside was extremely polite, extremely careful, and used the word "Your Majesty" a lot. Ancient. Definitely ancient. Servants, corridors, someone getting scolded about the temperature of soup. So, reincarnated into an old world, into a household that had staff, with a magic pebble that mostly just archived gossip. I decided that on balance I had come out ahead and went back to my main occupation, which was floating. I also noticed something else during those months, and it bothered me more than any of it. My memory was better than it had been in my last life, sharper, cleaner. I could recite conversations I'd heard weeks ago, word for word, in a language I did not speak. 28 years I couldn't remember a phone number, and now I was a filing cabinet with a heartbeat. I didn't know if that was the body or the pebble. I was going to find out the hard way. The trouble started on an evening walk. I could always tell when my mother was walking because the whole world got a gentle rhythm to it, like being rocked by somebody who was thinking about something else. That night she was walking, and the blood was moving, and the good warm stuff was flowing into me the way it did every day. And then something arrived that was not the good warm stuff. I have thought about it a lot since, and the closest I can get is this: it was not pain. It was like drinking a glass of water and finding out halfway down that somebody had put 1 drop of something in it, and the drop was not water, and the drop wanted things. 9 months of floating had made me very familiar with what normal felt like. This was not normal. Now I had a lot of options at that moment. I could scream, except I had no lungs worth the name. I could speak, except I had no mouth worth the name. I could do literally anything a competent adult would do, except I was 6 pounds of person with fists the size of grapes. So I kicked. I kicked like an idiot. I kicked like a man trying to flag down the last bus. I have never in either of my lives worked so hard at anything so stupid. And I want that on the record, because the plan was to be lazy, and I made it about 9 months. Outside, the walking stopped. My son is awake. My mother's voice, soft, delighted, aimed down at her own stomach. She had a way of talking to me back then that she has never entirely dropped, which is to say she talked to me like I was a small, extremely expensive vase. I kicked harder. The delight went out of her voice. He seems much more lively than usual. Yes, yes I do. Keep going. Could he be feeling unwell? There it is. Give the woman a hand. I will say this about consort Shujang Meiling. In this entire palace full of people who could recite 300 years of court etiquette, my mother was the only one whose first instinct on feeling something slightly odd was to assume the worst possible thing and act on it immediately. Lian Liu, her chief maid, already at her elbow. My son is more unruly than usual. Take my pulse. She got her pulse taken standing in a garden at dusk. Lian Liu found nothing, which I could have told her, since the problem was in me, not in her. But my mother had that look on her face that I would learn to recognize over the next 20 years, the one that means she has stopped enjoying the evening and started counting exits. Feng Feng, fetch the physician. You're fast. Go and come back. Then, to nobody. Even in my own territory, I'm not safe. Help me back inside. And while they were walking her in, my mother stood in her own garden, in her own palace, surrounded by her own people, and thought a thought I only learned about years later. If something can go wrong here, it means there's a mole inside. She wasn't scared. That's the part that gets me. She was annoyed, like a woman who has discovered a leak in a roof she paid to have fixed. The physician's name was Gao Ming, and he was, by all accounts, the best in the palace, which mostly meant he was the best at not being poisoned himself. He came at a run with an armful of herbs, and he took my mother's pulse, and I felt the exact moment he found it because his fingers stopped moving. Your Majesty, you have been given no fart powder. I would like to state for posterity that when your assassination attempt has a stupid name, it does not make you feel better about it. He explained it very calmly, which was worse. It's a slow poison. It doesn't hurt the mother. It doesn't announce itself. It just collects quietly in the child until one day the child stops, and then the poison breaks down and leaves, and nothing is left in the mother's body at all, and afterward nobody can prove anything because there is nothing to prove. Just a woman who lost a baby. It happens. That was the plan for me. Not murder. Attrition. Somebody had looked at a pregnant woman and decided the elegant solution was to make her child fade out like a light on a dimmer over months, while everyone stood around being sorry for her. I was 9 months old, and I had my first enemy, and I did not know their name. I still don't, incidentally. That's the ending of that story, and it's not a good one. But we'll get there. Gao Ming was watching my mother's face the entire time he was talking because that's what you do at court, and he told me years later in a very different room that he had been genuinely unsettled because consort Shu just frowned slightly. That was it. That was the whole reaction. A woman is told her unborn son has been slowly poisoned for weeks, and she looks like someone reading a slightly disappointing weather report. I recognize this poison, he said. I have studied the antidote. It was caught early. I can clear it. Then clear it. She stroked her stomach, and her voice didn't change at all, which is how I know she meant it. And if it comes to a choice between us, the child comes first. I have thought about that sentence more times than I can count. She said it flatly, the way you'd say the meat should be cooked through. She said it to a man she barely knew, in a room full of servants, on the assumption that somebody in that room worked for whoever had done this and would carry it back. It wasn't a speech, it was a fence post. She was marking where the line was. Then she went back to her chair and organized a massacre, not a literal one. My mother has never in her life done anything as loud as a literal massacre. What she did was tilt her chin about a finger's width at Lian Liu, and Lian Liu gave a look to a shadow by the door, and the shadow was Lin Fei, and Lin Fei left, and by the time the medicine was brewed, there were people being quietly removed from Vermilion Bird Palace who had believed that morning that they had a long and comfortable career ahead of them. My mother had a policy. She explained it to Lin Fei regularly in the same tone, always these words. The most unpredictable thing in the world is the human heart, and there will always be someone who can't resist temptation. Even threats can move a person, so we remove the threat before it becomes one. She swept her own house once a year, sometimes once a month. In a palace where every other woman was busy building a spy network, my mother was busy being impossible to build one inside. Lin Fei found the mole before midnight. She also found her dead. A palace maid, in a corner near the hall, still warm. Somebody had come through and closed the account before we could even ask the account a question. Lin Fei stood over her and said the only thing there was to say, which was that whoever was behind this was extremely careful and did not take risks, and that the trail was now cold, and that finding the real hand was going to be very hard. She was right. Nobody ever found them. Not that year, not the next, not by the time I could walk. My mother heard the report, nodded once, and went to bed. That's the part that nobody tells you about this world, not the poison, the shrug. Somebody tried to erase me before I had a face. They failed, they got away clean, and the entire response from the woman it happened to was to make a note and move on, because if you get emotional about every attempt, you will not have the energy left for the next one. Meanwhile, my father, the emperor of Dongqing, was in his study with a report in one hand and a memorial in the other, and he put the memorial down. "Who is it this time?" he said, to nobody, to his chief eunuch, to the ceiling. "Why does it always have to be my children?" Chen Bao, the old eunuch who had been beside him since he was a boy, said nothing helpful because saying anything helpful about the women of the imperial harem is how eunuchs stop existing. "Can't these women just be quiet for 1 year?" said my father, and waved the physician out. I want to be fair to my father. He is not a stupid man. He is the man who, when told his consort was poisoned, understood in about 4 seconds that he could not investigate it, could not solve it, and could not punish it, because removing one woman from that palace just means her family sends another one in on the next cart, and the new one inherits the old one's people, and the whole thing starts again with different names. He had done the math a long time ago. The math said, hold the balance, protect the children, don't pretend you can win. So he did the only thing that actually worked. He looked at the short list of women in that palace with the nerve to poison a consort of the second rank, and he decided to spend the next several nights visiting every single one of them. Affection had nothing to do with it. He was giving her a schedule nobody could poison around. Give a woman something to be jealous about, and she gets very busy. Keep them all busy fighting each other, and they don't have time to be creative about my mother. They'll draw the fire, he said. Consort Shoeside will have fewer people to worry about. That is my father's whole method, by the way, and it took me 16 years to see it. He almost never solves anything. He aims things at each other. He came to see her before he left, and I got to listen to my first conversation between my parents through an inch of skin. He told her not to come out and greet him anymore because she was pregnant, and the prince was more important. Thank you for your concern, said my mother. I obey. Instantly. No argument, no performance of reluctance, no oh but your majesty. Just, great, done, I will never stand up for you again. I could feel her relief through the wall of her own body. She was thrilled. He had just saved her from having to walk to a door. And here is the thing that took me years to understand, and which explains more about my life than anything else. He liked her for it. In a palace of women auditioning for him every hour of every day, my mother had achieved the rarest thing at court, which was to be genuinely low maintenance. He came to Vermilion Bird Hall 3 or 4 days a month for the same reason a man goes to one specific chair in his house. Nothing was required of him there. He didn't stay the night. He never did. Because a night would have been noticed, and being noticed is what gets you poisoned. They tried again after that, of course, several times. Some of it came from the other palaces, and some of it came from the low-ranking women who lived inside Vermilion Bird Palace itself, which is a special kind of insult, like being robbed by your own tenants. My mother's response was the same every time, delivered to Lian Liu in the tone of a woman ordering fabric. It's time to move everyone we've placed. If there's evidence, do it by the law. If there's no evidence, send them somewhere else so they're not in my way. And then, because she is who she is, put someone on them afterward and see who they talk to. She never wasted an enemy. Every person she pulled out of her house became a small piece of bait walking around the palace with a string tied to its ankle. By the time she was done, the low-ranking women of Vermilion Bird Palace had gone extremely quiet, and my mother could finally get some sleep, and I could finally get back to my original career of floating in the dark doing absolutely nothing, which, for about 3 more months, I did. I have to say, listening to my mother work was the single most reassuring experience of my new life. I'd come into this world with no body, no voice, no power, and a target on a back I didn't have. Yet. And it turned out I'd landed inside the one woman in that entire palace who was, quietly and without ever raising her voice, better at this than anyone. She's really something, my mother, I thought, in the warm dark, with the poison out of me. With her protecting me, I might actually get born. That is a genuinely low bar for optimism. It was also, at the time, the most confidence I had ever felt about anything. I was born on the 17th day of the 3rd month in the 16th year of Tai Kong, and I would like to formally thank myself for the preparation because I had been rehearsing for weeks and it went off like a well-run funeral. My mother barely worked at all. She told me afterward it was the easiest thing she'd ever done, which I take as the only compliment I have ever received for a job well executed. The room, on the other hand, was a war zone with towels. Lian Liu ran the delivery. Feng Feng stood directly over the midwife with one hand on a sword hilt and an expression that said she had already decided where the body would go. Chu Chu and Lin Fei watched everyone else. My mother's instructions, delivered before anyone started, had been, if you see anybody trying anything, even one of our own, do not hesitate. The midwife, to her eternal credit, did her job with a woman breathing murder onto the back of her neck, and did it well, and did not shake. She was loyal. I could tell. That was the first thing I ever knew about anybody. I came out. I cried once, because not crying seemed like it would generate paperwork, and then I stopped, because I had something to check. Because right at the moment I hit the air, The seed woke up. I felt it happen. All my life up to that point had been warm and closed, and suddenly the world was rushing in, cold and enormous and full of a heavy, muddy sort of energy, and the seed reached out and shut the door. It caught the clean stuff, the thing I'd been born with, the innate breath you only get once, and it locked it away where the muddy outside air couldn't spoil it. And then, because it was apparently thorough, it sealed my meridians. All of them. Closed the whole system down to a crack so thin that from outside there was nothing to find. Which meant that from that moment on, any martial artist in the world could take my wrist and reach in and come back with the same answer. Trash. Congenital, incurable, hopeless trash. I lay there in a blanket, 4 minutes old, and understood that my golden finger's opening move had been to sabotage me. Then I understood the rest of it and started laughing, which came out as a sort of wet hiccup and made a wet nurse very worried, because it wasn't sabotage, it was camouflage. The door could be opened again whenever I wanted, with no penalty, no cost, no lost time. The seed had looked at the situation, calculated the single most dangerous thing about being born into that particular palace, and solved it before I even had a name. The most dangerous thing about being born into that palace was being worth killing. There's an old phrase for this, and I heard it from someone else years later and had to keep my face still. Pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. I was going to be the fattest, laziest, most useless pig in the empire, and then I got a second present, which I only noticed because the room was full. I could feel how people felt about me. Not thoughts, nothing that specific. Just a temperature. The women around my mother came through warm, some of them very warm. The midwife, warm. Lian Liu, so warm it was almost embarrassing. And out beyond the door, where the noble women of the harem were waiting to congratulate my mother, there was a wall of something else. Not one or two of them. A wall, like standing in front of an open oven. Some of those women wanted to eat me. 4 minutes old, no teeth, no name, and I had a working threat detector for the rest of my life. They took me out to my father, and Lian Liu knelt and held me up so he could see. He looked at me for a moment. Then he picked me up, and I felt a needle of warm energy go into my chest and go looking. That was him checking. Every prince gets checked. He was reading the meridians for talent, the way you'd hold a horse's mouth open at market, and what he found was a system that was completely, irreparably shut. I felt the disappointment come off him. It was very brief and not very deep, and I have never held it against him. That's a pity, he said. With that constitution, without some enormous stroke of luck, he can forget about achieving anything in his entire life. Then, in the same breath, and this is the part that mattered, fortunately, it's not a big problem. Being born into the royal family doesn't necessarily mean you have to be powerful yourself, and even if he can't do anything at all, he can still live a carefree life. Sir, you have no idea how well you have just described my business plan. He handed me straight back. He did not hold me for long, and he did not smile at me, and it took me most of a childhood to work out why. Because it wasn't coldness. Years before I was born, my father had once let it show that he was fond of a particular son, and somebody noticed, and that boy got. He survived, but he came out of it sickly and never really got better, and he was still in that palace, a pale, quiet man everybody called the third prince. So my father had made himself a rule. Never look pleased about any of them, not one. It's the only protection he can actually give. The man who runs the empire keeps his children alive by pretending not to care about them. I want you to sit with that for a second, because it explains him completely. Out in the courtyard, the noble women were watching him check me. They saw the disappointment cross his face, and every single one of them relaxed. He's not a threat, one of them decided. Good. No need to waste people on him. The ones we need to worry about are the other princes. That was it. That was my entire evaluation as a human being, delivered before I had opened both eyes properly. Best day of my life. They still sent people to check, of course, because these are not casual women. Over the next few months, every serious player in that palace found some excuse to put a hand on me and read what was inside, using their own methods, and every single one of them came back with the same word, and after that they genuinely stopped caring. This kind of good-for-nothing isn't worth wasting energy on. I've had worse reviews. Then they brought me the wet nurses, and I'd like to talk about that, because it's the first job I ever did. 3 women were going to be picked out of a group, and I was carried in to choose. Lian Liu didn't care whether I understood. She just aimed me at each one in turn and watched what my face did, because that's how you do it with a baby. Here's what she didn't know. I was reading the room. Most of them were nervous, which is normal when 4 armed women are watching you audition. Some of them were kind, and 2 of them, standing in a line looking exactly like everybody else, came through cold. So I did what I could do, which was cry. I cried at the cold ones, and I smiled at the warm ones, and I made absolutely certain everyone could see the difference. Lian Liu's face went hard as stone at the second one, and she said, very pleasantly, that Her Highness didn't seem to like this one, and would she please go and stand in the corner. Whether she gets out alive depends on the investigation, is roughly how the thinking went. I don't know what happened to those 2 women. I have a guess. I have never gone looking, And I'd like to be honest about that rather than pretend I lost sleep over it. I was 6 weeks old, and somebody had already tried to kill me twice. The three who got the job came with a condition, and this is where you really see my mother's mind. Each of them had a young daughter. Each of them had been allowed to bring that daughter into the palace, which sounds like generosity, and was, and also wasn't. My lady thought of your daughters, Lian Liu told them. She couldn't bear to separate you, so the girls will be raised here, carefully, from a young age. They'll be trained as candidates to serve His Highness personally. Translation: your child will grow up in my house, taught by my people, loyal to my son, and you will behave perfectly for the next several years because of it. And then the other half of the deal, which is the half that makes it work. When I no longer need wet nurses, you go free, with a home arranged, and when your daughters are old enough to leave, we send them to you, so you're not alone at the end. Everybody at that court held people. My mother was the only one I ever met who also gave them a way out with a date on it. She wasn't done. She had Lian Liu buy orphans outside the palace, quietly, steadily, for years. Girls to one place, boys to another. Even if the prince doesn't fight or compete when he grows up, she said, he'll still have enough to protect himself, so he doesn't end up in a fight between brothers with nothing in his hands. I was, at the time, a 15-pound blob who could not roll over. She had already decided that one day people were going to come for me, and she had started building the wall. The name came a few weeks later, over a chat with my father in the evening, and I wanted on record that I got no vote. I hope that when our son grows up, he'll be like the white clouds in the sky, my mother said. Carefree, every day, without any worries. So I've chosen the character Liang. What does your majesty think? My father thought about it for approximately 1 second. Wang Liang? That's not impossible. Granted. That's how I got my name. My mother wanted a son who did nothing and drifted and asked the emperor for permission, and the emperor said sure. I have spent my entire life living up to a nursery wish, and to this day I don't know if she was being sentimental or giving me my orders. 9th Prince of Dongxing, officially announced on my 100th day. Which brings us to the 100th day, and to the first time anybody tried to kill me in person. A prince's 100th day is a big production. Ministry of Rights, Imperial Household Department, the Empress supervising, every senior official in the Empire plus family, and the entire Imperial harem in their best clothes pretending to be delighted. It is also the first time the baby leaves the fortress. My mother spent 2 weeks on it. Eunuchs went ahead to check every place along the route where a person could stand, guards on both flanks, a final confirmation before we even walked out the door. How are the preparations, Lian Liu? We've taken precautions for every possible event from departure to return, Your Majesty, and if there's an oversight, we can adapt. That is what competence sounds like. I want you to hold on to it, because you're about to hear what everyone else's preparations sounded like. We were about a third of the way there when Chu came up beside my mother and started delivering the morning news. The eldest prince had been attacked on his way to my party. Not almost. Attacked. Men in black, out of the shadows, on a road inside the palace walls. The Empress had loaded him with guards, including at least one innate level master, so they didn't get through, but he had been badly shaken. My mother's step hesitated for about half a pace, then she kept walking, exactly as before. Tsk, interesting. Who on earth is bold enough to attack the crown prince inside the palace? Long pause. But what does this have to do with me? I just hope it doesn't ruin Lianger's 100th day. That's my mother. Attempted murder of the heir to the throne, filed under weather. Then Chuji delivered the rest, and there was a note in her voice that I would describe as unprofessional glee. Apart from the very young ones, every single prince attending my party had been hit on the way, all of them. Different roads, different methods, and none of them serious. A close shave here, a stumble there, nobody died. Nothing that would ever be traced. At most, it'll just annoy them, said Chuji, sounding personally let down by the outcome. So their path to adulthood won't be too lonely. I lay there in my blanket doing the arithmetic. You do not attack 8 princes on 8 different roads on the same morning because you want any of them dead. If you wanted them dead, you'd pick one and commit. You do it because you want the Empress and the 4 consorts to spend the next month tearing each other apart, trying to work out who did it. And I was right, as it happens, though I didn't get the details for years. There was a group of men in black in the shadows near the Crown Prince's route that morning, and their instructions were explicit. Do not kill him. Start a fire between the Empress and the senior consorts. It makes it easier for us to get people inside. Some outfit was farming the entire imperial harem for chaos and using my 100th day as the calendar. Welcome to the world, kid. We got there without a scratch, incidentally. Because our preparations were annoying and everyone else's were theater, the people watching the route gave up on us and went to find an easier target. The hall was full. Everyone stood when my mother came in. She glided to her seat with the sort of bearing that takes a decade to learn, raised one hand to excuse everybody from formality, and sat. Consort day opened immediately. Consort Shu is here. Today is the 9th Prince's 100th day. As a mother, it wouldn't do for you to be unhappy. So no matter what happens today, remember to keep smiling. It would be quite a joke if the celebration ended early and unpleasantly. Consort Shan beside her did not bother to hide that she was enjoying herself. Let me translate that for you, because at 3 months old I couldn't, and my mother could. We know what happened on the roads this morning. We know something else might happen in here. Keep smiling. My mother didn't blink. There's no need for you two sisters to worry. With His Majesty and the Empress presiding, I doubt anyone will cause trouble in public, and as for the things that happen in secret, they have nothing to do with Lianger's 100th day, so they naturally won't affect my mood. 2 sentences. Yes, I know. No, I don't care. Sit down. Then the noble consort came in with the second prince, and everybody had to stand up again, and I got my first look at Wang Roland, who is the closest thing that palace had to a natural disaster, with good posture. She walked to her seat like a peacock who had recently won a fight, waved everyone up, and sat. My mother greeted her with a compliment so shameless it made my ears warm. Consort Xian muttered something about sycophants, and Wang Roland, who is a martial artist and therefore has the hearing of a bat, said, at volume, without turning her head, "It's better than you two treacherous villains who are always causing trouble behind the scenes." Nobody said a single word after that. Consort Xian was not skilled enough to make it a fight, so she stared at the table. I liked the noble consort immediately, and never really stopped, and liking her has never once been safe. Then the emperor came in with the empress, and behind them, the crown prince and the third princess, the 4 of them walking together like an actual family who had been invited to somebody else's party. I could feel the temperature change in the room. Half the women in that hall had eyes going red. None of it was grief. Every one of them had already started redrawing the palace in her head. My mother looked at the eldest prince, who had been ambushed an hour ago, and thought something I only understood much later, when I could see what she saw. He hadn't gone on to the party. He'd run to his mother first, and then arrived with her, under her wing. The ministers noticed. You could see it on them. A little sag of disappointment. As expected, my mother thought. He's still too young. If he'd come on alone, that would have been impressive. He was 10 years old and had just survived an assassination attempt, and the entire court docked him points for wanting his mum. That's the job. That's the whole job. The empress performed my blessing herself, which meant somebody handed me to the most powerful woman in the empire. I want to record that Wu Shui, up close, felt like a cold, clear day. Not warm, not hostile. Something in the middle, with the edges of it faintly tired. I looked at her because I was curious, and she looked back because I was a baby making eye contact, and I watched her whole face come apart for about a second and a half. Time really flies, she said, to nobody. My son used to be just as adorable. She had 2 boys and 3 children and a husband who could not afford to be seen liking any of them, and for 1.5 seconds she got to be a woman holding a baby. Then it went away, and she put me in a very expensive outfit and handed me back. Ancestral temple next. Incense, announcements, a report to a room full of dead relatives that a 9th prince had arrived. Carried the whole way. Then the gifts, which is where it got interesting. They put me in a cradle in the middle of the hall, and the empire came past me one at a time with its arms full. Jade. Gold. Objects I could not name whose entire purpose was to be expensive. We're rich, I thought, with real emotion. We're so rich. It's a shame it's all decorative and none of it is edible. And then a tray came past and I felt something come off it. Not malice from the person carrying it. From the object. I don't know how to explain this better than I did to myself at 3 months. Some things on those trays were fine, and some things were wrong, and when the wrong ones came within a few feet of my cradle, the whole world went slightly sour, like a smell arriving before you can see the source. I did the only thing I could. I made a face and got upset and made absolutely certain the fuss was pointed at a specific tray. And my mother, 3 months in and already fluent in me, watched her son's expression change 4 separate times over 4 separate gifts, and quietly said, Lianger doesn't like these. Have them set aside and checked carefully later. If there is indeed a problem, then... She didn't finish the sentence. She had people move down the row and sort the gifts into 2 piles, right there, in front of everybody, while smiling. 3 of them came back bad. 2 slow contact poisons in the lacquer, and 1 thing in a sealed box that Gao Ming refused to describe in front of servants. Nobody was ever punished for it, because none of them could be traced past the 3rd pair of hands, but they never made it into my room, and that was the whole point. Then the banquet started, and I watched my mother eat. Or rather, I watched my mother not eat, with astonishing skill. She had eaten before we left. She had her own snacks, and at the table, in a hall full of the most observant people in the empire, she raised her sleeve for modesty every time she brought food to her mouth, and behind the sleeve she put the food into a bag. When the bag got full, one of her women swapped it. Every single one of them was in on it. Every time she moved, somebody's shoulder drifted into a sight line. It was choreography. They had clearly been doing it for years. She never, in her entire life at that court, ate a single bite of food she had not watched being made. I lay in my cradle and looked at this woman, who had a reputation across the whole palace as the lazy consort who never fought anybody, and thought, nobody who has survived here this long is anything, ever, but exactly what they need to be. Having such a mother is my good fortune. I had also brought 3 large granaries and a curtain, so honestly, we were both eating well. The party ended without a single incident, which surprised my mother enough that she sent Lin Fei out to find out what had happened everywhere else. Because absolutely nothing happening in the middle of that palace on that day was, statistically, an event. The report came back that evening, and it was 2 reports. The first one was a comedy. Out in the gardens, away from the hall, the young sons and daughters of the empire had been left unsupervised for 4 hours and had behaved exactly as you would expect. 2 girls who hated each other had a disagreement near water, and one of them ended up in it. A young man passing by pulled her out, and both of them were now in a situation. Somebody fell in love at first sight and spent the rest of the evening trying to find out her name. Several girls had nearly come to blows over one young man who, by all accounts, was not worth it. My mother listened to all of it with the joy of a woman eating fruit. The second report was not a comedy. Nobody had touched the princes on the way home, because the princes had gotten careful. So they'd gone after the pregnant, low-ranking women instead, the ones with 3 servants and no faction, a fall in a corridor, a fright at the wrong moment. One of them lost the baby, another nearly did. My mother stopped smiling for the first time that day and said, "Tsk, this kind of scheming is really old-fashioned, but it is quite effective. No wonder it's used over and over." Then she stayed inside her own house and watched the sky, because my father had spent the entire day failing to find out who had touched his eldest son and was in a mood, and then somebody handed him a note saying he had lost another child. He went through that harem like weather. For days, anyone who was openly known to belong to anybody got taken apart, and it wasn't justice, and everybody knew it wasn't justice, including him. It was a message written in the only handwriting the harem could read. He wasn't punishing the guilty. He was reminding all of them what the ceiling was. They went quiet for about a week. Then everybody's staff got restocked and it started again, and within a couple of months it was worse than before. My mother watched the whole thing from a chair. "These are truly turbulent times," she said, with a cup in her hand. Thankfully, we weren't involved. That is the first family motto I ever learned, and I have never improved on it. Years went by. I will not describe them in detail because they consisted almost entirely of eating and sleeping, and I would like to keep some dignity. I did do one piece of work in that period, and it was reconnaissance. Babies get to be terrible. It's the one window in your life where screaming at a stranger has no consequences. So whenever somebody came into my orbit who came through cold, I made their day extremely difficult, and my mother would look up from whatever she was doing and say, in the voice of a woman noticing a draft, "Lianger doesn't seem to like these people. Lian Liu, find any excuse to send them away, then have someone check whether they have any problems." If nothing was found, they'd just been moved. If something was found, the consequences are predictable, and I'd rather not write them down. I cleared my own house out with my face before I could sit up. The wet nurses eventually went free, exactly as promised, handed back to their families with somewhere to live. Their daughters stayed. And around that time I learned what my mother actually did all day. The answer was, an empire. The Jiang family isn't top-tier nobility. They're a branch of a bigger clan, respectable, not dangerous, not the kind of family that can protect a daughter inside that palace. So before she ever went in, out of what she describes as boredom, my mother started a small trading association. That association had by then quietly grown teeth. Every woman who cycled out of Vermilion Bird Palace went into it. The competent ones got promoted and became her eyes on the inside of her own company, because my mother has never in her life owned a thing she didn't also watch. And when Lian Liu reported on the arrangements, she added a detail that made my mother sit up. The Chamber of Commerce has a guard team, and some of the sisters who went out are quite skilled, so we discussed it and decided to establish a school. Somewhere quiet, in the mountains. We've put every orphan girl the guild has adopted into it. The boys stayed in the guild, spread out through every department, until the whole thing could run on its own people. My mother thought about this for approximately 3 seconds. It was definitely the right decision to entrust this kind of thing to you. Not only were the arrangements meticulous, they exceeded my expectations. Then softer, how much help will this bring to Lianger? I really can't wait to find out. She was building me an army in the mountains. I was 4. I could not reliably use a spoon. Meanwhile, I had my own project, which was theft on an industrial scale. There's a building in that palace called the Book Collection Building, and it holds essentially everything unimportant in Dongxing, which is to say everything except martial arts and state secrets. Anyone with standing can borrow from it. I could not read. Not because I couldn't have learned, but because a 4-year-old prince who taught himself to read is a 4-year-old prince people start watching. So I got other people to read to me. I made it look like an accident. I was in my mother's room while she was reading, and I got interested in the object, not the words, the object. And then I made it very clear that what I actually liked was the sound of someone reading aloud. My mother lit up. At such a young age, she's already interested in books. Does Lianger want to be a scholar when she grows up? She had somebody try it. And I sat there and played with a wooden toy the entire time and paid no visible attention whatsoever, and her face fell. How could he possibly remember anything like this? But it's good to remember even a little. She arranged it permanently. What she did not know is that the seed doesn't need me to be listening. Everything that went into my ears stayed. And not as a recording. It got taken apart and folded into what I already knew, so that a thing I had heard about medicine on Tuesday would quietly connect to a thing I heard about poisons on Friday and produce in my head a conclusion I had never been told. Every book in that building, read aloud to a small boy who was ostentatiously not listening. I only had one rule, never the same book twice. Repeats bored me, and I made sure it showed, so they kept bringing new ones. Over the years, people did notice a bit. They came, they observed a child who very obviously did not care, and they went away. Great, I thought. That frees up our hands. Now we can fill ourselves with knowledge and deceive everyone at the same time. By 5, I was starting on my second library and had a working list of the 4 martial repositories of the palace, none of which I was allowed to touch yet, and a clear idea of exactly how badly I wanted them. That was also the year I found out I was going to be a brother. I went to my mother's hall to ask because I'd overheard a rumor, and I got the answer in the manner to which I was accustomed. Just for this? There's no doubt about it. Mother is already pregnant. So fast. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? It's something that happened recently, and since you didn't ask, your mother didn't tell you. Cool. I want to be honest about what happened next, because it is the single largest exception to the plan I have ever made. The plan was to be lazy. The plan was to be so completely worthless that not one person in that palace would ever spend a coin on me. And then I found out that Consort D and Consort Cian, who each had exactly one child and therefore exactly one lottery ticket, had decided that my mother was not going to be allowed to have a second one. I stopped being lazy for 11 months. I was with her constantly. I invented an obsessive attachment to my mother that would have been embarrassing in a boy half my age. Every meal, every walk, every visitor, and every single time someone came near her who was wrong, I got upset about it, loudly and inconveniently, and always for a plausible child reason. The trick is that nobody suspects the brat. Nobody in that palace ever considered that the reason their plans kept going soft was the small sniveling thing hiding behind Consort Shu's skirt, trembling at the sight of strangers. We dodged 4 separate attempts. I know it was 4 because I counted. Lin Fei investigated all of them and got the same result every time. Dead men and paid scapegoats. Nobody senior, ever. How's the investigation? Have you found the right person? No, Your Majesty. Please forgive this servant's incompetence. Forget it. It was expected. If it were that easy to find, it wouldn't be worthy of being my opponent. On the 5th day of the 3rd month, in the 22nd year of Tai Kong, my sister was born, Wang Ling, 7th princess. They put her in my arms about a week later, and I looked down at this red, furious potato, and something in my chest went off like a door being kicked in. I had a plan. I had a very good plan, involving doing nothing forever. Nobody warned me about her. I turned 6 that spring, which in the royal family means you stop being a baby and become a filing category. 6-year-old princes move out of the harem entirely, into the residences on the other side of the palace, to start school, which meant leaving the only building in the empire my mother controlled. She called me in to give me instructions, sitting on the bed with my sister in her arms. Time really flies. Lianger is already 6. Whenever I think about you moving away, I feel empty and miserable. Then she got it together and did the actual job. It's not like Vermilion Bird Hall outside. Be careful in everything. You'll have to spend a lot of time studying. There might not be as much time to come back and see me, so Lianger must learn to be independent. She looked at me for a while. I don't know if you're cut out for studying, but learn what you can. It's better than martial arts, which is exhausting and doesn't guarantee anything, and it's really too difficult for someone with Lianger's constitution to become a master. Instead of wasting your time, do something that makes you happy. And then the last part, the part she'd been building toward the whole time, delivered without any change in tone at all. Fortunately, Lianger was born into the royal family. Even if you're useless, we don't have to worry about your life, so your father doesn't expect you to become a great talent. He just wants you to be happy. A pause. I wonder if being born into such a family is a blessing or a curse for you. I had no answer. I still don't. Therefore, it is best not to make enemies with the other princes unless absolutely necessary, so they won't take their anger out on you when they're unhappy about fighting for that position later. She reached over and adjusted my collar. What a terrible injustice it would be if you were accidentally killed. I promised her I'd live to adulthood. I promised her I'd stay out of it. I promised her I'd visit. I meant all of it, which is unusual for me. Then I walked out, and Lian Liu, watching me go and watching my mother's face, made the mistake of trying to be comforting. Your Majesty need not worry about little master. With Kui Qian and the other 3 with him, he'll not be mistreated. And my mother said something that I did not hear at the time and would not hear for years, and that changed how I understood my entire childhood when I finally did. You're overthinking it, Lian Liu. I'm not worried about Lianger. Lian Liu stopped. Don't be fooled by his innocent and cute demeanor into thinking he's easy to bully. Lianger only appears well-behaved and harmless in my presence. Actually, he's quite shrewd. A pause. Instead of worrying about his safety, we should worry about the other princes. If anyone dares to provoke him, they won't even know how they died. Lian Liu, who had carried me, fed me, and dressed me for 6 years, said the only thing a sane person could say. No way, Your Highness. Is Little Master really that powerful? I can't see it. He's only 6 years old. What could such a young child understand? Who knows? I was just saying it casually. You don't need to take it too seriously. My mother smiled. What if I'm wrong? So it's better if you look at Lianger according to your own understanding. And Lian Liu, relieved, let it go. Here is how my mother knew. She had spent more hours with me than any other living person. And then she had a second baby. And Wang Ling cried constantly, at random, for no reason, like a normal infant. And my mother sat there holding a screaming daughter and thought back over 6 years and realized that her son had almost never cried, and that on the rare occasions he had always got something out of it. Every single time, not once at random. She had thought all babies were like that. So what if he's a monster, she decided, in the privacy of her own head. As long as he's still my son, even if he's a dragon, he has to be subdued by me and obediently accept my scolding. That's it. That's the entire crisis. Her child might be something inhuman wearing a boy, and her conclusion was that it didn't change the seating arrangements. She never asked me. Not once, not ever, not to this day. She just quietly stopped being surprised by me and started building me an army in the mountains and let me go. I did not walk to my new home. I was carried. This was a deliberate policy decision, and I want to defend it. The palace is a small city. You cross the boundary between the harem and the outer court, and the whole way there are people. Servants, guards, clerks, minor officials, all of whom will report what they saw to somebody, and the thing they saw needed to be worth reporting. So I got carried by Kui Qian, my new head maid, and I lay in her arms like a sack of expensive rice, and I let the empire look at me. Is this the legendary 9th prince? The little good-for-nothing who complains about taking even one step and likes to be carried around by the palace maid? Yes, that's him. Keep your voice down, or you'll be in big trouble. Nailed it. They gave me 4 maids, all raised for the job, all trained by my mother's 4. Cui Qian ran everything. Gao Xiang was the muscle. Bai He read to me. Ming Yue went out and found things out. They also came with 4 little girls of the same age, being trained to take over from the 4 of them one day. That is how far ahead my mother thinks. She was already staffing my 40s. The residence was called the Eastern Palace, which is where they put princes who are expected to become scholars. The Western Palace is where they put the ones who might become fighters. I had been sorted into scholars on the strength of a wrist reading taken when I was 4 minutes old, which tells you everything about how this empire evaluates people. I got to pick my own courtyard. The eunuch in charge of it, a round, anxious man named He Sheng, showed me around at a speed suggesting his entire future depended on it, which it did. I liked it. I liked the trees. I whispered in Kui Qian's ear that we'd take it, and that from now on it was called Floating Cloud Courtyard, because if my mother was going to name me after a cloud, I was going to lean all the way in. Then Kui Qian turned around and told He Sheng that His Highness was extremely shy and she would be doing all the talking, and He Sheng, who had been braced for a prince, visibly relaxed and became one of the most loyal men I have ever had. He'd transferred out of the harem, incidentally, years earlier. His explanation, when I finally got it out of him, was 1 sentence long. People around us were dying at the drop of a hat. He hadn't been ambitious. He'd been running. They brought me the new staff, dozens of them, lined up in rows for me to pick from, and I sat in Kui Qian's arms and pointed at faces, not the competent ones, not the pretty ones, the warm ones. The rule is simple, and it has never failed me. Unless somebody is spectacularly unpleasant to look at, you cannot go wrong choosing the ones with the most kindness in them. Down the line, several people who had spent months positioning themselves for exactly this moment got quietly cut and had to go home and explain to whoever was paying them that the ninth prince just didn't like their face. I hope those conversations were long. My first day of school, I got a look at my own security. Every prince gets a guard team. Mine had an innate level commander and 2 deputies below him and a body of top-tier fighters, which was, I learned later, a significantly better package than my brothers had received a year earlier. I have to thank my elder brother, I thought, watching them form up. If he hadn't been attacked, father wouldn't have upgraded us all. Somebody tries to murder the crown prince and the entire generation gets better bodyguards. That is the only functioning safety regulation in the empire. I checked them, because of course I did. Not one of them came through cold. Not one. That told me 2 things. First, I was safe. Second, every single one of them belonged to my father, and everything I did in front of them would be on his desk. My brothers hated that. They were already busy trying to get their own guards replaced or blinded or bought, because you can't build a faction with your father's eyes in the room, which was fine by me, because I had nothing to hide. Or rather, I had one thing to hide, and it wasn't the kind of thing a bodyguard can see. The commander stepped forward and introduced himself. Zhang Gang, middle-aged, straight-backed, the sort of man who irons his opinions. I looked at him and let Gao Xiang answer for me, because I was a shy child. He glanced at me to check that this was actually happening. Then he bowed and said he would clear the road. Chongwen Institute is the school for princes, princesses, and the sons and daughters of the high nobility who get to study alongside them. It is the single most politically dense room in the empire, and everyone in it is under 11. I attracted attention within about 6 seconds of arriving because I was being carried. This is the 9th prince? Why is he being carried around? You don't know? He's been lazy since he was a child. If he can lie down, he'll never sit. If he can sit, he'll never stand. Doesn't he fear His Majesty's displeasure? Ever since it was determined he's not suitable for martial arts, His Majesty has no expectations of him. As long as he doesn't do anything wrong, he can do whatever he wants. So the Emperor has abandoned him. Correct. Please tell everyone. The sons of officials came at me in waves for about a fortnight. Every one of them had been briefed by a parent. You could hear the script under the friendliness, the way you can hear a stage direction in a bad play. If she's like this at 9, what will she be like at 20? I bored them off. That was the whole technique. I was pleasant. I was vague. I never remembered anything anyone told me, and within a month the entire cohort had concluded that the 9th prince was not worth the walk. Their parents couldn't even be angry at them. You can't blame a boy for failing to befriend a target who won't hold a conversation. Meanwhile, out in the empire, men who had never met me were sitting in each other's studies putting my whole generation on a chart. I know exactly what those conversations sounded like because Mingwei eventually got me transcripts, and they went like this. The eldest prince, Wang Ji, had taken his ambush like a lesson and gone at himself with a hammer ever since. Literature and martial arts both. Everyone expected him to be formally made crown prince the moment he came of age. The second prince, Wang Feng, 1 year younger, was the terrifying one. The best natural fighter the royal family had produced in living memory. 11 years old and already climbing ranks his brothers wouldn't reach as adults. Everyone assumed he'd end up a grandmaster, possibly higher. The third prince, Wang Jin, was the one who had been poisoned as a small child because my father let it show that he liked him. He couldn't train at all. He lay in bed and read, and he was better at it than anybody. 4th and 5th were solid. 6th was the Empress's second son, and the assessment there was brutal in its politeness. The Empress had spent everything she had on the eldest, so the 6th would have to raise himself, and if he could still turn out well under those conditions, he'd make a fine right hand for his brother. 7th and 8th, 1 year older than me, too early to call, but their mother was formidable, so watch that space. And then me. With 8 outstanding princes as precedents, we can forget about the ones after the 9th prince. He doesn't seem to have much appreciation for martial arts, and he has no interest in reading at all. All he does is play. If things continue, he'll become a good-for-nothing playboy. There's no need to keep paying attention. They took me off the board in the first year. Inside the palace, the arithmetic was sharper and much worse. Consort De and Consort Xian formed an alliance. 2 women, 1 child each, doing the math on 8 rivals. The biggest threats are the first and second prince. Let's forget about the sickly third, but it will be very difficult to get rid of the first 2. We can try to deal with the 6th prince first. Once we get rid of him, the Empress won't be as calm as she is now. If we can throw her off balance, it will be much easier to deal with the crown prince. And then the part that made my skin crawl the first time I heard it. We can't be careless with the 7th and 8th either. Once they grow up, they'll be a threat. Of course, if we can't handle the first few for now, we can practice on these 2 first. Practice. Those two women had been working together for years before I existed, and they were the reason so few children were ever born in that palace at all. They didn't hate anybody, they were doing inventory, and they were wary of each other the entire time, and never gave each other a single piece of leverage, because if you're going to co-author a massacre, you should assume your co-author is taking notes. That was the world I was going to spend the next 10 years pretending to be too stupid to notice. Somewhere around then, my father asked about me. He was in his study, taking a break from memorials, and he said it half to himself. "How's the ninth prince doing? Is he studying hard?" And a man appeared in a room that had been empty, knelt, and reported, "Dark Star Guard. My father has them in every building in that palace, and I have never once in my life detected one before he wanted me to. Your Majesty, according to the man we have placed at Chongwen Institute, the ninth prince has not been studying properly." Pause. However, he has not disturbed the scholar's lectures. At most, he focuses his attention on the young girls who accompany him. My father was quiet for a while. Really, it seems that kid is still incorrigible. If she's already learning bad habits at such a young age, what will she be like when she grows up? Then he sighed and made the ruling that shaped my entire life. Fine. If he doesn't want to learn, then let him be. Inform the institute that they can let Shizhou do whatever he wants. And then, because he is not a soft man and never has been, however, there is a premise. Even if you raise a child to be ruined, you must not raise a prince who will do evil. I would rather he be a useless person than a scourge to the country and its people. That is the deal I have lived under since I was 7 years old. Be as worthless as you like. Do not be a monster. He also, and I want to stress that I did not ask for this, decided to help. Since the ninth prince likes that kind of life, I don't mind granting him his wish. It would be good if we could find a few suitable ones. To avoid having no successor in the future, which would bring shame to the entire royal family. So one morning I came to school, and the composition of my class had changed considerably, and I understood, with the clarity of a man watching a trap, close, very slowly, and very gently, that my father had looked at my character flaw and decided to subsidize it. I would like to say I was above it. I was 7. I was not above it. But here's what I actually noticed, and what took me another few years to fully appreciate. The girls he sent were not from powerful houses. Every single one was from a family with a name and no weight. Nothing that could ever be assembled into a faction. Nothing anybody could ever use to push me at a throne. He had built me a cage out of pleasant things. This shows my good father really has good intentions, I thought, once I saw it. He's arranging everything so I never get dragged into the fight for that position and ruined for nothing. There is one prerequisite though, and it took the shine off it a bit. The whole design only works if I really am trash. The crown prince came to look at me once, from a distance, in that first year. He watched me for a while, surrounded by girls, holding no conversation with any male person in the building. "It seems he'll grow up to be a lecherous scoundrel," he told the people around him, "and he won't even study properly. He'll be a disgrace to the entire royal family." Then he left, and never came back, and never once in the following decade considered me a rival. The others were worse. They'd see me at the far end of a corridor and turn around, which was hygiene, not hatred. They had followers watching, and being seen with me cost them. So by the time I was 8, the situation was this. My father had written me off with a shrug and a subsidy. The court had struck me off the list. My brothers avoided me on sight. The two most dangerous women in the palace had decided I wasn't worth a knife. It seems my persona is perfect, I thought, lying in the sun in my own courtyard with somebody reading to me. Unless something unexpected happens, no one should try to take advantage of me anymore. And then, because I am incapable of leaving well enough alone, I went and robbed the martial repository. Nobody broke a lock and nobody broke a law. It was worse than that. There are 2 martial libraries in the palace. The martial repository pavilion holds everything up to the innate level, and any royal token gets you in the door, and you may read but not borrow, because manuals that leave the palace have a habit of turning up in the hands of people who use them on the palace. Then there's the forbidden martial repository, which holds everything above that, and is the actual foundation of my family's power, and which no one outside the bloodline enters, ever. I started with the first one, because you should always warm up. Gao Xiang carried me. She showed the guards my token, and they waved us through, and I looked up at rows and rows of shelves, and my eyes went round. She started giving me the tour. Ground floor is second-rate techniques, not worth cultivating. We only keep them to broaden people's horizons. If your highness actually wants to try martial arts, we should go to the 6th floor. Those are innate level, or the 5th for acquired. I told her I had no intention of cultivating anything. I just wanted to see what a manual looked like. She pulled one off a shelf and put it in my hands like you hand a toddler a shoe. I opened it and flipped through the whole thing in about 4 seconds. Then I did it again, faster. And then, I looked up at her with the shining eyes of a child who has discovered a miracle. These books look really fun. If you flip through them fast enough, the pictures connect, and it looks like the pictures inside are moving. I would like to formally apologize to Gao Xiang, who was 17 and who watched a 6-year-old prince invent the flipbook in the Imperial Martial Archive, and whose entire reaction was to smile at me with unbearable fondness and go get me more books. If you like it, this servant will bring you here often. She did. For a year. Because here's what actually happens when you flip a page that fast. You don't read it. Your eye catches it. And the seed does not care about reading. The seed catches everything my eye touches and files it and cross-references it and does not require my participation. The men watching me from the shelves reported back to their various masters that the 9th prince had come to the martial repository and flipped through the books like a picture album, sulking when the pictures didn't move well enough. That report ended the last serious surveillance I ever had. They tested me a few more times, got the same result, and finally stopped. It took me a year to go through every manual in that building. And at the end of that year, the seed handed me something back. It had not stored 1,000 techniques. It had taken 1,000 techniques apart, thrown away the redundancies, resolved the contradictions, and built one thing out of all of it. It didn't have a name, so I gave it one. Hun Yuan, the primordial unity scripture, which sounds grander than I meant it. Then I tried to cultivate it and discovered the part that changed my life. Under the seed, the internal method only needs to be started once. After that, it runs by itself, continuously, while I walk, while I talk, while I eat, while I sleep. No meditation, no sitting cross-legged in a cold room at dawn, no risk of the internal energy going wrong and turning me inside out. And because my meridians were sealed shut with the door left on a crack, the whole thing was invisible from outside. I lay down on my back in my own courtyard, in the sun, with a girl reading me a book about somebody else's ancestors, and got stronger. This is practically a slacking off divine artifact. I got better at it. I found out I could rehearse forms in my head, running a movement 100 times behind my eyes and having the body know it afterward. I tested it in secret until I was certain, and then I stopped testing it and just did it constantly, whenever my eyes were closed, which was a lot. Inside a year, I was first class and closing on acquired, and I had never once been seen to move. There was one practical problem, and it was that I was getting too old to be carried. A 6-year-old riding around on his maid is charming. A 9-year-old is a scandal, and I was not going to walk because walking was the entire brand. So I designed a chair. I had specifications. It needed to move without effort. It needed to be comfortable enough to lie fully back in. It needed to be stable enough that it could not tip. And critically, it could not go faster than a walking pace, ever, uphill or down, because if it went faster than a walk, it became a vehicle, and someone would eventually get hurt on it. I sent for the palace craftsmen and described it, and they had never built anything like it in their lives, and they built it anyway because that's what craftsmen do when you hand them a problem instead of a design. The first sample was rough. I loved it. I told them to keep improving. The palace, when it saw a prince being wheeled to school reclining on his back, reacted about how you'd expect. It seems the 9th prince is truly ruined. If someone is this lazy at such a young age, they won't have much achievement when they grow up. And that would have been the end of it, and the whole thing would have been one more entry in my file except for one person. The 3rd prince, Wang Jin, the one who was poisoned as a boy because our father let it show that he loved him, had spent years in bed. The dying had nothing to do with it. Moving hurt, moving unsupervised was dangerous, and the safest place for a body that broken was flat. He heard about my chair. He had one made. He started using it in his own courtyard, and then he started going outside. He got sun, he stopped spending every hour of his life indoors. He was still frail, still sickly, still nobody's candidate for anything. But he stopped looking like a man who might die that week. My father found out about it, and his face did something complicated. I never expected that Shiju's laziness would lead to such an unexpected surprise. It seems this thing isn't entirely useless. It can be used by those who have difficulty moving around. Then he had one made and tried it himself. Then, having satisfied himself that it was safe, he did something that I have never fully recovered from. The single most common way to kill an unborn child in that palace is to arrange a fall, a wet floor, a loose step, a crowded corridor. It leaves nothing to investigate. It happens. My father ordered a batch of my chairs built and distributed to every pregnant woman in the harem. You cannot arrange a fall for a woman who is lying down. I built a lazy chair because I did not want to walk to school, and it became a piece of imperial safety equipment, and to this day my father believes it was an accident. It was an accident. I want to be honest about that. I am not going to sit here and pretend I invented it out of compassion. I invented it because I am lazy. But I have thought about it a lot since, usually at night, and I've come to the conclusion that this is what my whole life actually is. I do something entirely for myself. Somebody else gets to live. I'll take it. It's a better record than the plaque with my name spelled wrong. In the 23rd year of Tai Kong, I finally went to the Forbidden Martial Repository. They pushed me across the Great Square on the central axis, past the Star Dragon Palace, where the women of the harem walk when they are hoping to run into my father. I got lucky and met nobody, which saved me 20 minutes of being charming. Only the bloodline goes in. Everyone waited outside. I walked through the door on my own 2 feet for once and found an old man in a chair drinking tea. He looked up and his eyes did a thing. Hey, what a rare guest. I never expected the 9th prince of the current dynasty would actually come to visit. He put his cup down. You should know, your brothers all come over. The moment they reach a certain age, then they pick a manual that interests them and get straight to work. Unlike you, you're a year late. I thought you weren't coming at all. There is no polite way to say this. He did not respect me even slightly, and he was not pretending, and it was the most relaxing conversation I'd had in months. I gave him my very best small boy bow and asked who he was. You wouldn't know even if I told you. Let's talk about it when you're older. Then he told me the rules, and the rules are short. Read anything, cultivate anything, but teach it to an outsider and you are finished, and there is a record book, and if a technique from this building turns up in hands that are not in that book, then any sufficiently powerful member of the clan may kill the holder on the spot, including family. Family gets crippled instead, if we're feeling generous. So, aren't the rules here quite simple? They were extremely simple. I said so. He went back to his tea and stopped acknowledging my existence. The ground floor had no shelves, just tables, spaced out, hundreds of them, each with a single book on it. And in every direction, sitting still, an old person who was not doing anything, Grandmaster manuals, hundreds, and a guardian for every quarter of the room. I picked up the first book and flipped it in 4 seconds, the way I always do. Behind me, the old man shook his head. This is hopeless. Let's see what he can learn so quickly. Then he remembered the rumors and stopped caring, and I went down the row. Here is what those books taught me, and it is the ladder that everything in my life hangs off, so bear with me. Innate is where you stop being a strong person and start being something else. The energy in you starts to circle and renew itself instead of running out. You can protect your body with it and push it outside your body to hurt someone at a distance, and if you're good, you can borrow a little from the elements. A palm technique that leaves a burn without fire. Grandmaster is where that becomes real. You condense the energy into a shell around you, and the elemental effect stops being a trick and starts being a fact. The frost palm doesn't feel cold, it freezes. Great Grandmaster is where it stops being physical. You form a will, and the will travels with the technique, and you are no longer only hitting the body, a fist that arrives with wind and thunder behind it, and steers, and above that, celestial, which is the top of what a mortal gets. At that level, you are in some kind of agreement with heaven and earth, and you can borrow their weight, and a single exchange can decide a battle. The second floor had a few dozen books and one guardian sitting dead center in deep meditation who did not open his eyes when I came up. The third floor had fewer than 10 and no guardian at all that I could see. I want to talk about those 9 books because 2 of them are the reason for everything that happened to me later, and I did not know it at the time. The first was called the Celestial Scripture, which is a name written by somebody who had used up all his creativity on the contents. Merge with heaven and earth, achieve unity, borrow the world's strength, widely circulated. The neighboring countries have copies. The second was the Heavenly Might Fist. A member of my own family had used it generations back and been effectively unbeatable with it and had never broken through to the top and had died with no children because he cared about nothing but the technique. So the book came back to the family. If he'd had descendants, my particular branch would probably not be sitting on this throne. The third was the Divine Firmament Heavenly Sword Record, which is the supreme art of the Divine Firmament Sword Sect, a sect that is currently alive and well and would very much like to know where it went. It would be interesting if they didn't know, I thought, holding it. Any royal who dares to cultivate this book should be prepared to be hunted for the rest of his life. The fourth and fifth were a matched pair, the 9 Nether Heavenly Palm and the 9 Nether World-Destroying Blade. The 9 Nether sect used those 2 techniques to turn the martial world into an abattoir. They joined up with everything else foul that could be found and went hunting the righteous sects, and for a while it looked like they might win. Then they made one mistake, which is that they got arrogant enough to come at my family. And the emperor of that generation sent everything he had, and the righteous sects came in on the other side, and between them they erased the 9 Nether sect from the world, not defeated, erased, and these 2 books ended up on tables on the 3rd floor of a building only my bloodline can enter. I read them both, because I read everything, and I want to state clearly that I put them down feeling unclean. These 2 don't look like good stuff. I wonder who would actually practice them. Then I moved on to the next table. And I did not think about them again for 10 years. Remember that. It matters later. The sixth was the ultimate unity of all techniques, from a sect of the previous dynasty, which lets you simulate any martial art in the world. The seventh was the heaven and earth longevity technique, which does exactly one thing and does it better than anything else in existence. You live enormously, you borrow the endurance of the world, and you keep going. And you can never cultivate anything else because it doesn't share, which means you end up with the lifespan of a mountain and the fighting ability of a well-informed grandmother. Anyone your level can kill you. No wonder there aren't many people cultivating it, I thought, and moved on with what I would describe as unearned contempt. The eighth was the pure yang breaks demonic technique, which is exactly what the name says and which I actually rather liked. And the ninth was the Celestial Star Secret Manual, which is the personal art of the founder of my dynasty. The man who took this country used this book to do it. It's why we're called Dongxing, Eastern Star. I stood there with my family's origin in my hands and made a decision. This one's to my liking. I'll use it as the foundation and melt everything else I've ever read into it. Then I put it down, went downstairs, walked out into the daylight where my people were waiting, flopped onto my chair, and announced at conversational volume, "This is really boring. The books here aren't even as good as the ones at the Martial Repository Pavilion. I'm not coming here again," and made a face like a child who had been promised a toy and got a sock. Gao Xiang immediately started comforting me and offering to take me back to the other building. Behind me, on the third floor, in a room I had been told was unguarded, a figure appeared out of nothing, stood at the top of the stairs looking at the place where I had been, and vanished again. I felt it. I did not turn around. That building is not unguarded. It's guarded by something that doesn't like to be seen. I have never found out who that was. Now, having announced loudly and publicly that I would never go back, I had a problem, which is that a boy who stops going to the martial libraries needs a reason to have stopped, and the reason has to be better than he finished them. So I invented an industry. I went to my mother, ran into her hall without being announced, and delivered my new obsession at full volume. The books, I explained, are boring. The books have words in them. What I want is books with pictures, not a few pictures, all pictures. Take the storybooks people actually like and have somebody draw them out, panel by panel, and bind that, so you can follow the whole story without needing to read it all. I stood there, sweating with the enthusiasm of a child who has invented something. My mother, holding my baby sister, gave me a look of profound weariness. Mother thought it was something serious, but it's just this? That's easy. Lianger only needs to tell that girl Kui Chen to send a letter outside the palace. The merchant guild will handle it. Then, in the exact tone of a woman with a headache, "Therefore, it's best not to bring such trivial matters back to bother mother in the future." I stood there with my mouth open. I had not known my own headmaid had a direct line to the outside world, but it's still quite gratifying that Lianger came back to see her mother, she added, entirely for the record. Mother will not hold it against you for interrupting mother's teasing of your sister. I went home and thought about it, and I'd like to report that what I felt was humiliation, and that's about 80% right. The other 20% was that I'd started with a cover story and accidentally found a business. Nobody in this empire is making illustrated books. Nobody. The literate people don't want them because they can read, and nobody has ever bothered asking what the other 90-odd% of the population might want. Originally, it was just to cover up my actions, I told myself, walking back. I never imagined that upon closer examination, this matter would have such great potential. I gave it to Kui Chen and told her to have the guild find people who could draw. They found people who could draw, and then they found out what happens when you sell a story to people who have never been sold one. That was the first money I ever made that wasn't given to me, and it was made entirely by accident while I was trying to hide a crime. I also, around that time, wrote a martial arts manual. This requires explanation. After the Forbidden Repository, the seed had a lot to work with, and I discovered I could go the other way, not just absorb, build. So I built one, deliberately, for a specific set of people, something suited to women, broad enough that almost anyone could get something out of it, with the whole ladder present from beginner to Grandmaster. I called it the 100 Flowers Secret Canon because I was 9 and thought it sounded nice. Then I carried it to my mother and told her I'd found it. She looked at the book. It was, and I want to be precise here, visibly and unmistakably brand new. The ink was barely settled. "Where did this come from? Don't tell me you found it." I gave her the wide-eyed face. Mother is so amazing she even guessed that it really was found. "Oh, then tell me, where can you find such a treasure?" "Where else? Some little corner of the Eastern Palace. It was hidden very well. If Lianger hadn't been playing nearby, we really wouldn't have found it." There was a silence of considerable length. My mother looked at the freshly written book in her hands, then at her 9-year-old son, and made a decision that defines our entire relationship. "Since Lianger has said so, then let's just say you picked it up." And she took it. That is my mother. She knew exactly what had just happened. She knew there was no version of the world in which it was true, and she looked at the situation and concluded that asking the question would create a problem and not asking it would create a resource. She gave it to the school in the mountains, which had been starving for exactly this. And she gave it out in pieces, level by level, with a test between each one, because if you hand a person the whole ladder, they can leave with it. Even if some of them betrayed us, they wouldn't be able to take all of it with them. Within a few years, Feng Feng, my mother's bodyguard, became a genuine grandmaster. Chu Chu and Lin Fei reached innate. Gao Sheng, mine, reached innate on her way to more. Lian Liu, who spends all her time managing things and none of it training, reached acquired and was faintly bitter about it. Vermilion Bird Hall stopped being a well-run house and started being a fortification, and I got to sit in the middle of it not lifting anything. I turned 10, and a prince died, not one of mine. A small one, younger than me, about to start at Chongwen Institute, who drowned in a remote lake in the palace grounds. My father came apart in a way I had never heard before. Issue an order. Investigate everyone involved. If it was just an accident, then someone neglected their duties, so let all those who failed in their duties be executed. If this was not an accident, find all the people behind it and make them pay a heavy price. I heard it from Ming Yue within the hour, and I did something I am not proud of, which is that I panicked. I went straight to Vermilion Bird Hall. I did not think about my persona. I did not think about who was watching. I got up and went. My mother was sitting exactly as she always sat, entirely calm, completely unbothered. You little brat, do you even know how to come over? Don't you trust your mother at all? I said something about how she was too capable to be caught, and she smiled at me, and then she took it away. It's good that you understand. Don't be so reckless next time, so as not to cause misunderstandings. I got told off for running to my mother in a week when a child had been killed, and she was right, and I knew she was right, and I hated it. The case closed a few weeks later. Dark Star Guard took it apart, a great many people died, and at the end of it, a high-ranking woman of the harem was found to be responsible. The story assembled beautifully. She'd been jealous. The dead boy's mother was a low-ranking woman who had managed to produce a prince while she herself had only managed a daughter, and the low-ranking woman had made remarks about it, openly and otherwise, so she'd removed the source of the other woman's future. My father did not believe a word of it, but every piece of evidence pointed at her, and at that point, it stops being about truth and becomes about whether you can afford to look like you did nothing. So she went to the cold palace, protesting her innocence the entire way, and she went there instead of into the ground purely because she had a daughter and because there were doubts. The covert investigation never actually stopped. It just stopped being announced. And a seat opened up among the 9 concubines, which meant that every ambitious woman below that rank spent the following months auditioning, and within half a year, the palace was exactly as poisonous as it had been before, only with different names. That is the entire lesson of that year. They caught somebody, and it changed nothing, and the machine ate the space where the dead boy had been and kept running. The good thing that happened that year was my sister. I went to find her after I'd checked on my mother, and she was in the courtyard playing by herself, and I called her name and told her I'd brought a present. She launched. I have never in my life seen a small child accelerate like that. She crossed the courtyard, jumped, and attached herself to my front like a shellfish, and I caught her because the alternative was explaining to my mother why the 7th princess had a concussion. Brother, when did you arrive? Quickly give Ling a hug. Ling misses you so much. All right, little Ling, don't hug so tightly. Brother can't run away. Feng Feng watched the two of us play in the dirt for an hour with an expression I could not read at the time and can read perfectly now. The two of you have such a good relationship, she said. I hope this brother-sister bond can last forever. She'd been in that palace her whole life. She'd watched every set of siblings in it turn. 2 years later, when Wang Ling reached school age, Feng Feng checked her the way you check every child, and came back and told my mother that the 7th princess had exceptional talent for martial arts. Nobody had ever checked. That's the thing. My father checks every prince the day he's born, and no princess ever, because princesses don't matter. So a girl with the best natural gift in that generation had spent 6 years being nobody's project. My mother did not hesitate. I don't need Wang Ling to be multi-talented, but I also don't intend to use her as a decorative vase. As a weak woman, even if she is a princess, she can only avoid being bullied by a scoundrel if she has the corresponding strength. Then, and this is the part I love, but it all depends on her own decision, whether she wants to endure this hardship. Otherwise, even if I were willing to spend the resources, it would be useless. She gave a 9-year-old a choice, which is more than anybody in that palace had ever given anyone, and my sister said yes, immediately. I found out why later, and it took the floor out from under me. She'd been out in the courtyard and overheard servants talking about her brother. About how the 9th prince has a very poor constitution and won't be able to protect himself when he grows up. So Ling thought that when she became more powerful, her brother would be protected by Ling. My mother tried to tell her it wasn't necessary, that Gao Xiang had better talent than Feng Feng and was already assigned to me, and my safety was arranged. And my little sister, 9 years old, said, "This is different. She is her, and I am me. Ling's brother should be protected by Ling, and so should mother." My mother hugged her and told her that mother was not as weak as Ling imagined, which is the single greatest understatement in the history of that palace, and then let it go before the girl could ask what she meant. So my sister started training under Feng Feng in the manual I wrote, so she could protect a brother who did not need protecting. I have never told her. I still haven't. I ran the numbers on that decision more than once over the years. If I told her she'd stop training, she's happy, she's good at it, and being good at something is not nothing for a princess in that place. And the day somebody comes at her, I want her to be the one who ends it, not me arriving late. So I let her carry a sword for a brother who could kill everyone in the room. I know how that sounds. I've made my peace with it, mostly at 3 in the morning. While I was growing up doing nothing, my brothers were becoming a war. It started when the eldest turned 16 and was formally made crown prince, which meant he didn't move out of the palace like the others would. He took over the entire Eastern Palace instead and started sitting in on court and learning to handle government. Every 2 years after that, another one came of age, got a title, and got a mansion in the city. The second prince became the Prince of Qin and immediately started hitting the crown prince in open court, alone, and getting hit back harder because the crown prince had spent years building a faction and Qin had spent years hitting things. The third prince became the Prince of Han, and the Prince of Qin went to him for an alliance, and the Prince of Han declined on the grounds that he was too ill to be involved in anything. Whether that was true is a question I would spend the next decade thinking about. The fourth became the Prince of Chen, and the fifth became the Prince of Qi, and suddenly Qin wasn't alone anymore, and the pressure flipped. Then the sixth became the Prince of Qin and stood beside his full brother the Crown Prince, and it flipped back. Then the seventh became the Prince of Yan, and the eighth became the Prince of Feng, and both of them looked at the two exhausted sides and decided to join neither, and started collecting whatever fell off the table. By the time it was my turn, the whole thing had locked. 2 blocks, 2 vultures, nobody willing to move first. And in the middle of that, at every single strategy meeting held by any of them, there was one line that got said and then immediately forgotten. Prince Han and Prince Liang, these two lazybones, one is sick and the other is useless. They pose no real threat. Best sentence in the empire. I would have it carved over a door. In the 32nd year of Tai Kang, I turned 16, which meant a title and a mansion and permanent removal from the palace. I spent the last few days going to see my mother more than I had in years, because entering the palace afterward was going to require a reason, and I have never liked reasons. The night before, she gave me the speech. Just leave the palace with peace of mind. You don't need to worry about your mother here. Once you leave and establish your own residence, you will be truly independent. The outside world is not the same as the inside world. There is not much your mother can do to help you. Then the real one. At the same time, we must be careful not to get involved in the struggles of the other princes. I told her I understood that without being told. I told her that her son never causes trouble, that as long as they don't bother me, I won't bother them. She looked at me for a moment longer than the sentence needed, and let it go. It's good that you know, then your mother can rest assured. We talked about nothing for a while, which is the good part, and then she pushed me out the door. But before you leave, say goodbye to Ling. Otherwise, if you make her cry, see how your mother will punish you. I found my sister in a corner of the courtyard, and I want you to picture what I found, because it is not what I expected. Wang Ling was 10 years old. She was standing perfectly still, looking at nothing, with a face like a frozen lake, cold, detached, absolutely unreachable. I said her name and she turned her head and looked at me and did not say one word. I stood there getting stared at by my own sister and eventually gave up and laughed. Little Ling, that's enough. Put away that aloof attitude. This isn't the institute, and there are no outsiders here. Why are you acting all high and mighty in front of your brother? She broke instantly, made a small noise, and hit me in the chest at speed. It's all thanks to my brother's good teaching, she said into my shirt. He was the one who told me to keep a cool and aloof demeanor in front of outsiders. That way, those ill-intentioned people won't easily get close to me. Then she looked up. Besides, would you feel comfortable leaving without letting you see how well I'm disguised? She'd been practicing, for me, so I could inspect the work before I left. I put a hand on her head and told her the last thing I had to teach her, which was to keep her strength hidden from everybody outside our own people, so nobody could plan around what she could actually do, and so that if it ever came to it, she could turn the whole board over in one move. And my sister nodded seriously and said, I understand, it's just about pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I'm good at that. She said it back to me, my own phrase, in her mouth, at 10. I have never been prouder or more uneasy about anything in my life. The investiture happened in Tai Wei Hall with the entire court watching. When I came in, they were mid-argument about who should get some minor position, several factions deep, and my father let it run right up until the eunuch announced me and then killed it in one sentence. It's just a minor official position. Why argue about it for so long? All of you be quiet. Silence, immediately. He hadn't been listening. He'd been waiting. Then, as you all know, my 9th prince has come of age. He's outside now. Let's get started. 1. Walked in, bowed, and did the single most important piece of acting of my life so far, which was to glance up at my father once and then drop my eyes and keep them down like a boy who has never been comfortable in a room. The ministers shook their heads. You could hear the fabric move. The crown prince and my brothers were delighted. This is not a rival. This is a formality with legs. My father looked down at me for a while and did not say anything, and the pause went on long enough that people noticed. I know what he was thinking because he told me years later in a different room. He was thinking that he and I almost never met, unlike the others, who came at him constantly with achievements in their hands hoping to be looked at. And that of all of them, the one who wanted nothing was the one he found himself curious about. And then he thought, it's a pity he's a bit lazy. No wonder he's consort Shu's child. They're just like mother and son. Then he stood up and the hall went silent, and he issued the decree. My 9th prince, Wang Liang, intelligent from a young age, kind and benevolent, with a heart for the people, is truly a pillar of the nation. I want you to imagine a room of 200 of the sharpest political operators in an empire, all of whom had spent 10 years hearing that I was an idiot, being told, formally, on the record, that I was a pillar of the nation. Not one of them moved a muscle, not one of them made a sound, because it was the emperor saying it, and there is no version of that room where anybody coughs. From this day forward, I bestow upon Wang Liang the title of Prince Liang and grant him a manor to be temporarily residing within the imperial city. I bowed and said I was grateful and would dedicate myself to Dongqing until my dying breath, which is a stock phrase, and got a robe with a star dragon on it and a seal with my name on it that weighed about as much as a brick. Then he sent me off with the sentence I have kept. I hope you manage the manor well. As for what kind of life you want to live in the future, that's up to you. And here is the thing that nobody in that hall missed, including me. Normally, when a prince is enfeoffed, the emperor gives him something to do, a ministry, a portfolio, a small job to learn on. Every single one of my brothers got one within days. He didn't give me anything. He hadn't forgotten. He stood there afterward and could not think of a single task he could hand me that I wouldn't ruin, and decided to shelve it and think about it later. But from the outside, it read as one thing only. The emperor cannot even be bothered to find work for this one. My brothers relaxed so hard I could feel it from across the room, and stopped bothering to be friendly to me at all, and I walked out of that hall with a title, a mansion, and the most complete freedom anybody in my family has ever had. I left through the palace gates and got into a carriage and looked out the little window at the city, and it was the first time in 16 years I had seen anything that wasn't a wall. The capital of Dongqing has an outer city, an inner city, and inside that the imperial city and the palace city. We came out into a broad street with actual people on it, shops, noise, somebody arguing about the price of something. Is this the ancient street? It looks quite lively. I gave it about 4 minutes and then stopped looking because as lively as it is, it does not compare to what I remember, and I did not want to sit there having feelings in front of my staff. The people on the street noticed us anyway. Judging from their demeanor, these people are clearly not ordinary. I wonder who's inside the carriage. He came from the palace and rides in a royal carriage. It might be another prince. We recognize the marks of the ones who already have titles. This one isn't there. Then it's not hard to guess. It should be the 9th prince. Judging by the time, he'd be coming of age about now. Oh, right. How could I have forgotten about that one? It's normal to forget. This 9th prince doesn't have a good reputation. It is said he was lecherous from a young age and also uneducated, making him the most useless of all the princes. Therefore, the other princes never regarded him as an opponent. I sat inside listening to 2 strangers describe me to each other with total confidence, having never met me, and the feeling was not humiliation. The feeling was the same one you get when you check the lock on the door and find it already locked. Liangwang Manor had been picked and prepared before I ever got there, and my mother had done the preparing. She'd sent her own people in to renovate the entire thing to my taste before I saw it. She'd stocked it with servants and guards, all raised from childhood, all of whom could at minimum be trusted not to poison anything. The layout is simple. Front courtyard for the outside world. The inner courtyard, the harem, which is where the women live and where men do not go. And in the middle, my own hall, which I named Star Cloud Hall because I was sticking with a theme. I stood in the open ground in front of it on the first day and handed out jobs. Zhang Gong, commander of the guard my father gave me, became commander of the entire outer courtyard, which surprised him visibly. He'd expected to be sidelined by a new prince who wanted his own men. He Sheng, my anxious eunuch from the palace, got the outer courtyard's administration exactly as I'd promised him years earlier. He knelt on the ground when I said it, then the four who mattered. Kui Qian became head of the inner courtyard and chief steward of the entire manor, which meant that from that day on, she ran my life and I stopped having to know anything. Gao Xiang became commander of my personal guard. Bai He became commander of the inner courtyard guard. Ming Yue became commander of the secret guard, responsible for intelligence. I gave 4 women the security, the administration, the household, and the spy network of a royal mansion in about 90 seconds, and every one of them accepted it without a flicker because they had been trained for it since they were children. Then they brought me the staff to inspect, and I did what I always do. I stood there and pointed at the ones who were warm, and everyone else was sent back to the merchant guild to keep working caravans. That's when the school in the mountains arrived. The first group Ming Yue brought me were the secret guards. And when they came around the corner, I actually had to steady myself. I had spent 16 years reading the temperature of every human being who came within 20 feet of me. I had felt kindness. I had felt affection. I had felt the specific, unbearable warmth of my mother and my sister. This was more. Such profound kindness, I thought, standing there. This is the most I have ever felt so far. They knelt in one movement. 100 Flower secret guards, greetings to the Lord. Every single one of them was a girl who had been bought as an orphan by a merchant guild she'd never heard of, taken to a valley in the mountains, and raised for a person who did not exist yet. 16 years of investment by a woman who had already decided her son would need an army. Then the guards came, the 100 Flowers guard, in flowered armor, in 2 waves, and at the front of the first wave were 2 girls who stopped me completely. Twins. Identical. Not similar, identical, down to the way they held their shoulders. My lord, your subordinates, saintesses of the 100 Flowers sect, Wang Xing and Wang Yue, have been ordered to serve their lord. They said it in perfect unison, at the same volume, at the same speed. If I had closed my eyes, I would have sworn there was one person there. I made them my personal bodyguards on the spot. I want to record my exact thought process, because it was not strategic. My mother is so good to me. She arranged for such rare beauties to come to my side. She's not worried that my body can't handle it. If my mother had heard that, she would have said, and I quote from later, directly, "I'm going to make sure you can't handle it. Otherwise, when will you give me a grandson?" That woman built me a private army out of orphans, and the whole time she was thinking about grandchildren. Later, I gave the twins masks. Everybody in the guard got the option actually, but I made a point of the twins because their faces were a security problem all by themselves. The masks came out of the Zhang family workshops. They have to be pressed in a specific order to come off. And if you get the sequence wrong, the mechanism locks and you are wearing that mask until somebody who knows the trick comes and helps you. The material takes a direct hit without breaking, so a blade to the face doesn't end your life as a person with a face. Wang Xing's is patterned with baby's breath. Wang Yue's is a rose. Their names roughly, if you squint. Every other woman in the guard got to choose whether to wear one at all. The twins put theirs on the day they got them, and I have almost never seen either of them without it since. Gao Xiang, who had known me since we were both small, asked me why I hadn't offered her one. I told her, honestly, that everyone in the palace already knows her face, so covering it achieves nothing, and that if she wanted one, she should go find a craftsman in the manor and have it made. She said thank you very much and left at speed and came back with one, and I have not been able to read her expression at work since. I'm still not sure whether that was the point. The last thing I did that first week was throw a housewarming party. I sent invitations to the entire nobility of the capital, every house. Anyone who's free can come, anyone who's busy can skip it, no offense taken. The replies came back fast. Kui Qian read them, and her face went to stone. Not even a single high-ranking official? Are they looking down on Liangwang Manor? Every one of them had sent an expensive gift with their regrets. That was the only thing keeping her from doing something regrettable. She came to me at speed, worried I'd take it badly. I laughed at her. It was expected. There's nothing to be surprised about. If they're not coming, I won't bother with them. She didn't understand, so I explained, because she'd earned it. I never expected them to come from the very beginning. The reason I went to all this trouble was simply to test how much I stand in their hearts. And then the part that actually mattered. In addition, they each have their own factions, and it is easy for people to misunderstand them when they come into contact with me. As I wished, those in high positions of power simply disdained to participate. I threw a party that nobody attended on purpose, to confirm that nobody would attend so that everybody would know that nobody attends. You cannot accuse a man of building a faction when the guest list at his own housewarming was a list of people who did not come. Fortunately, they were sensible enough to send generous gifts as an apology, I added. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind arguing with them. That part I meant. I am lazy, not weak. As for those who are willing to come, have them treated well, lest people think I am a lowly prince. Kui Qian got it, all at once, and went off to run the best party in the city for a guest list of nobodies. Some of the girls I'd grown up with at Chongwen Institute came that night, with their parents, and asked to join my household. I want to be careful about how I describe this, because it's the thing the whole capital thinks it understands about me and gets completely wrong. We had been in the same room 5 days a week for 10 years. Most of them had drifted off as they got older because a girl with prospects cannot be seen next to the most useless prince in the empire without losing something. A handful never did. They were grown women by then, their families were standing right there, and every single one of them walked in on her own feet. They were also, every one of them, from exactly the sort of family my father had picked a decade earlier. Small names, no weight, nothing that could ever be turned into a faction. I have thought about that more than once. My father arranged when I was 7 for the only people who would ever be close to me to be people who could never make me dangerous. It's the kindest thing anybody has ever done to me, and I still don't entirely know how to feel about it. Outside, it read as exactly what it looked like. The 9th prince took women at his own housewarming. Within a week, people I had never met were offering me their daughters on the reasoning that even a useless prince is a prince, and a grandchild with royal blood is a grandchild with royal blood. And my brothers, watching all of this from their own mansions, arrived at the conclusion I had been farming for a decade. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. I shouldn't waste my time on him. But this is good too. We can send him beautiful women. They actually did. Repeatedly. The reasoning was that if you feed a man's weakness, he sinks further into it and stops being a variable. Not one of them ever considered that I could feel what every single person they sent me thought about me before she got through the gate. There was exactly one thing about my house that made my brothers unhappy, and it wasn't me. It's a pity about the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild. It makes so much money every year, but it can only be used on useless things. If it could be given to me, it wouldn't be a waste. They wanted the guild, all of them. And every time one of them started working out how to take it, he ran into the same wall, and the wall was a woman who had not left her own courtyard in 20 years. How did Consort Shu manage to maintain such control over the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild without ever leaving her office? Even if you send someone to infiltrate and take control, you will fail. Even if you send someone to assassinate, the experts they keep will stop it. They gave up. All of them, eventually. My mother, in a chair, playing with her daughter, defeating 6 princes and their entire staffs by correspondence. The other thing that changed once I had my own walls was that I stopped hiding indoors. Not outside. Inside my own house, surrounded by people whose loyalty had been paid for in advance, with a guard so thick that nothing under Grandmaster level was getting through, I could finally do the thing I had never once done in the palace. I could correct somebody's form. Fengling was one of the 4 girls who'd grown up in my household, and she was practicing in the courtyard while I lay there in the sun, and she made a mistake in a movement I had memorized when I was 7. I told her. She stopped dead and turned around and looked at me like I'd started speaking in tongues. Your Excellency, didn't you say you've never practiced martial arts? How do you know these things? Perfectly reasonable question. I had an answer ready, and it had the enormous advantage of being true. Is it strange that I know these things? Don't forget, I have seen every martial arts technique in the Martial Repository Pavilion, and with the ones in the Forbidden Repository, my theoretical knowledge is frighteningly solid, therefore I am capable of instructing you. She half understood, she didn't half believe it, but then she tried what I told her, and it worked, and she came back the next day and asked about something else. And then she said the thing that got under my ribs. Your Highness, you're really amazing. It's a shame you don't practice martial arts. She was sad. Genuinely, uncomplicatedly sad, on my behalf, about a limitation I had invented and maintained on purpose for 16 years. I did not tell her. I changed the subject and let her carry it. You should understand that this is the actual cost of the whole thing, not the danger. The danger was always manageable. It's that the people who love you are quietly sad about a wound you gave yourself. I got about a month of peace in that house, and then Ming Yue came to me with the intelligence report, which is how everything in my life begins. She gave me the state of the empire first. The Crown Prince's party and the Third Prince's party were locked, neither able to gain. Yan and Feng were officially neutral and quietly stockpiling, waiting for both sides to bleed. Both sides knew it and were watching them for it. The Prince of Han remained at home, ignoring everything, or appearing to. I let her get all the way through it with my eyes closed and then asked if there was anything else. There was. There was a temple fair in the inner city. It sounds like it'll be quite lively. I wonder if your Highness would be interested in going to check it out. Reader, I should not have gone. I went with the 4 girls, veiled, and the twins in masks, and the guard in civilian clothes pretending to be passers-by while forming a moving wall. I want to note that this worked immediately. A group of local thugs spotted 6 well-dressed women with money and started planning, and the one in charge shut it down inside 4 sentences. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Didn't you see they're all dressed well and spending money like water? And the group of people around them, they seem to have nothing to do with them, but they always linger. It's clear they're all guards. Whoever offends them will die. Then they went off down an alley to sulk about it, and Zhang Gang sent 2 men after them to make the lesson permanent, and I found out about it afterward and did not object. I would like to say I spent that afternoon enjoying local snacks. I did in fact spend a considerable amount of that afternoon enjoying local snacks, with a girl on each arm being fed things off sticks, and that is when I felt somebody looking at me with genuine contempt. I found her in the crowd, veiled, about my age, from the eyes, standing with 2 maids, and I did the math and got a result I didn't like. We had been talking, quietly, in a crowd, over the noise of 100 vendors, at a distance of 30 paces. There is exactly one way she heard that, and it is not a way that a 16-year-old girl is supposed to have. If she really has Grandmaster level strength, then calling her a prodigy is an understatement. I ran the comparison, because I always do. Among all my brothers, exactly one had reached innate by the time he came of age, and that was Wang Feng, the Prince of Qin, the terrifying one, and the whole empire talks about him because of it. This girl was past that, at 16, in a market. She saw me looking, gave me a look that I can only describe as the visual equivalent of stepping in something, snorted, and walked away. I memorized her clothes so Ming Yue could find out who she was. I would like it noted that at this stage I had exchanged 0 words with her. 20 minutes later, there was a commotion in the performance square, and my girls dragged me over to see, and it was her. She was being blocked by a young man in extremely expensive clothes with a pack of hangers-on. Classic street harassment. You're not going anywhere until I see your face. If you're pretty, come have dinner with me. If not, I'll pretend I never said anything. And she was doing helpless, beautifully, wringing her hands, going pale, appealing to the crowd, being a delicate flower cornered by a beast. Every man watching wanted to intervene, and none of them dared, because the young man's clothes said his family could end theirs. I looked at the 2 of them for about 4 seconds and knew the whole thing was fake. Not her. Him. Because there was no lust in that man's face. None. He was blocking a woman in the middle of a street demanding to see her face, and there was nothing behind his eyes but concentration. This is interesting, I thought. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Then she found a way out, and the way out was me. She scanned the crowd for a lever, and her eyes landed on my group, and she said loudly, in her best trembling voice, "Besides, there are so many women wearing veils on the street. Why did you only target this miss? You're only afraid to bully them because you see that other women are always accompanied by men," and pointed at me. She threw me at him, in public, to get herself out. I want you to appreciate the situation. I had helped her by existing, she had noticed, and her instinct was to use me as a shield and let a stranger with a small army of servants have the problem instead. The young man turned and looked at my group, and I watched his whole plan disintegrate. There are 4 women wearing veils watching the show, and 2 of them are even wearing masks. This is troublesome. What I said was just an excuse. If I were to actually harass other women now, what would become of my reputation? He was cornered. If he backed off, she'd know something was wrong with the whole encounter. If he came at me, he'd have to actually do it. So I helped him. "Brother," I said, walking forward, "this young master also wants to know what this young miss looks like. Can I join you?" He stared at me. "As for the little ones around me," I added, "if you want to know what they look like, that's not impossible. We'll find a secluded spot later, and you can look at whoever you want." I have never seen a man's face do so many things so fast. Yang Qian's contempt for me went from mild to structural in about a second and a half. She'd had me filed as a bystander. I was now filed as garbage. Chen Long, the young man, recovered magnificently. "Brother, you're so generous. I've never seen many people as generous as you in all my years. Then let's do it your way. Let's see what she looks like first. You are shameless." Heh. So what if this young master is shameless? As long as I can achieve my goal, shamelessness is no big deal. He gave me a thumbs up, genuinely, in the middle of the street. Then things got worse, because a hero showed up. A second young lord came shouldering through the crowd making a speech about broad daylight and bullying weak women and asking whether we were even men. Chen Long did not even have to think about it. "Oh, isn't this Guo Min, son of the Marquis of Jianchang? What? You've done too many bullying and harassing things, so now you're playing the hero?" The rescuer's face went the color of old milk. He had walked into a crowd hoping to be nobody's problem and had been named and itemized in 11 words. They fought. Of course they fought. And I stood there watching and noticed the second thing that afternoon that I was not supposed to notice. Chen Long was throwing the fight. Not losing, not winning. Every punch he landed was solid and hurt and did no damage. Every punch he took was one he'd arranged to take. He was better than the man he was fighting by a considerable margin, and he was carefully, precisely staying level. Yang Qian saw it too. I watched her see it, and I watched her go from irritated to genuinely alarmed, because if the man who cornered her is hiding his strength, then he did not corner her by accident. Then Guomin got tired of losing, retreated with some harsh words, remembered that there were 6 attractive women standing 20 feet away, and made the single worst decision of his life. Hey, you over there, this young master wants all the beauties next to you. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. I looked at him the way you look at a man eating soup with a fork. I did not have to say anything. Feng Lian went forward with a few of the plainclothes guards and put every single one of Guomin's servants on the ground in about 4 moves, and then walked toward Guomin himself with the specific unhurried gait of a man about to solve a problem. How is this possible? With that level of strength, you're at least second rate, almost on par with me. To have such a bodyguard, this kid must be someone important. And then Guomin's own real bodyguard came out of the crowd and stopped Feng Lian's fist with his own, and the two of them tested each other and separated. Good lad. I didn't expect you to have reached acquired at such a young age. Luckily, I'm a few years older than you, otherwise I might not be your match in the same realm. Second person hiding what they were that afternoon. On one street, at one fair. Feng Lian was younger and better and less experienced, and he started losing, and then his own men moved in to help, and the stranger decided that dying for a fool was outside his contract. It is my honor to have the opportunity to fight you today. Let's leave it at that, even if we get ganged up on. We'll fight again if we have the chance. He grabbed his employer and left. Zhang Gang called Feng Lian back before he could chase. Don't pursue a defeated enemy. Young master's matter is more important. And even if we catch him, given his status, at most he'll just get a beating. Instead of wasting time, think about how to protect young master. That is the single most useful sentence I have ever heard about the capital. There is a class of person in this city you cannot punish, and the correct response to them is to stop spending energy. Chen Long gave up on his mission at that point, said something gracious, and walked away without looking back. And Yang Qian, freed in the clear, with every reason to leave immediately, did something else. She walked over to my 4 maids and introduced herself, politely, charmingly, as an equal. Greetings, young ladies, I am Yang Qian. May I have the honor of getting to know you? Liang Shi, who is a maid and knows what she is, said carefully that it would be an honor if she didn't mind that they were servants. And Yang Qian said, it doesn't matter. Status is just a worldly matter. I've always only cared about whether we get along. And within 10 minutes, she was inside my group and had absorbed all 4 of my women, and there was no longer any polite way to remove her. I want to state, for the record, that I was standing right there and got outflanked by a girl using kindness as a weapon. Looks like we can't keep playing this game, I thought, watching them all laugh at something. This girl is clever enough to know how to fish in troubled waters. Later, in a private room at a tea house, Chen Long reported to the man who had hired him. The man was Yang Jun, her older brother. He had paid Chen Long to go and test his own sister in a public street. The reason took me a while to get, and when I got it, it stopped being funny. Yang Qian had been lost as an infant, not run away. Lost in a way that nobody in her family could ever explain, and their people had searched for years and found not one thread. As if everything about it had been wiped. Then, years later, a little girl turned up at their gate holding a family token, claiming to be the daughter, and they took her in and raised her. And then, much later, their mother happened to pass a girl on a road who looked like her own reflection and brought her home, and they spent something irreplaceable on a bloodline test, and it came back true. So the real daughter came home at 16, and the other one, the one they'd raised for years and could not simply throw into the street, became an adopted daughter, and when they asked Yang Qian where she had been for 16 years, she told them nothing at all. How could a living person appear out of thin air? Her brother said. What's the hidden story behind this? Could it bring misfortune to our family? That's why I asked you to test her. His own sister come home at last, and he had to hire a man to bully her in a market to see what would fall out. I did not know any of this that afternoon. What I knew that afternoon was that everybody at that fair was pretending to be something, including me, and that I had wandered into the middle of it holding a snack. We walked home together. That was not planned by anyone. She said goodbye to my maids at the edge of the fair, very warmly, and left in one direction. And we left in the same direction, because that was our direction. And 30 seconds later, there was an extremely awkward moment where everybody realized we were still walking behind her. She stopped and waited for us with the face of a woman whose evening is being ruined slowly. What a coincidence, Miss Yang, said Liang Shi, dying inside. It seems we're going the same way. We went the same way for a very long time, through the gate, into the imperial city, past the point where any reasonable coincidence ends. How could this be? She said. No way. No way, I agreed. We don't live in the same area, do we? We do. She lives next door. When my maids pointed at Liangwang Manor and said that was our young master's residence, I watched her face go through the entire process of reassembling the last 4 hours with new information. I never expected you to be Prince Liang, 9th Prince, whom His Majesty just conferred the title on. She did not bow, not so much as an inclination of the head. She stood in the street and looked at me and said, "Shh, you? What's so surprising about you? A prince as incompetent and lustful as you is a disgrace to the royal family." I liked her immediately. The insult itself was worth nothing. What sat underneath it was worth everything. Every person in that city who had ever learned who I was had done a specific thing with their face, and it was always the same thing, which is the polite blankness of somebody deciding how little effort to spend. She didn't do it. She had a real opinion about me, and she said it out loud in the street. It seems this girl is no ordinary person, I thought. She's not afraid to offend me. She wasn't fearless, incidentally. She was calculating. She'd worked out in about 2 seconds that a man with my reputation wouldn't care about formalities in private, and that if she guessed wrong, she could always make it up with correct etiquette later, and what could I actually do about it? She never did it in public. Not once, not ever. She has a very precise sense of where the walls are. After she'd gone in through her own gate, I turned to Zhanggang and asked who lived next door. "Your Highness, if this humble general remembers correctly, that should be the Duke of Zhenguo's residence." Yang Hu. And the moment he said the name, I had it, because I had listened to his biography read aloud in a courtyard 6 years earlier by a girl who thought I wasn't paying attention. Yang Hu fought in almost every major campaign of the previous reign. His achievements got so large that they started to be a problem, in the specific way that achievements become a problem for a soldier, which is that people begin to wonder aloud whether the throne is safe. So he retired, voluntarily, citing old wounds. He gave up every right he had, went home, and never came out again. The previous emperor felt guilty about it for the rest of his life and gave that family everything he could think of, and the family has been quietly declining ever since, and everyone is waiting for the old man to die so they can carve it up. But as long as old Duke Zhenguo is still around, Zhang Gang said, even without real power, no one will dare to offend that house. The influence is still there, and there will always be generals who received favors from him. I looked longingly into the middle distance and said the appropriate things about what an amazing person lived next door, and how I could never be a man like that, at most a good-for-nothing idling away his days. Zhang Gang relaxed visibly. I had just saved him from an awkward conversation with a prince about a general. I do that on purpose, by the way. Zhang Gang belongs to my father. I have never once tried to change that, and I have never once hidden anything from him that a normal person would hide, because a bodyguard who reports everything is a direct line to the most powerful man alive. If I ever need help, I don't have to ask for it. I just have to have a problem in front of Zhang Gang. Then he said the thing that made me stop walking. Speaking of which, Your Majesty granted this place to Your Highness as a residence because of the existence of Zhenguo Duke Manor. I said something like, "Oh, is that so?" Yes. After all, the Duke of Zhenguo was quite powerful. He was already a great Grandmaster when he retired. As long as he is next door, no matter what happens to Liangwang Manor, support can come from Zhenguo Duke Manor in time. I stood in a street in the imperial city and worked out what my father had done. He'd had a son he had privately written off. He could not give that son a faction because a faction would get him killed. He could not give him power for the same reason. He could not even be seen to care about him. So he found the one house in the capital that had a great grandmaster in it and nothing whatsoever to gain politically, and he put his useless son next door to it and never said a word to anybody. I turned around in the middle of the street and bowed toward the palace. "Thank you for your kindness, Father Emperor. Your son is deeply grateful." Zhang Gang did not say anything, but he stood a little straighter for about a week afterward, and I know for a fact that it went into a report. I also, standing there, ran the other calculation, the one I couldn't say out loud. They say the Duke of Zhenguo retired because of injuries. Who knows what really happened? If that was just a public statement, then the Duke of Zhenguo is now considerably more than a great grandmaster, and his granddaughter is 16 and already past innate. That family is not declining. That family is holding its breath. But what does that have to do with me? Everyone's a nobody. As long as they don't openly rebel, I don't need to worry about them. Yang Qian started coming over, not to see me. She was very clear about that, repeatedly, at volume. She came to see my maids. She'd arrive, absorb all 4 of them, and take them off somewhere for the entire afternoon, and I would be left in my own house with nobody to hand me things. I put up with it for about a week and then forbade them to leave with her, so she came anyway and demanded a chair of her own and lay down next to me in the sun. It's still so comfortable here, with a gentle breeze on my face and sunshine in the air. "That's right," I said. "Don't you know who I am?" When it comes to enjoying life, there are really few who can compare to me. This doesn't seem like something to brag about, does it? You really don't care about your reputation. She wore her veil the entire time, indoors, in my own house. I asked about it once, in the tone of a man mortally wounded. Miss Yang, this is Liangwang Manor, not the main street outside. You come to my court wearing a veil? Isn't that incredibly disrespectful? She looked at me for a moment. It is because of you that this miss came wearing a veil. Why? I don't think I've offended you. You haven't offended me, but don't you know your own reputation? I had no comeback for that, because it was true, and I had built it myself, brick by brick, over 16 years. I pretended I hadn't asked. Outside, of course, the whole city read it as exactly one thing. When did the ninth prince hook up with the young lady of Zhenguo Duke Manor? They had people look into it and found out about the temple fair, and my brothers spent a happy week deciding whether I had staged a rescue on purpose. Tsk tsk. Old Nine's got some skills, actually playing the hero. However, it doesn't seem to have been the case at first, so it's still unknown whether it counts. I wonder if his actions this time were an accident or intentional. If it's intentional, then that's interesting. Surveillance on my house went up slightly, and then settled, because after all, the man is lecherous, and it's normal for him to get close to any pretty woman. My reputation absorbed a strategic development the way a swamp absorbs a stone. One of my brothers went further. Zhenguo Duke Manor, we can't easily make contact there, otherwise it might attract the Emperor's attention. Anyone who contacts old Duke Zhenguo before he dies will be doomed. But as for ninth brother, he only met with a young miss who was just found, so he should be fine. I wonder what Father Emperor's attitude is. Perhaps we could have the ninth prince test the waters. I was being used as a stick to poke a bear with. And I would like to point out that this is the first useful thing any of my brothers ever thought of doing with me. And in the palace, my father was told about it, and went quiet for a long time. I still believe in the loyalty of the Duke of Zhenguo, otherwise I wouldn't have let the ninth prince live next door to him. Then he thought about it properly. As for Miss Yang, she has only just been found and has not yet established herself in the capital. If Zhenguo Duke Manor hadn't recognized her, she would have been completely helpless. And then he arrived at it, months before anybody else, alone in a room. If it's a normal relationship, letting them spend time together isn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, her status is high enough and she doesn't have many entanglements, so she's perfect to be the ninth prince's wife. This will also allow the two houses to be more closely bound together. He shelved it. He decided we were both too young and that he'd think about it later and see if something better came along. He did not think of anything better. That's how I ended up engaged, eventually. It took him about a year to run out of alternatives. My mother heard about it too, obviously, and her analysis was less romantic. Has Lianger found someone she likes? Otherwise, why would she be allowed to come and go as she pleases? Then, immediately, although I've never met that girl, she shouldn't be interested in Lianger. After all, no normal woman would willingly approach someone who is obsessed with good looks. My own mother. Since it's not for Lianger as a person, then it must be for the identity of Prince Liang. She has only just returned to Zhenguo Duke Manor. It is understandable that she wants to become a princess. Given her current situation, the other princes probably wouldn't even consider her. Only Lianger has a chance. She sent Lian Liu to investigate the girl thoroughly and be careful about it and report everything. And then, having handled that, she moved on to the part she actually cared about. On the contrary, it's different. Once she and Lianger are together, I should be able to hold my grandson soon. That woman has a spy network across 2 provinces, and she uses it for this. I went out again in April because the house gets small, and I asked Ming Yue what was happening in the world. She offered me a spring outing, poetry gatherings where the talented women of the capital would be, and the Peony Flower Festival. I took the spring outing, and I took it outside the city because the countryside is the countryside, and the capital is a box. There's a rule, incidentally, that princes who have not been given a territory cannot leave the capital freely. There's paperwork. There are permissions. I did not do any paperwork. With Zhonggang with me, some rules are invalid for me. If I leave the city, as long as I let others know so they won't gossip, no one will stop me. The only downside is being monitored. No matter what I do, Father Emperor will know as soon as he asks. So what? As long as it doesn't stop me from slacking off, nothing else matters. At the gate, the garrison tried to stop the convoy, and Feng Lian rode forward before we'd even come to a halt and asked them if they were blind. The garrison commander arrived, looked at the white cloud emblem on the carriage, and started shouting at his own men. We went out into the open country, and at the picnic ground, every single family already there packed up and left. I watched a cousin drag another cousin away by the sleeve. We've finally encountered a prince. Shouldn't we go up and befriend him? You don't know this, cousin. If we encounter other princes, they are indeed worth befriending. If my cousin is chosen, our two families have a prince as a backer. However, Prince Liang is not included. If he takes a liking to you, you can only consider yourself unlucky. The whole field emptied in about 10 minutes, and every one of them came back the moment I'd walked over the hill. We found a river with water so clear you could see the bottom. Feng Ling asked whether I wanted fish. Then she went out across the surface of the water without breaking it, hovered over the deep part, and pulled 6 large fish out one after another with her bare hands, threw them to the bank, and came back to shore. Her sleeves were dry. "So, Your Highness, is this servant's fishing technique acceptable to you?" "Not bad," I said. Like a goddess dancing gracefully in the water. And I sat there on the bank eating fish I had watched a 19-year-old girl take out of a river with a technique I invented when I was 9, feeling as close to contentment as I have ever been. We should have gone home right then. Instead, we took a different path back, because the scenery is better if you loop, and about a mile in I heard fighting. Not loud, not close. But there is a specific texture to metal being used on people, and my hearing has been better than I let on since I was 9. I had a problem, and the problem was that I was the only person in the group who could hear it. If I said something, I was a boy with no training who detected a battle before 2 Grandmasters did. If I said nothing and we walked into it, that was worse. So I kept walking and made small talk and waited. Gao Xiang got it about 40 paces later. Then, Zhang Gang. "Your Highness, it seems there's trouble ahead. Should we halt and send someone to investigate?" I did panic, visibly. I have been practicing that face since before I could walk. Shouldn't we get away from this kind of thing as quickly as possible? I don't want to get involved. What if I encounter danger? Zhang Gang, bless him, comforted me. With this humble general here, as long as no great Grandmaster intervenes, I am confident of protecting Your Highness. Moreover, leaving without understanding the situation could lead to other dangers. I let him convince me and told him it was his field, and I'd do as he said, and he was so pleased with the trust that he went and organized a battle line. Xu Yong went to look. Xu Yong is enormous, carries 2 hammers, and moves through a forest like a rumor. He came back fast. "Your Highness, it is Yang Qian. She was probably out for a spring outing and got ambushed." According to my observation, the attackers include 2 innate, several acquired, and a number of top-tier fighters. Of course it is. What's wrong with that girl? I thought. Every time I run into her outside, she gets into trouble. If I weren't pretty strong, I'd really be worried about getting killed one day. Her guards were holding formation, tight coordination, veterans of a real army rather than a household, and it was a stalemate, and a stalemate ends the moment the other side gets reinforcements. She was also, I noticed even at that distance, still pretending. She could have ended that fight in about 9 seconds, and she was standing in the middle of it being protected. I needed a reason to intervene that a lazy coward would use. Liangxi gave me one before I had to invent it. "Your Highness, if possible, could you send someone, so that Zhengo Duke Manor will owe us a favor, which might come in handy." "Thank you, Liangxi. Excellent maid. Best maid. As a neighbor, it's not right to stand idly by," I said, "so let's lend a hand. Xu Yong, take a group over first." Xu Yong went into that clearing, announcing himself at a volume you could hear in the next county, told everybody that anyone who didn't want to die should surrender now, and then hit an innate level assassin with a hammer. The men in black held for about 2 exchanges, and then their commander said the only intelligent thing available. "Mission failed. We retreat." They left a rear guard to die for them, and the rear guard died, and I want to note in passing that Xu Yong did that part with great enthusiasm, and that the man he did it to had roughly 1 second of knowing it was coming. I stayed at the back of my own guard, doing my very best impression of a boy who has never seen violence, which involved going pale, which I can do on command, and which is one of the 4 most useful skills I have. Yang Qian came over afterward to thank me, and Zhang Gang watched her the entire way with an intensity that visibly annoyed her. She bowed, properly this time, in front of witnesses. "Thank you so much for your help, Your Highness. I am deeply grateful." I told her it was nothing, and that neighbors help each other, and she insisted on sending a formal gift, and I stopped arguing because arguing with her costs more than accepting. She had no idea who had attacked her. That was not an act. She sat there in a clearing full of bodies, genuinely confused. I don't seem to have anything that anyone would want to harm, so why send out so many assassins? She had, in her own words, been careful since arriving in the capital. No enemies, no conflicts. Somebody had sent 2 innate-level killers and a squad at a girl who had been in the city for a matter of months. While she was sitting there being confused, my people were in the woods killing everyone who had run. I want to be honest about this part because it's the part that gets left out when people talk about how the useless prince never fights. Ming Yue had the 100 Flowers secret guards out in that forest the entire time. When the men in black scattered, the secret guards went after them in 1s and 2s silently and worked through them. Their orders were mine, given years earlier and never rescinded. Those the Lord wants dead, we do not let go. Ming Yue took the innate level commander herself. She's not sentimental about it, but her techniques all came out of a manual I wrote when I was 9, and they have names like roses and plum blossoms, and the man she killed spent his last few seconds looking at something beautiful. I never thought I'd end up like this, he said. But to die by such a beautiful sword technique, I guess I've lived a worthwhile life. Then she cut his throat and got on with her evening. There was one more thing that happened in that forest. And it is the reason I stopped thinking of the 100 flowers as staff. Hours later, after everyone had gone, a man came to the site of the ambush, a Grandmaster, not one of the attackers, somebody sent by whoever paid for the attack to find out how it had failed. He stood in the clearing and read it. Blood gone into the ground, no bodies, ground washed. Target back inside the city. Mission failed, and then he felt somebody watching him. One of my girls had stayed, alone, in a tree. He searched the entire area, found nothing, concluded he'd imagined it, which annoyed him because he'd been a Grandmaster for decades and did not like imagining things. Then he left and came back an hour later to check because he did not believe himself. She was still there. She had not moved. She stayed in that forest for a full day and a night, without food, without moving, because the rule she'd been taught was that if you're suspected, you stay hidden until your body gives out. She came out the following night, walked to another town, changed clothes, and did not go home. She went to the outer city instead and lived there as a small-time trader for weeks, passing her information to other women through 3 sets of hands, never once approaching her own people, in case that Grandmaster had somebody watching her. Fortunately, I kept the hiding rule in mind, she thought, on her way out of that forest. Otherwise, I'd be a corpse by now. That is what my mother built in a mountain valley with orphaned girls and a book her 9-year-old son handed her while lying about where he got it. On the way home, Yang Qian got into my carriage, not hers, mine. Why did you get on here? This is my carriage. What? Is it not allowed? It's just a ride. Surely Prince Liang wouldn't be so petty, I complained. She ignored me. My own maid sided with her instantly, which is a betrayal I still bring up. It took me the whole ride to work out why she'd done it, and I only got there because I finally asked the right question, which is not why she wanted company, but what she was afraid of. If they came for her once that day, they could come again. And if they hit her carriage on the road, alone, she would have to defend herself, which would mean showing what she was. Those people probably aren't afraid of Zhengo Duke Manor's retaliation, she was thinking, in the corner of my carriage, smiling at my maids. But if it were the royal family, they would have to think twice. Once this involves a prince, the royal experts will not sit idly by. She used me as armor so she could keep pretending to be weak. I have never respected anybody faster. She'd also, by then, made a short list of who might want her dead, and the list had 2 entries. The first was the girl who had spent years being her, in her family, in her room, with her name. My being stranded was already suspicious enough, but her impersonation with the token was even more suspicious. I don't believe there weren't other forces pushing this from behind. And the second entry on that list, she did not put into words even inside her own head. She just called them them. Somebody had taken a newborn out of the Duke of Zhengguo's house and erased every trace of how. And then, 16 years later, when she came home, somebody sent 2 innate killers after her. 16 years is a long time to hold a grudge against a baby. The Peony Flower Festival was the following month, and I got dragged to it by Feng Ling, who invited Yang Qian, who accepted before I'd finished the sentence. The festival is held in a royal garden in the imperial city and is nominally about flowers. It is not about flowers. It is a market where the noble families of the capital arrange marriages while pretending to admire horticulture. The older generation stays away so the young ones don't feel watched. Yang Qian had her own reason for going, and she gave it to me straight in the carriage, which I appreciated. As the eldest young lady of Zhengo Duke Manor, I have only recently returned and do not know the powerful families. If this problem isn't resolved soon, people will think that the fake person who took my identity is the real Zhengo Duke Manor young miss. She was going to spend an afternoon shaking hands with people she despised so that a girl who had stolen her childhood wouldn't get to keep the last piece of it. I got out of the carriage first, with 2 masked women flanking me like door gods, and let the whole crowd look. I have met Prince Liang. The murmuring started before I'd reached the ground. I must say, with those looks, he could easily rank in the top 3 among all the princes. It's a pity he was too lecherous and extremely lazy. He completely disgraced the royal family. Not only was there a group of female guards following him, but the way he got out of the car was so elaborate. Zhang Gang turned his head and looked at them once, and the entire back row discovered they had nothing further to say. Then I turned around and made Yang Qian come out of my carriage in front of 200 witnesses. I want to state that this was completely deliberate. Miss Yang, we've arrived at our destination. How much longer are you going to stay in the car? Inside, I know exactly what she was thinking, because she told me later, at length, with feeling. That bastard definitely did it on purpose. Now we have no choice but to go out. If we go out now, people will know that this miss came in the same carriage as Prince Liang. She came out. She took my hand to step down, because refusing would have been worse, and I held it for slightly longer than necessary, and she asked me if I would like to let go now, and I apologized and said I forgot. That scoundrel is a real jerk. He got the benefits and then acted innocent. Look, everybody in that garden already believed the story. All I did was give it a picture. Inside, I did the thing I had come to do, which was to be extremely visible while achieving nothing. I walked through the crowd nodding at people and not talking to a single one, which drained away anybody who'd been considering trying to attach themselves to a prince. I looked at women in a manner that could not be misinterpreted. I found the girls I'd grown up with, the ones who hadn't come to my house, and asked them straight out whether they'd changed their minds. They said their families wouldn't allow it. Getting too involved with a prince might not be a good thing. I told them I understood, and I meant it, and then I told them the thing I actually came to say. I won't force you. As long as you haven't found a suitable partner before the age of 20, you can come to Liangwang Manor and find me anytime. I won't mind taking you in then. And then I left it alone. That is, I later found out the single most consequential thing I have ever said in public. Because the women at that festival watched a man with the worst reputation in the capital ask, get told no, and stop. The word went around within a month. Prince Liang never forces anyone. After that, women stopped crossing streets to avoid me. It did not make anyone want to marry me. What it did was make me the one man of rank in that city who was safe to be in a room with, and that turned out to matter enormously later in ways I did not plan and would not have thought of. I got approached that afternoon by the Prince of Yan and the Prince of Feng, the two neutral brothers, who came at me together with their followers and started a conversation with the sole purpose of finding out whether I'd changed. They talked about how busy they were about to be, and how I should enjoy my leisure while it lasted, and dropped court matters into the conversation like coins into a well, listening for a splash. I looked at girls over their shoulders the entire time and made agreeable noises. They left satisfied. Youngest Wang is still the same as ever, only interested in beautiful women. I'm relieved. And then, on the way out, they offered to send me some. Seventh brother and I recently got a batch. If you're interested, we wouldn't mind sharing a few with you. I lit up like a lamp and told them my preferences in detail, and their attendants wrote it down. I have thought about that moment many times. Two princes of the empire, both of them dangerous, both of them accumulating power for a war over a throne, standing in a garden taking notes on my taste in women because it made me easier to file. Then, later that afternoon, somebody tried to kill one of them. It started as noise from the far side of the garden, then people running, hundreds of them, in the specific way that a crowd runs when nobody knows what's happening and everybody is sure it's bad. Zhang Gang put us into a defensive box in about 8 seconds. Guard team outside. 100 flowers guard inside that, in 4 groups under the 4 captains, Hui, Fen, and Qian, 1 facing each direction. Gao Xiang and the twins on me personally. My maids gathered up the girls who'd run to us for shelter. Chen Jing went to look and came back with a face. Your Highness, the one who was attacked is His Highness the Prince of Yan. The attackers were led by 2 Grandmasters and several innate. 2 Grandmasters. To kill a prince, in an imperial garden, in daylight. I need to explain why that number is obscene. Grandmasters are not soldiers. There are a countable number of them in the capital at any time. Most of them belong to somebody, and hiring one to commit a crime against the royal family is the sort of expense that leaves a hole in an organization's accounts for years. Somebody had spent 2 of them on a 7th son. They were from the Shadowless Hall, which is exactly what it sounds like. An assassin's guild that will take any contract from anybody who can pay, and whose people are effectively impossible to find because their entire art is not being anywhere. The one with the blade was Qin Shi, the Shadow Blade King. The one with the sword was Zhang Han, the Phantom Sword King. And they were losing because the Prince of Yan travels with a man called Chen Wu, the sky-splitting Sword King, who took both of them at once and did not break. I would like to note something here that only became obvious to me during that afternoon, and that reframed my entire position in that family. My brothers do not trust the guards our father gives them. Every single one of them, on coming of age, quietly maneuvered the Imperial Guard commander out to the edges and brought in their own Grandmaster from whatever faction backs them, because you cannot build a conspiracy with the Emperor's man standing in the room. I kept mine and made him commander of my entire outer courtyard. And so my father, knowing my mother could not possibly afford a Grandmaster of her own, left me the only Imperial Guard commander in the family who was still at Grandmaster level and still standing next to the prince he was assigned to. Every one of my brothers traded away the best protection in the empire for the ability to keep secrets. I had no secrets worth keeping, so I kept the protection. Zhang Gang asked me whether we should send help. and he asked it very carefully because Zhang Gong is not a coward, and Zhang Gong is also not stupid. Your Highness, in principle, when a prince is in danger, our guard team should provide immediate assistance. However, our mission is to protect you, and we cannot leave our posts without authorization. Therefore, whether or not to save him is up to your Highness. Translation: I am not going to be the man who made this decision. Fair enough. If he abandoned me and I got hurt, he'd be executed. If he did nothing and my brother died, he'd be blamed. The only safe version is one where a prince gave an order, so I gave him a magnificent one. Commander Zhang, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Seventh brother is in trouble. It wouldn't be right for me not to help, but sending you out leaves my safety uncertain. What am I to do? I stood there being torn. I am not going to pretend to be better than I am, so here is what was actually going on inside my head during that performance. I did not care whether he lived. I had no quarrel with Wang Gang whatsoever. It's that every single one of my brothers was going to spend the next 20 years trying to kill each other over a chair, and one of them was going to win, and the winner was going to spend the years after that dealing with everyone who'd backed a loser. Getting emotionally involved in which one of them survived a Tuesday was a category error, so we should delay as long as possible, and ideally drag it out long enough that the Prince of Yan solves himself so I never have to think about him again, and then I improved on it. By the way, now that seventh brother is in trouble, what about eighth brother? Because Yan and Feng were a pair, everyone knew it. If one of them was dying, the other should already be moving. Really? I wonder how eighth brother is doing. Will they send someone to rescue seventh brother? Zhang Gang, who had been braced for cowardice, went almost limp with relief, because now there was a procedure. Since your Highness is worried about the Prince of Feng, should we send someone to look for him? It's good to look for it. We need to make sure eighth brother's place is safe. And if he doesn't send anyone to rescue seventh brother when he's safe, then there's no need for us to go either. That way, even if father finds out, he won't blame me alone. There it is. That sentence is the single finest thing I have ever done. It sounds like a coward covering himself. It reads, in any report, as a coward covering himself. And what it actually does is make my inaction legally identical to the inaction of a brother who is not under suspicion of anything. Zhang Gong sent men in 3 directions to find the Prince of Feng, which takes time, and we settled in to wait. And the Prince of Yan came to us instead. I heard them coming a good while before anybody else did. 2 of them, moving fast, with 2 more behind. There was a bang, and 2 figures came over the courtyard wall and landed in the open ground in front of my guard. Chen Wu, sword drawn, watching his own back trail, and behind him, a young man in very good clothes that had been through a hedge. Isn't this seventh brother? You've looked so disheveled since I last saw you. Where are the other people who were with you? I don't see them. Wang Gong's mouth did something unpleasant. Sigh. Don't even mention it. I've had the worst luck today. He told it well. Enjoying the flowers with friends, secluded courtyard, men in black out of the shadows. If it weren't for loyal guards and friends fighting to the death, you might never have seen me again. I did the appropriate horror. What? Does that mean the people chasing you are right behind you? And here's the thing that I clocked immediately and that Wang Gang never realized he told me. He had run to me on purpose, not by accident. He had been carried across a garden by a Grandmaster, and at some point he had chosen a direction, and the direction was not toward his own faction, and it was not toward the Prince of Feng. He'd asked to be taken here, because he needed a courtyard with a Grandmaster in it, and no political consequences attached, and the only man in the Empire who qualified was the brother nobody cared about. Somewhere in that garden, the Prince of Feng was sitting perfectly safe with his own bodyguard, doing nothing, and his partner of 10. Years had run past him to a useless man's picnic. That partnership was over from that moment. It just took a few more months to admit it. I let them in through the guard line, and my 100 Flowers guard closed up in front of them and did not let them come any further, and Wang Gang looked at the wall of masked women and decided he'd rather stand outside it than be surrounded by them. Which was fine, because that was the point. Then everybody stopped talking, and the courtyard got very quiet, and the birds stopped, because the assassins were still out there, and everybody knew it. Chen Wu explained when Zhang Gang asked, and the word Shadowless Hall did something to Zhang Gang's face. The assassins of Shadowless Hall are just like their name, he said. Appearing and disappearing without a trace. What they like most is to hide in the shadows and strike when the enemy is completely unprepared, making it impossible to defend against. Everybody spread out and scanned the courtyard. Nothing. Nobody. And I stood in the middle of my own guard box and watched them come in. It is one of the 2 or 3 most interesting things I have ever seen, so I will take it slowly. They came in through the shadows. Not metaphorically. There are peony bushes around the edges of that courtyard, and each one lays down a patch of shade, and something was moving through those patches, not across the ground, through the dark. The technique uses innate energy to imitate shadow and wrap the user in it, and the effect is not invisibility, it's that your eye slides off, and it silently removes obstacles ahead of you so you don't disturb anything on the way. That's the Grandmaster version. At Great Grandmaster, From what I could work out watching it, you'd simply be able to enter the shadow, be in it, travel in it. I stood there watching two of the deadliest men in the Empire crawl toward my brother inside patches of shade, and my honest, immediate, uncensored reaction was, I want that, not to use it, to take it apart and put the good bits into mine. The second reaction, arriving slightly late, was that I should probably warn somebody. I thought about it for about 2 seconds. They've already come in and you still haven't noticed. Should we remind them? And then, no. If I say a word, every person in this courtyard learns that the ninth prince can perceive a Grandmaster-level concealment technique. 16 years of work, gone, in front of the Prince of Yan and his Sword King. So I said nothing, and I watched, and I kept the calculation in my head that if it went wrong, I could stop it, and I have never entirely made my peace with that. Zhang Gong saved everybody in the end, and he did it with geometry. The sun was moving, everybody's shadow was getting longer, and at some point, the long shadows of my guards began to reach the shade under the flowers, and Zhang Gong's eye caught the moment when a patch of ground stayed dark where the sunlight had just landed on it. He didn't shout first, he stabbed first and shouted second. Everyone be careful, there's something strange about the shadows on the ground. One of them came out under the pressure of his blade. Chen Wu found the other one immediately, and then there was a Grandmaster fight in my courtyard, with my people in it. Qin Shi did the thing that made me stand up. He got Zhang Gang talking. That was the whole play. He started insulting my father, calling him the Dog Emperor, saying that the ninth prince obviously wasn't as out of favor as everyone thought if he had a man like this. Zhang Gang is a loyalist, genuinely, unfashionably. He went at Qin Shi harder, and got faster, and got sloppier, and inside 40 seconds he had opened a gap. Qin Shi slipped sideways out of the exchange and threw everything he had past Zhang Gang at the guard line and threw it at my brother behind it. Countless blades, that's the only way I can describe it. One motion and the air was full. Zhang Gang got most of it, not all of it, and the rest came through the gap in the guard line, and it was going to reach the guards, and then it was going to reach the group behind the guards, and behind the guards was me. And Gao Shang stepped forward and drew. There was a flash, and the air in front of my people filled with flowers, asters, hundreds of them, blooming out of nothing, each one a fragment of a sword edge. And they went through the gap between my 100 Flowers guard and the Imperial guard without touching one hair on one person, and they met the incoming blades and ate them. And then the leftovers turned around and went back down the path the attack had come from at Qin Shi, who had to break off his own strike to survive it. What? There's another Grandmaster? How is that possible? The girl who had carried me to school on her back was a Grandmaster. I knew. Obviously, I knew. I'd been the one quietly making sure she got what she needed for years. Nobody else in that courtyard did. Not Zhang Gang, not the Prince of Yan, not Chen Wu, who had spent the entire fight leaving my brother exposed on purpose, using him as bait to pull the assassins into the open, and had felt safe doing it because he had counted the Grandmasters in the courtyard and gotten the wrong number. And I want to record what Gao Xiang was actually thinking when she did it, because she told me afterward, and I have never recovered. She was not thinking about the guards. She was not thinking about the strategic exposure. Looks like I have no choice but to take action, she thought. Otherwise, these shadow blades might scare my prince. She revealed a decade of concealed cultivation in front of 2 princes and 3 grandmasters, because I might get startled. Something else happened in that courtyard, and I only caught it because I was paying attention to the wrong things on purpose. There was a voice, not out loud, transmitted, straight into one man's ear, the way high-level martial artists can if they're good enough and close enough. Chen Wu, you must remember your place. If you dare to use His Highness as bait again, don't blame the Lord for being ruthless. Don't expect me to plead for you when you're punished. And Chen Wu, without changing his expression at all, answered it. I know, you're so long-winded, but you're always here. There was a second guardian in that courtyard, hidden, watching, not from Shadowless Hall, from whoever actually owns the Prince of Yan. He'd been there the whole time. He had followed my brother across the garden, found a spot, and waited, and would have moved only if Wang Gang was about to actually die. So the Prince of Yan has 2 protectors, and he only knows about one of them. It would be interesting if he didn't know, I thought. It's obvious someone is training him. Somebody is raising my brother like a plant. Feeding him, staking him, and quietly making sure he does not die before he has finished growing into whatever they want him to be. I caught the transmission, incidentally. That is not supposed to be possible for a bystander. I said nothing about that either. The assassins broke off when the Star Marshal Guards arrived, and they broke off well. 2 ultimate techniques, 4 people, a lot of noise, and then both of them rolled into shadow and simply stopped existing. Zhang Gang and Chen Wu tore up the ground where they disappeared and found broken flowers and nothing else. And they went past me on their way out. Right past, through the shadow along the edge of my courtyard, out toward the wall, both of them wounded. I could have stopped them. I want to be honest about that. It would have cost me everything I'd built, but I could have. Their target isn't me, I thought, watching them go. So why should I help seventh brother deal with them? And then the second thought, which is the real one. As long as they are lurking in the shadows, they can threaten seventh brother's safety at any time. That way he won't have time to deal with other things, and I won't have to worry about him suddenly having a mental breakdown and sending someone to deal with me. I let 2 assassins walk out of my courtyard because a brother who is being hunted is a brother who is busy. They got as far as the next garden before the Star Marshal guards found them, and there was a shout and a brief fight, and then nothing. They got away from that too. Whoever runs Shadowless Hall is very good at the only part of the job that matters. The cleanup commander, a man named Wang Jun, came into my courtyard with a company behind him and read the ground and immediately looked unhappy. Judging from the traces left behind, there were clearly more than 3 Grandmasters involved, which did not match his intelligence and made him sweep the courtyard with his eyes and made every Grandmaster in it stiffen slightly. Then he decided that was not his problem today and reported to the 2 princes. Wang Gong pulled himself together and became a prince again and did the paperwork, and before he left he did 2 things. The first was to look at Gao Xiang for slightly too long. I never expected that youngest Wang would have 2 Grandmasters protecting him. I am truly envious. It seems we underestimated consort Shu. She actually managed to train a Grandmaster. I could see him doing the arithmetic on stealing her, and I could see the arithmetic fail. She was almost certainly an orphan, which meant no family to threaten. She'd been raised for me since childhood, which meant no loyalty to buy, and whatever he could offer, I could match, because unlike him, I wasn't feeding an entire faction. Unfortunately, I can't be like the 9th prince, who can confidently have Father Emperor's people by his side. Otherwise, Chen Wu wouldn't be the only Grandmaster protecting me. The second thing he did was insist on sending me a lavish thank you gift, which I refused twice for form and accepted the 3rd time because refusing a 3rd time would have cost him face and cost me a brother. And then, on the way out, he dropped one sentence that was not about gratitude at all. I'll be going now. You should head back as well, to prevent any further accidents that could give others an opportunity. I stood in my ruined courtyard and worked out what he'd just done. He had said, in front of witnesses, that there are people who might take an opportunity against me, which plants, in the mind of anybody who repeats it, the idea that the 9th prince has enemies among his brothers. He was trying to start something between me and the others on his way out, while thanking me for saving his life. What does 7th brother mean by this? Is he trying to sow discord? But what does this have to do with me? Does he expect me to take the initiative to deal with the other brothers? I sent him off with a smile and went home. The festival was cancelled, all those peonies, and half of them shredded by sword energy. I escorted every one of those girls to the gate personally, because a garden full of Grandmaster debris is no place for people who can't run, and because being kind in public costs nothing and buys a great deal. Yang Qian watched me do it and gave me the look she gives me, which is disgust with something else underneath it that neither of us had a name for yet. My father declared war on the Shadowless Hall the next day. How dare that insignificant hall lay a hand on a member of the royal family? If this is not punished, more and more treacherous people will dare to oppose us. Therefore, no matter the cost, you must uproot them for me. The order went out to every province in the empire. It achieved nothing. They lost a handful of contact points, all of them staffed by people who knew nothing, and their reaction, when I finally got the report, was almost cheerful. They're just a few contact points. At worst, we can let the lower-level staff rest for a while and rebuild after the storm has passed. By then, the Emperor's anger should have subsided. My father sat with the reports from every province in front of him and did the honest thing, which is the thing almost nobody in power ever does. He worked out that his own order had been ignored, not defied, ignored. Every governor in the empire had filed diligent paperwork and done nothing, because the assassins were not their problem and pursuing them was. So it really didn't work. I wonder what forces are behind him trying to stop him. Chen Bao, the old eunuch, gave him the answer, and it's the most useful piece of administration I have ever heard. A snake can't function without a head. It's better to appoint someone specifically to handle this matter, which meant picking somebody whose personal survival depended on the outcome. Since this matter originated with the Prince of Yan, let's entrust it entirely to him. My brother got handed the hunt for the men who were trying to kill him, and his reaction is the exact moment he stopped being a minor prince. He was delighted. The safety was the boring half. The excuse was the prize. Suddenly he had an imperial mandate to travel, to gather martial artists, to accept the service of anyone with a grudge against the Shadowless Hall, and to build an entirely new base of power out in the martial world where none of his brothers had any reach at all, legally, on the Emperor's orders. It really is a blessing in disguise, he thought. This is much better than secretly developing myself. He got a Grandmaster killed within the year in a trap he set himself at the cost of most of his remaining guards. And the moment that news went out, every person in the martial world who had ever lost somebody to the Shadowless Hall came to him. The seventh prince, who had been nothing, walked out of that mess with an army of people who did not care about court politics and did care very much about revenge. It also broke his alliance with the Prince of Feng permanently. He asked him about it directly afterward. Why didn't you come? And Feng said his grandmaster had refused to let him go on the grounds that he might be a target too and that he could not command a grandmaster, which is a true statement about how grandmasters work and a complete lie about what happened, and both men in that room knew it. You have a point, said Yan. So I won't hold this against you. And then, watching him leave, if we didn't still need to work together, don't think I would let you off so easily. Then the empire caught fire at the other end. In the 5th month, a report came up from the south that Prince Jinan had allied himself with the Nanlin country and formally rebelled and had taken the entirety of Gui Prefecture before anybody in the capital had finished reading the first sentence. My father sent his greatest general south and then sat in his own study afterward saying things to nobody. Ever since the regional kings made their move, the aristocrats have been keeping an eye on them, hoping to gain merit. I never imagined this wait would last 18 years before one of them truly rebelled. 18 years. My father had known this was coming since before I was born. Prince Jinan was just the first. He was clearly chosen specifically to test my reaction and the strength of the aristocrats. If he cannot be dealt with quickly, the other regional kings will definitely take action. And then, the part that told me exactly what kind of man is sitting on that chair. However, this also gives me an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and eliminate the powerful regional kings. Ains didn't want the rebellion. He'd been waiting for it. The Prince of Qin asked to go south because he had spent his entire life training for a war that hadn't happened yet and was watching his court position get slowly ground down by a brother with better politics. I'm also tired of court intrigues, he told his followers. Instead of wasting time in a domain you're not good at, you'd be better off working hard in a domain you're good at. My father let him go instantly, partly because he was tired of his son's fighting, and mostly because the commanding general happened to be the Prince of Qin's own grandfather and would care more about that boy's survival than my father did. His departure took the legs out from under the third prince's party, and the crown prince's people spent the next 2 months enjoying themselves enormously, which is when the Prince of Chen and the Prince of Qi went and recruited the Prince of Feng because he was alone and available and needed friends, and the war went back to a stalemate with different names on it. I got a briefing on all of this from 4 women in my own hall, and it is one of my favorite memories. Ming Yue brought the intelligence. Bai Ying read it aloud, and then I asked, mostly out of boredom, how long the Prince of Qin would be gone, and Liang Shi answered, replying to your highness. I remember that the south is mountainous and should be easy to defend and difficult to attack. Prince Jinan dared to rebel there, which shows his confidence. Once they withstand the initial counterattack, they will have gotten through the most difficult phase. Therefore, this servant believes the Prince of Qin will not be able to return in the short term. That was a maid. That was a girl my mother bought as an orphan and put through school, giving me a strategic assessment that was better than anything I heard in court for the next 2 years. Then Bai Ying took over on the geography, because Bai Ying reads geography for fun. Almost no land connection between us and Nanlin. So an alliance with them is not about a border, it's about something bigger. And the general will not push too hard in the south, because if you corner a rebel, he hands his province to a foreign country to spite you, and you will never get it back. I sent every one of them to school as cover for the fact that I could not read in public. They turned into this. I gave Ming Yue one order out of that meeting, and it's the only strategic decision I made that year. Expanding the intelligence network is imperative. Contact the 100 Flowers sect and the Merchant Guild. Prioritize the south. Extend into Nanlin country. I don't expect secrets. I just need to understand the general situation. Because a war I don't understand is a war that can eventually arrive at my house, and I have furniture there. In the 6th month, an invitation arrived at my gate, and it was not addressed to me. He Sheng brought it in personally, deeply confused because the 9th prince is famously ignorant and nobody would be foolish enough to invite him to a poetry gathering. Then he opened it and found it was for one of the women of my household. Her name is Qin Ming, and I should introduce her properly, because she matters more than almost anyone in this story. She was the finest talent of our year at Chongwen Institute, genuinely. Not by comparison, not by court flattery. She writes the way other people breathe, and she came to my house of her own free will at the housewarming, with her family standing there, and the entire capital has considered it a tragedy ever since. Kui Qian read the invitation and went cold. That person has been in the inner courtyard for more than 2 months. Why would anyone still be eyeing her? It's not so easy to attend this kind of gathering without His Highness's permission. This is such a blatant disregard for His Highness. Ming Yue took one look and started laughing. Hey, this is really interesting. It seems His Highness has no choice but to go out this time. I had it inside 4 seconds of them putting it in my hand, and so did Ming Yue, and it took Kui Qian another minute because she was too angry. The invitation was not aimed at Qin Ming, it was a hook, and I was the fish. Everyone in the capital knows that I am tolerant of my women to the point of absurdity, and everyone knows that a woman like her would not be indifferent to a poetry gathering, and therefore everyone knows that if you send that invitation to my house, I will find out about it, and I will not stop her, and I will go with her so she doesn't have to walk into that room alone. You cannot get me out of my house with a summons. You can get me out of my house by being kind to somebody I like. I went. Obviously, I went. I've been staying here for over 2 months, I told her. I'm going to get moldy if I don't go out soon. She tried to talk me out of it once she heard how I was talking about it, because I made the mistake of saying, while looking at the evening sky, a dark and windy night is the perfect time for murder and arson. If we don't stir up some trouble, wouldn't it be a waste of an evening event? Your Highness, tonight is just an ordinary poetry gathering. Can you please not make it sound so scary? Lufeng Garden is in the inner city, and the name means something like the Garden of the Lingering Fragrance, on the theory that a poem written there might outlive everybody in it. There is a curfew in the capital, incidentally, and it starts remarkably late, and the reason is one of my favorite facts about this city. Martial artists never obeyed it. They just went over the rooftops, which meant patrols chasing them across the roofs of private houses at night, which meant screaming citizens, which meant complaints. So over a few decades, the curfew simply retreated later and later until it stopped being a curfew and started being a bedtime, and once the martial artists had somewhere to be in the evening, they stopped jumping on people's houses and the city got quieter. That is how every rule in this empire actually gets made, not by wisdom, by exhaustion. At the gate, somebody spotted me and said something clever. Why is Prince Liang here? With his abilities, he shouldn't have received an invitation. Did he come uninvited? Isn't he afraid of losing face at a poetry gathering? His friend, who had a functioning survival instinct, told him to be quiet. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll die. Zhang Gong turned around and looked at him. The young man discovered in that moment that 30 paces is not far enough away from a grandmaster to say things, and spent the rest of the evening being extremely quiet, and his friend quietly moved him to a list of people not worth knowing. Then Qin Ming got out of the carriage behind me, and the entire tone at that gate changed. So, he came here with the talented Miss Qin. No wonder. Speaking of the talented Miss Qin, it seems like it's been a while. And then somebody who knew explained, in the voice of a man doing everyone a favor. After she attended the Peony Flower Festival, she went straight back to Prince Liang's residence and joined his household. That's why we haven't seen her at any events. The sigh that went round that gate was audible. We never expected someone as talented as her would submit to someone as ignorant as Prince Liang. It's such a waste. And then, and I want to record this because it is the only time anybody in that city ever got me right by accident, somebody argued back. How could she be that kind of person? Anyone who knows her knows she was one of Prince Liang's study companions. They've known each other for over 10 years since they were little. It's normal for people to develop feelings after that long. And beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Who knows what kind of person Prince Liang is in the eyes of the talented Miss Qin? I stood there in the dark, listening to a stranger defend my character on the grounds that a woman who knows me might know something they don't, and then I went inside and spent the evening pretending to be an idiot. Lufeng Garden has a tower in it, and the tower has floors, and on that night the floors were a map of the empire. Top floor, the Crown Prince and the Prince of Qin with their followers, including Wu Bo, grandson of the Prime Minister and the Crown Prince's own cousin. Second floor, the Prince of Chen, the Prince of Qi, the Prince of Feng, housed there specifically so that the 2 blocks would not have to share a staircase. Third floor, the princesses. And that was the first thing that told me the whole evening was a trap because the organizers of that gathering were sitting 2 floors below the guests. You do not host a party in the cheap seats unless you are hiding something. Upstairs, the Crown Prince was surrounded by men falling over themselves to tell him how many talented people wanted to serve him. And I know exactly what he thought while they did it, because his cousin repeated it later to somebody who repeated it to Ming Yue. Don't you know how many of you are truly capable? If I wasn't worried about you causing me trouble, I would have sent you out to do things long ago. He never says it. He can't. Every one of those useless men is attached to a house that matters, and the Crown Prince's entire strategy is to accept every single one of them so that nobody ends up on the other side. His younger brother, the Prince of Qin, sitting beside him with his own small group of very quiet, very competent men, thought something entirely different. I'm not like my older brother, who accepts any kind of ugly fruit or cracked fruit. Those who lack ability, no matter how noble their status, cannot represent the power behind them. And Wu Bo, watching those 2 brothers being fond of each other, thought something that he then chased out of his own head. I hope it's not what I'm thinking, otherwise things will get complicated. I found out about all 3 of those thoughts eventually, and I want you to hold them, because that is the whole future of my family in one staircase. The princesses were on the third floor, and the moment I walked in, 3 of them stood up. "Ninth brother, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you." And I understood the entire evening at once. The first princess, Wang Yan, gentle and dignified. The second princess, Wang Hui, beautiful and amused. And the third princess, Wang Qiu, first of the 4 great talents of the capital, full sister to the crown prince, looking at me like I had been tracked in on somebody's shoe. The second princess told me straight out, "Just like you think. The reason I sent an invitation to your woman this time was to see if you would come along. I originally just wanted to try, and I didn't have high hopes." Then she said the thing that made it uncomfortable. "After all, you've been lazy since you were a child, and you're rarely seen unless it's an important occasion." This resulted in us having very little contact from a young age, and our feelings toward each other were almost like those of strangers. She was right, and it wasn't an accusation, and that made it worse. I had spent 16 years being nobody's brother on purpose, and it had worked so completely that 4 grown women had to conspire to get me into a room. Then, because a hook needs bait, the first princess offered to find me a wife. Most of the talented women of high status in the capital are here tonight. You can take a good look. No matter which one you like, tell your sister, and I'll help you make an introduction. I want you to understand what a normal man would have done here. A normal man would have been modest. A normal man would have picked one. I pointed at several, in a row, without pausing. That's all for now. I'll need your help, sisters, to introduce me to all of them. You really are greedy. I must say, as expected of you. You've truly opened the eyes of us older sisters. The third princess looked at me and said out loud in front of everybody, "I really shouldn't have had any expectations of you. I feel so sorry for your future princess." They summoned them, one at a time, and every single one of them said no, politely, skillfully, and no. And I said cheerfully, "It's all right. It just means our time hasn't come yet, or that we're not meant to be." And that is the second time that sentence rebuilt my life without me planning it. Because those women went back to their tables and told their friends that the 9th prince had been turned down 8 times in a row and had smiled about it. Although he's a bit lecherous, he won't force you if you don't agree. Unlike other hypocritical scoundrels who say one thing to your face and another behind your back, if you're not careful for even a moment, you could fall into an abyss. I have been called a great many things by the women of that city. I have never once been called dangerous. Then the sisters got to the actual business, and it took me about a minute to see it coming, and I let it come anyway. The first princess started talking about how I couldn't be idle forever, and how I should recruit talent, and I made a face and told her that recruiting talent costs money, and then you have to find things for them to do. And she said, "Not the men then. If you're not interested in the talented men below, aren't there plenty of talented women here?" And then she said the sentence that changed what my house is. Not all of them are willing to get married and let their talents be completely buried. There will always be some who want to make something of themselves and prove they are no less capable than men, and unfortunately the environment doesn't allow it. But it's different for you. With your tolerance, it's possible to find them something to do. With Liangwang Manor backing them, they can unleash their talents without fear. After all, they represent Liangwang Manor, not themselves. I sat there and looked at my eldest sister and understood what she was actually asking for. She wasn't asking me to take women. She was asking me to be a roof. There are, in that city, a very large number of extremely capable women whose entire problem is that their families will not let them do anything. Cruelty has nothing to do with it. It is a matter of correctness. A daughter of a good house does not run a business, or manage a network, or investigate anything, because that is not what daughters of good houses do, and the family's standing is worth more than the daughter's ambition. But the household of a prince is a legal category. If a woman is registered to Liangwang Manor, she is no longer her family's problem. Her family cannot object, society cannot object, and what she actually does with her days becomes nobody's business but mine, and I do not have any business. I said yes on one condition, and I said it out loud so that everyone in that room heard the terms. Whether they serve me or not is their own business. I never force anyone, and when they no longer need to use their identities as cover, they can leave whenever they want. Then, and this is the part where they realized who they were talking to. "So this is why you lured me here today. It seems the sisters have gone to great lengths." The 3 of them looked at each other, and none of them admitted it. "That depends on what you think, 9th brother. As for whether it's true or not, does it really matter that much?" The second princess told me the rest of it later, in a carriage, when she was annoyed enough to be honest. "Don't you think that the power that we princesses can mobilize is not much less than that of you princes? If it weren't for societal prejudices, we could do everything ourselves. Why would we need to bother a lazy person like you for help? The reason I'm approaching you now is simply to use your name. That way we won't encounter too many obstacles." I told her the only thing I actually needed. "There's one thing you all need to remember. Never bring trouble onto me, or don't blame me for not showing you any respect. Of course, we'll handle our own affairs and will absolutely not cause ninth brother any trouble. If things ultimately prove impossible, the worst we can do is give up and return to our original life trajectory. That is how the princess party started, in a tower, over an invitation sent to somebody else, between a woman who wanted to build something and a man who wanted to be left alone, both of whom got exactly what they asked for. Also present, and dragged in without ever being asked, were the third princess, who belongs to the crown prince, and the fourth princess, who belongs to the Prince of Qin, and who cannot be in the same room without a fight. Which is why the fourth princess had not come that night. They came downstairs eventually, all of them, and the seating told you everything. Crown prince in the center, the Prince of Qin on his left, then Chen, Qi, Feng. On his right, the third princess, then the first, then the second, and me last, because the three children of the empress sit by rank and not by age, and everybody else fills in behind them, and I am the youngest adult prince in the empire. The crown prince spent the first part of the evening trying to improve me. Ninth prince, can you please stop staring at those dancers? You weren't very capable to begin with, and now you finally managed to attend a poetry gathering. With so many learned people here, can't you learn something from them? I looked around the room for somebody else he could do this to, and found nobody. The Prince of Qin is his full brother, so there's no performance value. Chen and Qi and Feng make his life miserable daily, so there's no performance value there either. There was only me, so I gave him what he needed. Your Highness is right to teach me a lesson, but I am just a good-for-nothing and not worth your trouble. Just leave me alone. You'd be better off taking care of the other brothers. After all, they are truly talented. Unlike me, I really have let down my brother the Crown Prince's expectations. He gave up in 4 seconds. He's truly beyond redemption. Fine, do whatever you want. Then he found a better game, and the better game was wine. He had a batch of very good wine brought out and offered to share it with all his brothers. Very generous, very fraternal. Then he swept his hand across the table and sent the cups flying at us. Not thrown, sent precisely one to each person, full to the brim, at speed. That was a test. That was him measuring, in one motion, in public, how much every one of his brothers had trained. The Prince of Qin caught his easily. The third princess caught hers easily, which told the whole table that a woman famous for calligraphy had also been putting in work. Chen and Qi caught theirs clean. The Prince of Feng got his, but spilled, and spent the rest of the evening quietly furious about it. And mine came at me, and I had nothing to catch it with, because I am a man who is never trained. And a hand came out from beside me and took it out of the air without disturbing the surface of the wine. Your Highness, here, your wine. Thank you for your hard work, Liang Shi. The crown prince had not been looking at me. He caught it out of the corner of his eye, and I watched him turn his head and actually examine my maid. I never expected that someone close to Shujo would have such skills. To have reached acquired at such a young age, with proper nurturing, her future is limitless. And then, and this is the sentence I have hung my entire life on. Fortunately, Shuju himself is a good-for-nothing, only interested in beauties, otherwise we would have another competitor. The Prince of Chen, meanwhile, was doing his own arithmetic on the other side of the table, and his conclusion was the useful one. It seems the Crown Prince has not yet reached the innate realm. In terms of personal martial prowess, he does not have much of an advantage. Then he sent a eunuch to find out what had happened in my corner, heard about Liang Shi, and made a note. In that case, the maids around the ninth prince must be quite extraordinary. We should keep an eye on them. Then the Prince of Chen challenged the Crown Prince to a poetry contest in front of the entire literary establishment of the capital, and the trap inside that invitation was beautiful. If Chen wins, he has beaten the air in public. If Chen loses, nobody is surprised, because the Crown Prince ought to be better than a prince. The Crown Prince cannot decline, because declining is surrender, so he had to compete, knowing that the best available outcome was to not lose badly. They went in order. The Prince of Feng produced something about a hot night and mosquitoes that the room politely admired and everyone quietly forgot. The Prince of Qin produced something careful, deliberately good, and deliberately not too good, because outshining your own brother is a career decision. The Prince of Qi did well enough to visibly relax. The Prince of Chen did genuinely well, with something about ambition, and got real applause. And the Crown Prince won, but only just, and everybody in that room could count. Chen worked it out immediately, and it made him more dangerous, not less. It seems that the Crown Prince is just like that. The reason he has always had the upper hand is simply because of his more noble status. There was one other casualty that night, and he is the reason I am telling you about that gathering at all. There was a young scholar there named Xu Hao. Poor family, no connections, famous for his handwriting, and by all accounts extremely talented. When the Crown Prince finished, this man stood up and praised him at the top of his lungs, and in his enthusiasm to be noticed, he said that compared to His Highness, they were all dust on the ground. He was, objectively, a better poet than the man he was flattering, and the room turned on him instantly. This is a real talent. He's even more talented than the crown prince. In order to curry favor, he actually went so far as to demean himself. The crown prince looked at him with open contempt, which is the worst possible outcome because he'd got the attention and it was the wrong kind. The other scholars started drifting away from him physically, in a room, the way you move away from something that smells, and I watched a man's entire career die in about 90 seconds because he was too eager. Then I felt somebody staring at me and looked over, and it was him. The expression on his face worried me. He was looking at me like a drowning man looks at a plank. Oh no, someone's trying to betray me. If he actually succeeds, how can I happily slack off? Then he looked away, and I told myself I was imagining things, because with my reputation, nobody would be foolish enough. I was completely wrong. Here is what he was actually doing while I was reassuring myself. He was going down the list. The crown prince was gone permanently that evening. The Prince of Qin takes nobody the crown prince rejects. The third prince's party would take him, but only as a knife, and knives get thrown. The Prince of Qin was in the south for years. The Prince of Han never leaves his house, and visiting him openly gets you noticed by everyone. The Prince of Yan was out in the martial world and might not be back for a long time. That left one man, and this is where Xu Hao did the thing that nobody in that city had done in 16 years. He looked at me properly. On the surface, Prince Liang seems to have no power whatsoever. Actually, that's not the case. It depends on who you're comparing him to. He counted the families of the women in my household. Small houses, individually worthless. Collectively, a considerable number of small houses. Although they are all weak, no one can guarantee they won't rise in the future. If I were in charge, it would definitely not be in such a disorganized state now. Then he added consort Shu's family, not top tier, not nothing. Unfortunately, to avoid suspicion, Prince Liang has been out of the palace for so long and we haven't seen them make contact. It seems consort Shu must have given some instructions. He saw it. From the outside. On one evening. From a chair. He saw a man with no followers, no faction, no visible power, and a scattered collection of assets that nobody had ever bothered to add up. And he thought, if I were the one adding them up, I would be the first person here, and everything this house has would be mine to build with. If I can successfully join, I think I'll be the first one. At that time, there is a high probability that all the resources will be at my disposal. Then he left the gathering looking like a broken man, which was not entirely an act, and walked out into the city. He went to a bookstore. There is a chain of them across the empire, called Ziyun, all identical inside, so that a traveling scholar in a strange city walks in and already knows where everything is. They let poor students read for free in exchange for copying work because handwritten books sell for more than printed ones and a beautiful hand is worth money. He had copied books there for years. He knew the shopkeeper. He also knew, because everyone knows, that the Xeon bookstores belong to the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild. He asked for a quiet room to copy in, and when the shopkeeper asked what he wanted to copy, he named a specific book. The biography of the loyal and righteous king. The shopkeeper walked away from that room and thought about the contents of that particular book for approximately 50 paces before he understood, and then went and found somebody who could make decisions. They sent him a woman to grind his ink. He noticed the cloud pattern on her clothes about 10 minutes later. When I was helping you copy books before, why didn't a maid help with miscellaneous tasks? Is that a new rule? And she smiled and said, Young master, why would you think I'm a maid from Xeon bookstore? He put down the brush. And then he gave her the sentence he had walked across the city to say, Have you ever heard of the loyal and righteous king and his followers? The machine that answered him is a thing I built exactly none of, and I have never been prouder of anything in my life. She left, went to another room, and wrote a note about something completely unrelated. Nothing about Xu Hao, nothing important. If it were intercepted, it was gossip. Then she tied it to a pigeon and let it out the window. The pigeon crossed the city into the imperial city and came home to a loft where 100 Flowers' secret guard untied it, read the harmless note, understood the actual message from the pattern of harmless notes, wrote a different harmless note, and sent it on. It reached Kui Qian in her own pavilion inside my manor. Ha! That's interesting. It's not impossible, but we still need to test them. Otherwise, how can we determine if they're qualified? She wrote back through the same chain. Nothing at any point in that process ever said what it meant, and Xu Hao sat in a quiet room in a bookstore, writing out his entire plan on paper, believing he was gambling everything, not knowing that a woman he had never met was already deciding whether he was any good. Nobody told me any of this until much later, incidentally. I asked Kui Qian why once I found out. It's just a side move, she said, and the final outcome is still uncertain, so let's not trouble your highness. My own staff had started running operations without me on the grounds that I would find them tiring. Correct, by the way. Entirely correct. Best decision she ever made. The rest of that evening was a military census wearing a poetry gathering as a hat. The crown prince suggested that since the scholars had exhausted themselves on verse, perhaps some martial demonstrations would inspire them. Everyone applauded, everyone brought out a fighter, everyone smiled. And what actually happened was that every faction in the capital stood in one room and counted every other faction's people. They went up in tiers. First the ordinary experts, which nobody bothered watching. Then the Hutian, which got polite attention. Then the innate, which got silence. My sister leaned over during the last one and asked me who was winning. Flame palm and ice palm, I said. Watch the marks. Where the fire lands, the skin goes black. Where the ice lands, it goes blue. Whoever runs out of one first has to fight with only half his palms. She looked at me. How do you know that? I heard the story in the palace. She accepted that because she is generous and because she is my sister and because the alternative is that her useless brother has read the classified contents of the imperial vault, which is insane. By the end of the demonstrations, the arithmetic was public and ugly. The crown prince had more Hutian and more innate than the other 3 princes combined, and better ones. I watched my 4th, 5th, and 6th brothers go very quiet at their table. It seems we need to recruit more talent, one of them said. Otherwise, let alone bringing down the crown prince, our own safety won't be guaranteed. Then the crown prince turned to me and, still thinking about a maid who caught a wine cup, invited me to send someone up. Here is the decision I made in half a second, and it is the single most useful decision I made that year. I did not send Liangxi, because if I put a girl of 15 on that floor and she took apart a grown man, every intelligence apparatus in the capital would spend the next 10 years asking where a good-for-nothing found her. So I sent Han Fei. Han Fei is a young man my mother's merchant guild raised out of its own guard, brought to the capital, and quietly aimed at eventually replacing Zhang Gong as commander of my manor. He is boring and diligent, and he has never in his life had an interesting thought. His opponent was a man named Chen Gong from the Prince of Feng's household, older by about 10 years and confident about it. It took 4 exchanges. How is this possible? He's only a few years old. The room came apart. 3 factions started composing recruitment offers before Han Fei was off the floor, and the crown prince asked me directly where I had got him, and I told him the truth, the whole truth. Where he came from, who raised him, why my mother had done it, what he was intended for. I want to explain that because it looks insane and it is the core of how I survived. No matter how carefully you hide something, some of it comes out. So instead of one secret that dies all at once when it's found, I keep several layers and I know exactly which layer is allowed to be discovered. Han Fei is a layer. He was always going to be discovered. So I spend him deliberately in public at a moment I choose in exchange for a piece of reputation. And the reputation I get is, the 9th prince has one decent bodyguard his mother bought him. The cost of killing me goes up. The estimate of what I am stays exactly where it is. The crown prince did the math out loud and closed the file on me forever. This strength is far too insignificant, unless one of Wang Liang's subordinates can become a grandmaster. I made a modest face. 2 of my women were already grandmasters at that point. Some months later, my house got very strange, and the capital has been describing it wrong ever since. 2 separate groups moved into Liangwang Manor. The first group belonged to the princesses. They worked out of the outer courtyard. They had nothing to do with me, and I was informed of their existence approximately never. The second group were the women my sisters had been talking about. Talented, educated, and completely blocked because their families would not permit a daughter of the house to have a career, and the world would not permit a woman without a house to have anything at all. They needed a status that made them nobody's problem, so I gave them mine. I sat down with Kui Qian and drew a line down the middle of my own home. East side is ours, west side is not. Nobody from our side goes over there. They don't get escorts, they don't get curfews, they don't get watched. They keep their own guards. They come and go whenever they want, and nobody in this house asks them where. She wrote it all down and then looked up. And if someone asks what they are to your highness, then someone can mind their own business. The capital lost its mind. Given their status, even as legal wives, many men would be willing to marry them. Why would they willingly become concubines? They asked that question in every tea house in the city for a month, and not one person arrived at the answer, which was sitting in plain sight and is very simple. They didn't become anything. They rented a roof. And my reputation, which was already the reputation of a man who collects women the way other men collect birds, dropped through the floor of the building and into the earth beneath it. It was the best month of my life. While all this was going on, the empire was losing a war in the south, and that is where I stopped being entirely a spectator. Prince Jenin's rebellion had gone the way rebellions go when the rebel has spent 20 years preparing. General Wang Sheng, the old marshal, took the flat country of Gui Prefecture in weeks and then hit the mountain passes and stopped dead. So he switched to a blockade, which is the correct move, and it did nothing at all, because Nanlin country, over the southern border, was feeding the rebel through the back door. Nobody in Nanlin liked him, they had simply done the sums. With the Empire's army pinned in the mountains, Nanlin had no northern threat, which meant Nanlin could finally turn its whole fleet on the Java Kingdom, which had been beating it at sea for decades. So the rebellion in our south was, from Nanlin's side, an extremely cheap way to buy a navy. The Crown Prince, being told all this, thought about it for a while, and then asked the only question he actually cared about. How do we keep my second brother down there longer? One of his advisors suggested secretly helping the rebel, and I have never wished harder to have been in a room because the other advisor nearly went through the wall. And the Crown Prince, to his credit, and I do mean that, said no. When you make plans, you cannot do so at the expense of national strength. So that when I take control of the empire in the future, I won't have to pay the price for the troubles I've sown now. That is the most dangerous sentence anybody said that year, incidentally. A rival who will burn the country to win is a problem you can survive by outlasting him. A rival who won't is a problem you have to actually beat. My own news came in ahead of the courts because pigeons are faster than couriers, and my news was bad in a specific and personal way. My mother and I had spent years slipping our people into the imperial armies, quietly, at low ranks, in the places where nobody looks. It was cheap and patient, and it had worked beautifully. And now the South had turned into a meat grinder, and a lot of those quiet, low-ranking people were in it. I sat with that report for a long time. There is a version of me that pulls them out. There is a version of me that pretends I never read it. What I actually did was worse and better. We have people on both sides of this war, I said. So let's use them. Our people in the South will pass information to our people in the rebel army, and our people in the rebel army will pass information back. Both sets get to report accurate intelligence to their own commanders. Both sets get promoted for it. Since we're feeding both, it isn't difficult to earn military merit. Ming Yue's brush stopped moving. Your Highness is going to grow them, in both armies, at the same time. They're already in the fire. If they have to be in it, they can come out of it as officers. And then the second half, which is the half I am not proud of, but would do again. If the rebel starts handing our territory to the neighbors to buy help, our people over there defect to my second brother. They'll be welcomed, they'll be rewarded, and they'll be inside his command structure. And if my second brother ever decides to deal with me, they can work together from the inside and deal with him first. Nobody said anything for a moment. Then I said the part that mattered. They chose this path. So we have to be prepared for them to die on a battlefield. All I can do is make sure the ones who live come out higher than they went in. Send them everything. Scouting, supply, weather, enemy movements. Every advantage we can smuggle to a soldier without anyone noticing he's got it. Ming Yue bowed and went to write the orders, and I heard her thinking on her way out, because she is not as quiet as she believes she is. Who said my prince is incompetent? Isn't he incredibly capable? The reason he acted that way before was simply because he was naturally lazy. Which is unfair. I'm still naturally lazy. That never stopped. It's just that laziness has a floor, and the floor is, I will not let people who trusted me die stupidly if I can spend one afternoon making it not happen. Down south, my second brother was learning what an army is, and I would have paid money to watch. The Prince of Qin arrived at the front expecting to be a prince. He is 22, he is talented, he is used to rooms rearranging themselves around him. He asked to be sent to the front line, and the old marshal, who is his own maternal grandfather, looked at him and said no. In this camp you are not a prince. You are a general under my command. Military law is as solid as a mountain. Then he taught him two things that I have thought about ever since. The first, a single great master is nothing against an army. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible to slaughter an entire army. Once you are trapped inside an encirclement, they don't have to beat you. They just have to keep coming. You won't even be able to run away. Which is the sentence that quietly explains my entire life. Everyone in that world is obsessed with individual power, and individual power has a ceiling, and the ceiling is about 2,000 men with spears and patience. The second, why the commander sits at the back. Without this commander in charge, the entire suppression army loses its command and eventually falls apart. I am not sitting here because I am afraid. I am sitting here because I am the part that cannot be replaced. And then, because my brother had asked the right questions, the old man told him what the war was actually for. I want you to hear this the way he heard it. The Empire had not fought a real war in a generation, which sounds wonderful and is for everybody except the army, because a peacetime army rots, skills go, discipline goes, and the entire military aristocracy, every marquis, every duke, every general's family, has no way to rise, because promotion in the army is paid for in campaigns, and there were no campaigns. So when the court noticed the regional kings getting restless, 20 years ago, They did not stop it. We were overjoyed. They watched a rebellion assemble itself for 2 decades and let it, because a rebellion gives you an excuse. Now we just have to wait for the regional kings to emerge one by one, so that His Majesty will have a reason to get rid of them. Prince Genen's rebellion wasn't a disaster, it was bait. Let one of them go early, let him do well enough that the others believe the court is weak, and then they all come out at once, and you take the whole board in a single season. And the slow advance had a second purpose, which was standing in the tent listening. After the baptism of the battlefield, you should be able to establish yourself in the army. And a third purpose, which the old man never said out loud, and which my brother worked out about a year late. The marshal had left the capital on purpose. His faction is the military aristocracy. The capital was tearing itself into a crown prince faction and a Qin faction. If he had stayed, his people would have been dragged into one side or the other and shredded, so he took his entire party out of the city and parked it in a war, the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. They started my brother small on purpose, a village, then a county town, then the weakest pass on the line, with several grandmasters walking behind him at all times pretending to be scenery, and Prince Genin, on the other side, looked at this obvious, delicious, poorly defended imperial prince, thought about it for one night, and refused to take the shot. It's too easy, nobody leaves a prince out like that. The imperial clan's hidden masters are on him, and if I reach for him, I lose everything I've built to kill one boy. Which is how my brother took 3 positions in a row against a man who was too smart to touch him. The rebels' own headquarters was a masterpiece of reading a map, and it explains why one man could hold out against an empire. North, mountain passes, he had spent 20 years fortifying. All the hard work we've put in over the years has paid off. East, the domain of the Prince of Nanhai. The court cannot march an army through there. The moment they do, they've told a second regional king that his turn is coming, and they get an entire extra province in revolt. West, Dian province. Mountains stacked on mountains. Nobody has attempted a campaign in there since the founding of the country, and the founder had better reasons than we do. South, Nanlin, paying his bills for as long as their own war lasts. His Highness only needs to hold Gui Prefecture until the imperial army withdraws. And then his strategist, a man named Yang Tian, who hates my father for reasons he has never once explained to anybody, laid out the rest of the country and explained why nobody was coming to help. The Prince of Zhenbei faces Beiyuan. The Prince of Zhenxi faces Shihuang. Both of those countries raid our border every single year. So the moment either prince allies with them for troops, his own people turn on him. The imperial court won't even need to besiege them. Both places will fall into internal strife on their own. Squeezed between 2 hostile countries, the Northeast cannot spare a single man. The Northwest survives on court subsidies and would starve inside a year. The king of the East Sea sits on an island. If he rebels, he loses the mainland, and then Haiwo and Java eat him. The Prince of Nanhai lives on sea trade, and Nanlin's fleet can cut his coast in half in a week, which left every regional king in the empire in exactly the same position, waiting to see who dies first. Unite the regional kings from all over the country, said Wang Qiang, overthrow the Dog Emperor's rule, and divide up the whole of Dongxing between us. He said it in a room with 11 people in it, 4 of whom were reporting to somebody else. That's the country, by the way. That's the thing my brothers were all fighting to inherit. A board where every single piece is frozen because moving first is fatal, wrapped around a war that the court deliberately allowed, run by a man who has been 3 moves ahead of every one of his sons since before they were born. And I was going to inherit none of it, which is the smartest decision anybody in my family ever made, and I made it at 4 months old, before I could hold my own head up. On the 5th of September, my father turned another year older, and the court threw him a birthday party, a small one. There was a war on. 2, actually, if you counted the one nobody had declared yet. So the enormous public celebration got cut down to a family dinner, the clan, the consorts, the princes, the princesses, and nobody else. I woke up that morning and was immediately assaulted by clothing. Court dress for a formal imperial birthday has more layers than an onion and none of the emotional payoff. 4 women worked on me for the better part of an hour, and every time I tried to sit down, one of them made a noise. Bai Ying had made breakfast, which was the only good part of the morning, and I ate it standing up like a criminal so as not to wrinkle anything. And while I stood there being dressed, I did my monthly accounting, and the numbers had gone somewhere ridiculous. Wang Xing and Wang Ye, the twins, had broken through to Grandmaster. I want to be clear about what that means. There are perhaps a few hundred Grandmasters in an empire of 19 provinces. Great houses have one. My father's palace has a handful. And 2 girls who had been small enough to sit on my knee had simply gone and become 2 of them, at an age when most fighters are still learning which end of the sword is the handle. I asked them how, and they said they had trained. That's it. That's the whole answer. They trained like something was chasing them, every day, for years, and one morning, the wall wasn't there anymore. Gao Xiang was already a grandmaster, Feng Ling had just crossed into innate. Bai He and Ming Yue were innate. I did the projection in my head while somebody adjusted my belt. The twins would be great grandmasters by 30, possibly sooner. And once they were, I would be able to hand over every single fight for the rest of my life and never once step forward myself and lie down in the sun like a cat with a private army. What are you smiling about, Your Highness? The future. While we're here, let me explain the latter, because it's the physics of that world, and it's why everyone behaves the way they do. Reach innate, and you live about 100 years. Grandmaster, about 120. Great Grandmaster, about 150. Celestial, the top, the ones you hear about twice a century, 200 and up. The rule of thumb for talent. Whoever reaches innate by adulthood has the potential to become a great grandmaster eventually. Whoever reaches merely acquired will almost certainly become a grandmaster someday, and the only question is whether someday arrives at 30 or at 70. But here is what I noticed with a lifetime of trash fantasy novels behind my eyes. Everything below innate is bodywork, muscle, bone, tendon, endurance. Tempering the flesh. Everything above it is breathwork, refining chi. And a celestial does not use his own strength at all. He borrows the power of heaven and earth. He moves weather. He does things a body should not be able to do, which in the language of my old world means that a celestial has stopped being a mortal and started building a foundation, which means that world was not a closed system, which means somewhere above it there was more. I never said that out loud to anybody, not to my mother, not to Kui Qian, not to the sky. But I thought about it every single day, and I thought about it in a very specific and greedy way, because there is exactly one problem with an eternity of lying down, and the problem is that 150 years is not eternity. If only immortality were actually possible, then I would never have to worry about running out of time to waste. The banquet was in the evening. I arrived at the palace in the morning, which is out of character to the point of suspicion, and my mother said so before I had finished bowing. You brat, you still know to come see me? I came early out of filial devotion. You came early because the evening ceremony has 3 separate processions and you wanted to skip 2 of them. That's also true. Just say you're too lazy to go to the palace and don't make up excuses that nobody will believe. Then she poured tea and started arranging my life, which is her favorite hobby, and, in fairness, she is extremely good at it. Your father is going to bring up your marriage this year. He brings it up every year and you dodge, and this year you're 16 and you're going to run out of dodge. So tell me what you actually want and let me handle it before he picks for you. I thought about it for exactly as long as it deserved. Pretty, good character, good attitude. She waited. That's it? That's the whole list. You are a prince of the empire. You could ask for a family, a faction, a general's daughter, a province's worth of loyalty. I don't want a province. I want somebody who can walk into my house, look at how my house works, and not start a war about it. And my mother, who has spent her entire adult life running an empire-spanning merchant network from a palace bedroom while being publicly known as a lazy woman with a sharp tongue, put down her cup and looked at me for a while. Good character and a good attitude, she repeated. You want someone who can put up with you. I want someone who can put up with all of it, which is a much shorter list than pretty. I'll find her, and I'll get the decree out of your father myself, so you don't have to do anything, since asking you to do something appears to be physically painful. That is my mother. In one conversation she agreed to hand-select my wife, extract an imperial decree, and insult me twice, and she did all of it without getting out of her chair. Then the door exploded. I don't mean that as a figure of speech. I mean that a small object crossed the room using the 100-flower step, which is a technique designed for evading pursuit through complex terrain, and hit me in the chest at speed. Brother! Ling! You are supposed to be in class. I finished. You did not finish. It's the middle of the morning. I finished the part I liked. I peeled her off and sent her straight back, and she went, complaining the entire way, and I heard exactly what she was thinking as she left because she has never once in her life had a private thought. In order to help my brother in the future, I need strong martial arts, but I also need literary knowledge. With my brother's abilities, it's clearly not enough. He'll have to rely on me. My little sister has quietly concluded that she is going to have to carry me, academically, militarily, and probably financially. She is 13. She is training herself into the ground and reading herself blind on top of it, entirely so that her useless older brother will have somewhere to hide when the world finally notices him. I have never corrected her, and I never will, and it is the single most expensive lie I tell. She came back in the evening dressed for the banquet and stopped in the doorway to make an entrance because she is 13 and she had been planning it for hours, so I gave her the entrance. May I ask which cloud this fairy maiden descended from to reach the mortal realm? She lifted her chin exactly the way our mother does. Now that you know I, the fairy, have descended to the mortal realm, why don't you come and greet me at once? I greeted her at once. Our mother put her face in her hand. Then it was time to be a prince, so I went and did the rounds of my brothers, which is not affection. It is an audit. Third brother first, because third brother is the one I have never solved. Wang Jin is the sick one. He has been dying, slowly and politely, since he was a child. He came to the banquet anyway, which he always does, sitting very straight and going gray around the mouth by the second hour. I offered him medicine, not a token, an open account, whatever medicinal herbs you need, anything. Name it and I'll find a way to get it for you. He looked at me for a moment with those quiet, exhausted eyes, and then accepted without a single ritual refusal, which nobody in that palace does, because refusing 3 times is the whole architecture of politeness there. I'll remember that, ninth brother. I said something modest and went away, and I will now tell you why I did it. Because I have always felt that Wang Jin is not simple. I have no evidence. He has never done anything. He has no faction, no property, no visible ambition, and a body that everybody has been waiting to fail for 15 years, and he is the only one of my brothers whose intentions I have never once been able to read. A man who is dying does not need to bother hiding anything, so either he is exactly what he looks like, or he is the best of all of us, and I would very much like him to remember either way that I was the one who offered. Seventh brother, the Prince of Yan, was in a black mood. The assassination attempts on him hadn't stopped. The empire-wide manhunt for Shadowless Hall had produced almost nothing, and he had reached the stage where a man stops wanting justice and starts wanting extinction. We won't be able to sit still until we've completely eradicated the enemy. Eighth brother, the Prince of Feng, dismissed me before I had finished the greeting. I'm not really in the mood to deal with you lately, which was informative because eighth brother is normally delighted to deal with me. I'm the only person at court he outranks in reputation. So I did the sum on the walk back to my seat. He had joined the Three Prince Alliance and discovered they were using him as the disposable one, and he had fallen out with seventh brother, who was the only brother who had ever actually protected him. The relationship between seventh and eighth had deteriorated, but not to the point of no return. Remember that. It matters in about 2 hours. Then my father came in, and he came in wrong, and everyone noticed. He walked in with the Empress. Behind them came the Crown Prince, the Prince of Qin, and the third princess, the Empress and her 3 children. Entering as a family, every other prince in that hall kept his face perfectly still and went a shade darker behind the eyes, because the message was not subtle and it was not accidental, and my father does not do anything by accident. The gifts started, and my father sat through all of them like a stone. Rare treasures, nothing. Paintings by dead masters, nothing. An embroidery that had taken 40 women 2 years, a nod. He did that on purpose. If the emperor visibly loves a gift, the giver's stock triples overnight and every faction recalculates. So he loved nothing. He receives a mountain of the world's most beautiful objects once a year and is required by politics to be bored by all of it. Seventh brother had spent men to get his gift. Actual lives in the actual martial world, retrieving something rare enough to matter. He got the same nod as everyone else, and I watched him break slightly. Why is it so difficult to gain even a little bit of your favor? Then they unrolled mine. 100 longevity characters. It's a traditional gift. You write the character for long life 100 times in 100 different styles, and the whole thing arranges into one enormous version of the same character. Scholars spend months on it. I had written mine in my own handwriting. I need you to understand my handwriting. My calligraphy is famous. Court scholars have described it in writing. The kindest description on record is that my brushstrokes look like they have given up on life. Every single one of those 100 characters was lazy, slack, sagging. 100 small collapses of the human spirit rendered in ink, arranged with perfect precision into one gigantic, magnificent, absolutely exhausted character for longevity. I watched my father's face. The stone cracked. He looked at it, and then he looked at it again, and then the Emperor of Dongxing made a sound in his throat that he has probably not made in public in 20 years, and he could not fix his face fast enough. And then he did the thing I did not expect. Your ninth prince's masterpiece cannot be enjoyed by only me. All of you come and look. They carried it around the hall. It went past every table in that room, and the noise it generated was the only real noise of the evening. Actual laughter from actual people at an imperial birthday, which is an event historically about as spontaneous as a funeral. My father sat there and watched his court fall apart over 100 badly written words, and for about 10 minutes the man had a birthday instead of a ceremony. The crown prince, who is not stupid, summed it up. I hope my future children give me a birthday gift like this one day. My expression definitely won't be much better than father's. There was a side conversation at the imperial table, and Liang Shi heard all of it and told me later, and it is the reason I could keep breathing. The Prince of Qin asked quietly whether it might be time to start paying attention to the ninth prince. And the third princess, my half-sister, who belongs to the crown prince body and soul and has never once been kind to me in public, defended me. Look at Consort Shu's family background. If it weren't for Ninth Brother's incompetence, with the Zhang family behind them, they'd have gathered real influence by now. His only value is that he doesn't use it. And the Crown Prince agreed, and closed the discussion. Leave the Zhang family alone. There's nothing there. 2 tables over, my little sister was telling our mother, with total sincerity, that she genuinely liked my calligraphy. It has a unique personality, and it's full of charm. Our mother rolled her eyes so hard I heard it from across the room. Then the food came out, and the way the Emperor of Dongxing eats is the single most paranoid procedure I have ever witnessed, and it explains that entire family. Every cook in the imperial kitchen has his relatives recorded to the 9th degree. Poison the Emperor and your entire bloodline goes with you. The result is a kitchen staff who would rather be poisoned to death themselves than send a poisoned dish to the Emperor, which is a phrase they actually use, out loud, cheerfully, at work. Every dish is sealed under a cover tied down with a cord, tensioned so precisely that if anybody lifts the lid, the server's hand feels the change, even if his eye never catches it. The servers walk a set distance apart, never closer. They come by one route and return by a different one. And if you, a guest, get up and drift toward the food, a dark star guard steps out of a shadow you did not know was a shadow and escorts you somewhere quiet to explain yourself. The old nobles at my table were delighted by all of it. It's so much better now. Not like the old days, when you had to be terrified just to eat a meal. If I still get poisoned to death after all this, I can only blame my own bad luck. I ate before the tasters finished. Liang Shi nearly had a stroke. The Prince of Feng made a contemptuous noise from 2 tables away, and I could hear him deciding that I was too stupid to even be poisoned properly. I didn't correct anybody. Because the reason I don't wait is not courage and it is not carelessness. It's that somewhere in those years I built myself a breathing method that takes poison in and turns it into strength. Any poison. All of it. I have never tested the upper limit and I have never wanted to. I built it before I was old enough to hold a brush. It's the shadow left over from my time in the womb, when somebody put something in my mother's soup and I lay in the dark with no eyes, no hands, and no voice, feeling my own blood try to kill me. You can call it a cheat if you want. I call it a scar that happens to be useful. While I was eating unsafely, somebody was replacing a dancer. Here's how it went, and I only know all of it because of what came out later. One of the palace dancers excused herself between sets. In the corridor, somebody put her out, quietly, and carried her into a small room where several other palace maids were already tied up and awake and furious. The woman who took her place changed clothes, changed her face, and then, this is the part that impressed me, stood in that little room and learned the dance. On the spot, from the woman she had just knocked down. Once through. You can do that if you are innate. Your body simply obeys, and they left the real dancer alive on purpose so that she could be released later and confuse the investigation with a living witness who saw nothing useful. It was a good plan, and it lasted about 11 minutes. Because the woman who runs the dancers, the Shangwu, came back to check her girls before they went on and looked at one of them a fraction too long. Although she looks exactly like that girl, there are subtle differences in her behavior and actions. Not in the face, in how she stood. The Shangwu did not raise her voice, did not change expression, and did not warn anybody. She walked out at her normal pace, found a dark star guard, and said 2 things. 1. The third dancer from the left is not the third dancer from the left. 2. There will be more than one of them. Check everybody who left this hall tonight and came back. There was a note about her in the files afterward that I have never forgotten. No wonder he applied to leave the Dark Star Guard to take on the role of Shangwu. A retired Imperial secret guard had asked voluntarily to spend the rest of his career minding a troupe of dancers, and everybody had thought it was a soft retirement, and it turned out he had simply decided that somebody ought to be watching over them. They told my father during the performance. He listened to the whisper without moving his head, and his order was 2 words. Don't spook them. And then the Emperor of Dongxing sat there and watched a woman dance for him, knowing she was going to try to kill him at the end of it, and his face gave away nothing whatsoever, and I know what was going on behind it, because I have thought about it 100 times since. We've been planning this for so many years, and there's still no progress. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. And immediately after, and of all times, why did you have to choose my birthday? He also had a contingency ready, in case the investigation went nowhere, and it tells you everything about what it is like to be his son. If they caught nobody, he would let the blame drift toward his own restless princes. I suppose they'll quiet down for a while too. Prove their innocence. He would frame all 9 of us a little bit for the crime of being ambitious and consider it a productive evening either way. While he waited, he thought about his mother. My father took the throne at 10 years old. His mother held the court for him as regent with her own faction against every wolf in the empire until he was old enough, and then she handed the whole thing back and walked out of the palace. She has been traveling ever since. Nobody knows where she is. She sends nothing. And my father's private theory, which he has never told anyone, is that she is looking for traces of the previous emperor, his father, who may not have actually died so much as arranged to stop being emperor and gone off to live like a free man. Once we find him, he thought, with total serenity, we'll give him a good beating. That is the family I was born into. The men fake their own deaths to get out of work, and the women hunt them down. And then, still watching the dance, he thought about my mother and me, and got annoyed. What am I working myself to the bone all day long for? Isn't it so that you can live a better life? And then, it seems I still need to find you something to do. I did not hear that thought. I want that on the record. I had no idea it was coming. That single flicker of irritation, at a birthday party, from a man watching a knife walk toward him in a dancer's costume, is the reason my entire life changed 2 hours later. The music finished, and she came off the floor and straight up the steps toward the throne screaming, "You dog emperor, prepare to die." At the same moment, all across that hall, maids serving half a dozen different consorts dropped their trays and rushed toward the throne shouting that they were coming to protect His Majesty. That was the second wave. That was the actual attack. 6 or 7 of them, moving under the cover of loyalty, from 6 or 7 different directions, from inside the households of the imperial family. They did not get within 20 paces. Some were taken down by the bodyguards of the consorts they'd been serving. Some were taken by prince's guards. Most were taken by Dark Star guards who came out of pillars and screens and the space behind curtains, and the road to the throne itself was blocked by the chief eunuch, Chen Bao. Old, soft-voiced, perpetually apologetic, has spent my entire life handing my father documents. He met an innate assassin palm to palm, broke her arm in one exchange, and knocked her the length of the dais. Ha! A little innate dares to show off her skills in front of an expert? The chief eunuch is a grandmaster. He had been standing 3 feet behind my father, holding a tray, for as long as I have been alive. And he was also the first person in that room to realize the whole thing was wrong, because he was the only one doing subtraction instead of addition. 2 grandmasters had been sent after my 7th brother, and the emperor of Dongxing was worth a handful of innate. Damn it, these people are all bait. The real assassin is still hiding in the shadows. The roof came off. Not a section of it. The roof. It went up and outward and came down as debris across a hall full of the entire imperial family, and through the hole came more than a dozen grandmasters, and at their head a man whose fist was on fire in a color that fire does not come in. Nether flame fist. A black burning hand coming down at the throne, thrown by a great grandmaster. My father did not stand up. He reached out and picked up his wine, and in front of him, out of nothing, out of the floor as far as I could tell, a man in dark clothing appeared and caught that black fire on his palm. Dark Star Fist. The 2 of them met, and the entire hall braced for the shockwave, and there wasn't one. Not a cup moved. Not a candle went out. 2 great grandmasters collided 6 feet from 300 civilians, and every scrap of that force went somewhere. Neither of them let it escape, because one of them was showing off, and the other one was working. That was the commander of the Dark Star Guard. Nobody in that hall except my father knew his face. A number of extremely important people learned it that night, and I would guess most of them wished they hadn't. The assassin leader took one look at the situation and understood he had lost before he started, because the guards had moved away from the emperor. Think about that for a second. When your great grandmaster crashes through the ceiling, the correct response is to collapse every bodyguard you have into a wall around the man you're protecting. Instead, they spread out and went hunting, which meant the throne didn't need a wall. Which meant there was something else in that room, and they weren't afraid. So he stopped trying to kill an emperor and started doing the only useful thing left. Being able to probe some of the Dark Star Guard's strength makes the trip worthwhile. Meanwhile, in the body of the hall, the entire imperial court took a character test in public with no warning, and the results were permanent. The empress sent her grandmaster into the fight. The noble consort sent hers. One after another, the great women of that palace threw their own protection into the room and sat there unguarded. My mother sighed like a woman whose picnic has been rained on. Really, what a pity that such a nice family dinner has been ruined like this. Feng Feng, you should go help too. And then she sat down with my little sister in her lap and stayed exactly where she was, with no guard, in the middle of an assassination, looking mildly inconvenienced. Consort Day and Consort Xian sent their people, and then ran for cover, and from behind that cover they stared at her and could not make it work. What else does she have to rely on? It seems best to avoid provoking them in the future. My father saw it too. As expected of someone who never stirs up trouble. No one knows what cards he has up his sleeve. He meant me. He was looking at my mother and thinking about me. My brothers, meanwhile, all sent men in, and I want to be precise about why. It was not to save our father, it was so that our father would later be told that they had. The Prince of Qin actually started to move himself, and the third princess caught his sleeve. Sit down, our safety is more precarious than father's. Which was true, and also the single most disloyal true thing said that night. And in the middle of all of it, quietly, my 8th brother leaned toward my 7th brother and asked him to send his people, and 7th brother did. 2 men who had not spoken in months, in the middle of an assassination, and one of them asked and the other one said yes, and neither of them made anything of it. That was the first stone of a bridge, and I saw it, and so did 8th brother, because in the same moment, he noticed something else. His brother had a new Grandmaster, a new one. Picked up out in the martial world where nobody at court could trace him. Jiangang left my side in the first second. He did not look at me, and he did not ask. He went straight for the throne because his loyalty is to the emperor and always was, and I have never once been confused about that. He was assigned to me, he was never mine. I wasn't offended, I'd have been more worried if he'd stayed. Unfortunately, my father was watching that exact moment, because a bodyguard who abandons his charge in a room full of grandmasters is either derelict or informed. And my father knows Zhang Gong is not derelict, which meant Zhang Gong knew that the 9th prince already had protection, which meant the 9th prince had a grandmaster of his own. He worked out it was Gao Xiang before the fight was over, as, for me, I had known there was something wrong with those maids before the music even started. I'd felt them come into the hall, that flat, patient, ugly weight that people carry when they intend harm. I'd noticed it, thought, those palace maids didn't seem to have any ill intentions before, did they? And then gone right back to my dinner. Because what exactly was I going to do? Stand up in front of the entire court and announce that the useless 9th prince has a 6th sense for murder? So I sat in my chair with my chin on my hand and watched the best show of the year. I did notice things nobody else did. The dozen grandmasters coming through the roof were, almost to a man, finished, old, worn out, running on the last of themselves. Men and women at the end of their lifespans, spent like coins. Somebody out there had gone around the world collecting dying masters. Their techniques belonged to no school I recognized, which meant they'd been gathered from everywhere. But the great Grandmaster's technique I did recognize, not clearly, like a name you can't place. I have read every book in the Forbidden Repository, so it seems they haven't completely died out. They've risen from the ashes, and the last thing I noticed was the thing that told me who I was dealing with, and it made my skin crawl. That great Grandmaster was not trying to kill my father, he was hitting at maybe half. He was keeping a line open to the roof, and every few exchanges he drifted sideways to put himself between his own people and the exits. He wasn't there to assassinate an emperor, he was there to make sure that none of the dying men he'd brought lost their nerve and ran. His job was the shepherd. His job was to guarantee that they all died in that hall. Whoever sent them had built a suicide squad and then sent a great grandmaster along to make sure it stayed a suicide squad. My father, at this point, was doing his own arithmetic, and he gave the order to close the net at the precise moment he'd finished it. The arithmetic was the cost of the roof. These guys attack without any restraint. Can't they hold back a little? This is all money. The masters of the imperial clan came out of the walls. The leader got away, badly hurt. The rest of them died happy, which was the most disturbing part of the night. To be able to compete with so many experts of the same level, I would have no regrets even if I died right now. The last one made a final run at the throne and got about 4 steps. Then an old eunuch nobody had looked at all evening stepped off the dais and put a palm on his chest, and the man became a statue of ice from the inside out. Ice soul-destroying heart palm. Chen Bao bowed to him. The old man is Chen Bao's adoptive father. He has been in that palace since before my father was born, sweeping floors and pouring tea and being nobody, and by the sound of things, he is the reason no assassination has ever succeeded there. He looked at the ice and then out at the hole in the roof and said to nobody in particular, "It's good that you know what's going on. If you dare to do it again, don't blame us for being ruthless." Then they cleared the hall. Everyone out. Consorts, nobles, officials, servants, the wounded, the dead. 9 princes stayed. My father stood in the wreckage of his own birthday, under a hole in his own roof, with plaster in his hair, and started handing out jobs. "Crown Prince, you stay with me. You'll see the reports as they come in, and you'll answer for what you do about them. 3rd Prince, your health hasn't improved. Rest. 4th Prince, the Ministry of Revenue. 5th Prince, personnel. 6th Prince, rights. 7th Prince, punishments, and Shadowless Hall stays yours. 8th Prince, works. 6 of my brothers received real ministries in about 40 seconds. That is what an assassination attempt buys you, an emperor who has decided he would rather have his sons busy than idle. Then he got to the end of the row. As for you, 9th Prince, everybody turned around. I really don't know what I want you to do. There was a pause that lasted approximately 9 years. but you've had your fill of leisure these past few months. If we don't give you something to do, you'll get sick from being so idle sooner or later. Therefore, I have decided to let you experience the various departments of the court. All of them. Every ministry, in turn. I panicked. I want to be honest about this. 16 years of architecture, every brick of it laid to be worth exactly nothing, and my father had just decided to walk me through every organ of his government like a boy being shown around the family business. No, father. Your son is a good-for-nothing. Just let me live a life of idleness and wait to die. And my father said the sentence that closed every exit in the building. That's precisely why we should do something to let everyone know whether you are truly incompetent or not. Only when you've experienced every department and still end up looking like this will you prove you're truly useless. I have never been beaten so cleanly in my life. He wasn't punishing me, he was auditing me, and he had structured the audit so that resisting it was itself evidence, and passing it required me to be genuinely bad at everything, on the record, in front of the whole court, for as long as he felt like watching, and I couldn't even be angry because it was the correct move, and because he was doing it out of the closest thing my father has to affection. Then he told me where to start. Tonight, go with the Dark Star Guard. Learn how an interrogation is conducted. Then he turned around and dismantled the rest of his sons. The Crown Prince first, for sending his guards into the fight. You have one job when a roof comes off. You save yourself. If something happens to me, you are the only one who can take charge, and I can't have your mother coming to power again. Then, with real irritation, aren't you underestimating me? Let alone a group of Grandmasters. If that great Grandmaster hadn't been stopped, he still wouldn't have been able to harm me. If something goes wrong after all this, your manpower isn't even enough to fill a gap between my teeth. Then he gave all 9 of us the family rule, which I had never heard stated out loud. As long as one prince survives, there is no need to worry about no one taking charge. Which means none of you are ever to gamble the line on a single body. The court would love a vacancy. Don't give them one. And the law nobody outside the clan knows. The masters of the imperial clan, and there are more of them than anyone would like, are permanently barred from the throne. They may not claim it, may not back a claimant, may not interfere in the main line's quarrels. Break that, and after your death they erase you and your entire branch from the family, which sounds harsh until you meet one of them. I have. They rolled their eyes at the whole subject. Sitting on a throne reading reports until midnight is the last thing any of them would take at gunpoint. They got the good end of that deal, and they know it. On my way out, walking behind a Dark Star Guard toward the part of the palace they don't put on maps, I passed a woman. She was a palace maid. She was carrying something. She had a completely ordinary face, and she had been in the small room where the real dancers were tied up. During the fight, she'd cut them loose and let them run, specifically so the investigation would have half a dozen live witnesses tripping over each other, and then she'd put on a different face and walked out into the crowd. Whatever technique she uses, it isn't makeup. I've seen makeup. She saw me go past with my escort and she was curious. I could feel the curiosity, cool and professional. She thought about following. If she hadn't been worried about how to explain herself, she wouldn't have wanted to do this mission at all. She decided against it and kept walking. I felt her go, and I let her. She had no malice toward me at all. None. Just tiredness and calculation, the specific flavor of a person who is very good at a job she never chose. There are so many spies in that palace that if you get rid of one, another simply appears the following week. Pointing at her would have cost me my entire cover and bought the Empire one replaceable agent. I would think about that decision a great deal later for reasons I could not possibly have predicted. The prison is underground. The entrance isn't a door. It's a corridor that stops being a corridor. You walk down for a long time in air that gets colder, and then the stone changes, and then you're in a place where the Dark Star Guard keeps the people they need to talk to. The prisoners were chained to the walls, and they'd been dosed with a powder that suppresses internal energy down to about a tenth of what it should be. A Grandmaster in that room has the strength of a strong farmhand and a splitting headache. The guard asked which ones I wanted. There were 2 groups. The first wave, the dancer and the maids, the bait. The second wave, the ones who'd come through the roof, the real assets, the ones with actual information. Any competent investigator starts with the second group. The first, I said. Let's start with something easy and work up. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself on my first day. The guard accepted this immediately because it was exactly what a lazy, incompetent prince would say. My actual reason was simpler. If I finish this quickly, who knows what my father will assign me next? Better to take it slowly. I was planning to spend 3 weeks failing to interrogate 7 women. Then I walked into the first cell and made a mistake, which was that I looked at her properly. The face was young, 19, maybe 20. The energy in her body was innate, and those 2 things do not go together. Innate at 20 happens. My own people do it. But it happens to prodigies who get raised inside great houses with unlimited resources, and no organization on earth spends a prodigy as bait. No force would be foolish enough to send someone like this out as bait, which meant the face was a lie. Ming Yong. My maid stepped forward, put 2 fingers along the woman's jaw, and did something quick with her nails. The face came away. The woman underneath was somewhere past 40, same bones, 20 years of difference. She stared at me with her real eyes for the first time, and I watched her recalculate everything she thought she knew about the idiot prince. And I sat down on the stool they'd brought me, and I did not touch her, and I did not let anybody else touch her, and I want to be extremely clear about why. I would love to claim that was decency. It wasn't. Pain is the worst interrogation tool ever invented. A person in pain will tell you anything at all. They will invent an entire organization for you, with names if it makes you stop. Everything you get is contaminated, and you can't tell which parts. So I did what I actually had. I spent 16 years listening to books. Every text in the Imperial Library, and quite a few that aren't supposed to exist. Medicine, toxicology, sect histories, genealogies of schools that were wiped out before my grandfather was born. And I have never been able to turn off the thing that tells me what people feel, so I sat in front of a woman twice my age who had spent her whole life being someone else, and I started telling her about herself. I told her which family of face-changing techniques hers descended from, and which one it had married into, and why the second one made it possible to hold a face for years instead of hours. I told her what the powder in her blood was, what it was made of, and what it does to your joints after the 4th or 5th dose, and I watched her hands, and her hands told me she already knew about the joints. I told her that the dozen who came through the roof were all at the end of their lives, and that she wasn't, and asked her why she thought she'd been put in the same wave as the disposable ones. She didn't answer that, but she stopped looking at the wall, because here is the thing about people who work for organizations that spend them. Nobody has ever explained anything to them, ever, not once. They receive orders. The reasons are above their level. And a stranger had just sat down and explained more about their own organization in half an hour than the organization had told them in 20 years. That's the whole trick. It isn't kindness, and it isn't cruelty. It's that I know more about the thing that owns you than you do, and I'm willing to share. By the end of that first night, 3 of them were talking, not confessing, talking, about the powder, about their joints, about how long it takes a courier to reach them, about what happens to an agent who fails. I got her story out in pieces over the following days, and it is the reason I ended up doing what I did later. She was brought into the palace as a maid when she was a child, not recruited, placed. There was an older woman above her, a handler who was supposed to bring her up through the ranks and get her out of the expendable tier. That woman disappeared in one of the palace's own internal purges, the way palace people do. After that, her contact changed, then changed again, and somewhere in that chain, the organization simply lost track of her. She never told them her real age. She let them keep the number that was in the file because a young agent is an investment and an old agent is an expense. She trained in the dark for 2 decades with nobody watching, and she made innate on her own in a servant's room with no master and no resources, and then somebody upstairs urgently needed bait, pulled a name off an old list, and put her in the suicide wave anyway. If it weren't for the fact that I would die if I refused, I really wouldn't have wanted to take this mission. And when I asked her what she wanted, if she had anything at all, she gave me the only honest answer I got in that entire prison. Even if it means being hunted by the court and by the organization, I will still live the life I want. Which is a nice sentence, and also a death sentence, and we both knew it. Because an expendable who survives is, to that kind of organization, a traitor by definition. Whether she likes it or not, as long as she is alive, they will not let her go. I went home at dawn with a headache and a list of things I hadn't wanted to know, and somewhere in the dark between the palace and my manor, 3 Grandmasters were already deciding to kill me over it. Every single time I leave the house. Fair. Every single time. The street they chose was a good one. Long, narrow, no lanterns, no residences with windows on it, and on the direct route between the palace district and my manor. My people found them before we got there. I want to explain how, because it's the one place where my mother's 20 years of work show up as pure profit. The 100 Flowers secret cannon does something odd at the higher levels. It doesn't just build strength, it sharpens the senses until night stops being an obstacle. My scouts move ahead of my carriage through a dark city, seeing it the way you see a street at noon. So while I was being carried toward an ambush, a girl on a rooftop 2 streets ahead was counting the men in it. Then she got close enough to hear them talk, and what she heard was better than the count. There were 3 Grandmasters running it. Chen Sha, called the Blood Shadow Demon. He Jiang, the Ghost Messenger of the Nether Flame. Chen Huo, the Ghost Fire Swordsman. 3 names out of the martial world's worst drawer in one alley for one 16-year-old with no cultivation, and they were furious about it. Dealing with such a piece of trash is a complete waste of time. They genuinely could not understand the order. Killing me was, professionally, an insult. And then one of them explained why the order had come down, and it landed in my chest like a stone. Of all the people to interrogate, they had to interrogate the bait we sent out. There are people after all. Not just anyone gets to bully them. They came for me because I questioned those women. What I might have learned never came into it. Someone in that organization had decided that their people were their people, and an imperial prince putting hands on them was a line, and in the same breath, without any sense of contradiction at all, the same man said this about the dozen who died under the roof. That suicide squad, they specifically sought out forces that had grudges against Dongxing. Whether they live or die is none of our business. So there were two tiers, the ones who belonged and the ones who were purchased. The women in that cell were theirs and would be avenged. The dying Grandmasters were consumables and would not. I have thought about that for a long time, and I still can't decide whether it makes them better or worse. They also explained why they'd sent 3. Because at the Peony Festival, months earlier, the useless 9th Prince had unexpectedly turned out to have a second Grandmaster nobody had accounted for. One for Zhang Gang, one for the unknown, one spare. Then Chen Sha went very still and started walking toward the corner where Ming Yue was lying flat on a rooftop, and all 3 of them searched that roof, and that alley, and the next one, and found nothing. Because my mother spent 2 decades building a school around a technique whose entire purpose is to not be found, and because Ming Yue was, at that point, the best student it ever produced. She lay 8 feet from a man who kills people for a living, and he walked past her twice. The carriage came down the street, and Chen Sha stepped out into the middle of it, alone, and called out Zheng Gang by name. A duel, master to master. He was bored, he said. He'd heard the Emperor's own guard commander was in the capital. Wouldn't it be a shame to pass up the chance? It was such a transparent lie that it was almost polite. Zhang Gang looked back at my carriage window and asked for permission, and I gave it in the bored drawl of a man who cannot follow the conversation. Commander Zhang can decide such trivial matters himself. He went. Now, both of them knew what that was. Chen Sha was pulling my only known Grandmaster off the carriage. Zhang Gang was letting himself be pulled so that the ambush would commit while its leader was out of position. They walked away from each other's plans in perfect mutual understanding. 4 streets later, Chen Sha heard the first scream from behind him and turned to run back, and Zhang Gang was standing between him and the alley. Not sprinting home, not panicking, standing in the road, sword up, entirely at leisure. The reason you came with me was simply to play along. So it's clear that more than one Grandmaster remained in their team. They started fighting for real then, and neither of them left that street for a long time. Back at the carriage, Hejiang opened by dropping off a rooftop column high and hammering the street, and then he stopped because his men weren't coming out. Not all of them, not half of them. What happened? Where are the people? Why are so many missing? Because while 3 Grandmasters had been discussing philosophy on a rooftop, the 100 Flowers guards had already gone through the men in black from the back, in the dark, one at a time, and the men in black had never made a sound loud enough to matter. Then Gao Xiang met him. 4 seasons sword technique. Summer solstice azure thunder, which comes down like weather and doesn't stop coming. And then the one I've always thought was unnecessarily rude. She puts a flower in your guard, and the flower has a thorn, and the thorn goes through your palm before you've understood that you're looking at a flower. She called the next form the Great Heat Hell, and after that I stopped watching because Chen Huo had gotten past the outer ring and was coming for the carriage. He came through a sky full of flower darts. The guards on the roofs were putting up a curtain of them, and he was walking through it, shedding them off his aura, closing. And then the darts stopped, all at once, every one of them. He knew instantly what that meant. A man who has survived 30 years of that world knows exactly what it means when the small arms stop. It means the people shooting have been told to clear the line for something. He kept coming anyway, because he was a Grandmaster and I was a boy in a box. The carriage door opened and 2 small figures came out of it in masks. He actually laughed. "You 2 greenhorn girls, if you don't want to die, get the hell out of my way. Dare to underestimate us? Prepare to die. Twin flowers bloom, star and moon assault." The light that came off them was not the light an innate makes. Star and moon. That's Grandmaster. Oh no, I was careless. These 2 little girls are actually Grandmasters. But how is that possible? It was possible because they trained for it every day of their lives from the age of 4, and because they had each other, and because their techniques were built as a matched pair by a woman who spent a fortune having them designed. They took his protective aura off in layers, like peeling fruit. Then they took his sword arm, then they finished it. Hejiang saw it happen from 30 feet away, disengaged from Gao Xiang mid-exchange, and ran, shouting 2 words back over his shoulder to nobody in particular. Mission failed. Inside the carriage I had not moved. I had 2 maids to keep calm, so I kept them calm. and I did not once look out the window, because a man who cannot fight does not watch a fight, he cowers, and there were 100 eyes on that street that I could not account for. The twins came back in through the door with their masks off and reported like soldiers, breathing hard, absolutely thrilled with themselves. I told them they had left the carriage without permission and that there would be consequences. The consequence was that I hugged them both until they squeaked. There were 2 other pieces to that night that I only learned afterward, and they're the ones that actually mattered. The first, those streets should have had a city patrol on them, and they didn't because the attackers had a man inside the Star Marshal Guards who had rerouted the patrols. Mingyue had assumed that, not discovered it. Assumed it on the general principle that anybody attacking a prince inside the capital has bought a patrol officer and sent runners hours earlier to the nearest garrison with a story about a disturbance. The patrol arrived exactly as the fighting collapsed and sealed the street. And the moment they came around the corner, every one of my secret guards was simply gone. Off the roofs, out of the alleys, not there. Their identities need to be kept secret, and secret means secret from our own city watch as well. The second, He Jiang ran, and 2 streets into his escape. 2 Grandmasters he had never seen before came out of a side lane and hit him from behind. He was extremely offended about this. As Grandmasters, how could you secretly harm someone? Have you no shame? They didn't answer. They just kept coming. They chased him across half the capital, and Zhang Gong joined them somewhere in the middle of it, and only a rescue party from his own side got him out alive. When Zhang Gong asked those 2 who they served, they said, "We have nothing to say about that. We need to go back and report to our superiors." To this day, I don't know whose they were. My father's probably. Possibly the Duke of Zhenguo's, whose manor is next door to mine and who has never once explained himself to anybody. Either way, somebody with a lot of Grandmasters had decided that I was not to be killed that night and had not felt the need to tell me about it. By the next morning, the capital had done arithmetic on me for the first time in 16 years, and the result was a number nobody liked. The 9th prince has 1 Grandmaster from the Emperor, plus 1 more of his own, plus 2 more, 3 Grandmasters, all of them his women. Every great house in the capital reached the same conclusion within a day. And then every great house in the capital did the same thing about it. They buried it, not to protect me. Because if it got out that a useless prince had 3 Grandmasters in his household, their own princes would immediately come and ask them for 3 Grandmasters. Then they'll ask us for some. Where are we supposed to find them? The truth about my strength was covered up permanently and enthusiastically by the households of my enemies to avoid an awkward conversation about staffing. I could not have arranged that if I had tried for 10 years. My father got the full report and laughed out loud. My sons are always fighting each other. In the end, it turned out that old Nine had the most experts around him. If they knew, I wonder what they would think. And then he admitted to the commander of his secret guard what the interrogation assignment had actually been for. If we don't give him a sense of crisis, are we really going to let him just laze around and wait to die every day? He'd sent me into that prison to frighten me, to show me what the world does to people without protection, and see if it woke something up. Then he sighed. Unfortunately, it seems the results aren't very good. The results were that I got attacked by 3 Grandmasters on the way home and did not develop a single ambition. He was right to be disappointed. I'd have been disappointed too. I went back to the prison for 11 more days, and then I handed the Dark Star Guard a stack of paper. I watched the officer read it. He got about a third of the way down the second page, and his face did something I hadn't seen a professional's face do before. "I didn't expect your highness to be able to extract this information." His own people had been working those prisoners since the night of the banquet. He had the standard results, cell structure, contact intervals, 3 safe houses that were already empty. I had the shape of the thing, how they recruit, how they lose people, what the powder does, the rank system underneath the rank system, where some agents are family and some are purchased, that orders come down with no explanation attached, which meant an organization with a top so far above the middle that the middle has never seen it. All of it came out of 11 days on a stool, being the only person who had ever told those women the truth about their own lives. Then I asked for something, and I asked for it in my whiniest voice because that voice has never once failed me. I wanted the prisoners moved to my house. The officer said no, obviously, 6 times, and I kept at him with the specific relentlessness of a spoiled prince who has found a new toy, until finally he asked what possible guarantee I could offer. Unless a great Grandmaster personally comes to rescue them, these prisoners will not leave Liangwang Manor. He looked at me for a while. Then he wrote to his commander, and his commander wrote to my father, and my father, who was at that moment attempting to make his 9th son take an interest in something, anything at all, approved it in 1 line. So a wing of my basement acquired tenants. I should tell you about my basement. Underneath Liangwang Manor there is a labyrinth, not a cellar, multiple levels, traps at intervals, false rooms, and exits that come up outside the walls of the estate entirely. My mother had it built through the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild, using master craftsmen over a period of years while everybody thought she was decorating. And here's the part I love. I only know the top of it. The original craftsmen were retired long ago. The people who maintain it now are the orphans my mother took in as infants and raised. And when they came of age, they rebuilt the whole thing from scratch to their own design. Which means that even if the older generation walked back in, they would get lost in the first 100 paces. My own home's underside is a secret from the people who built it. I took the maids down for a tour once, and it turned into the funniest afternoon of my year. We got to a stone chamber with no visible exit, and I told them to find the way through themselves, because I am a generous teacher and because I wanted to sit down. Ming Yang went first. She's the mechanism girl, apprenticed to an actual master of the craft, and she went around the walls with her fingertips and found a suspicious seam within a minute. Here, your highness. Then she found another one, then another. By the time she stopped, she had identified 12 suspicious places, all equally suspicious, all completely convincing. She pressed all 12 with great satisfaction. 12 identical doors opened around the room. Not one of them was the exit. Every single one was a decoy, and the girl who found them was, in fact, extremely good at her job. That was the point. The room was built for someone exactly that good. Then the twins walked over to the wall and flipped a few levers in a particular order, and the floor opened. The levers are not a lock, because the levers were a knock. There is no mechanism in that chamber that opens the way. There are people behind the walls. The sequence tells them who you are, and then they look at you, and then they decide, and then they open the floor. Get the sequence wrong, and what opens instead is every trap in the room. The palace has 300 guards, a great grandmaster in the ceiling, and a chief eunuch who breaks arms. My mother built a house where the doorbell is a personality test. Meanwhile, the palace investigation was closing on the answer, and it was worse than anybody had guessed. The great grandmaster who came through the roof had gone to ground inside the palace itself. When they finally flushed him, a royal great grandmaster ran him down, and he still got away, badly wounded, because somebody covered his escape, which meant the enemy had at least 2 great grandmasters, and when they finally worked out who he had been, the answer stopped the room. He was the chief eunuch of one of the 12 bureaus of the palace. He had entered the palace as a boy. He had spent decades crawling up through the internal administration, doing the work, filing the reports, being trusted until he was running one of the 12 departments that keep the imperial household running, which is how a dozen grandmasters walked into an imperial birthday without anybody noticing. My father took that in silence and then said the only thing there was to say. I truly never imagined that the tentacles of the person behind the scenes could extend so far. This is clearly the result of years of planning. Then the Dark Star commander laid out the search method, and it was excellent. If they planted a child in the palace and waited 40 years, then you're not looking for a bandit or a rival sect. You're looking for an organization with more than a century of history, deep enough to think in generations, with an existing grudge against the imperial house. There are very few of those. And then my father added the piece that nobody else would have said out loud. Don't only search among the living, search among the ones we destroyed, because our house has been putting down sex for 300 years, and every time you erase an organization, you don't. You erase the visible part. No one can guarantee that no remnants of their forces will survive in the world. Given time to develop covertly, they would have recovered considerably by now. And one last detail about the Suicide Squad, which is the ugliest thing in this whole story. They were loners, every one of them, masters from all over the world with almost no living relatives, which sounds like careful selection until you turn it over. Unless you threaten them with their families, you can't make them come and assassinate His Majesty, even when they know they're going to die. They didn't have families because the families were being held. That's not a suicide squad, that's a hostage negotiation with extra steps. And then my father, having solved the palace attack, turned around and dumped the ambush on me. The one on me, he assigned me to investigate my own attempted murder. I read that decree twice and put my head on my desk. I just finished one thing and now they've dumped an even more troublesome one on me. And I can't complain about it too much, or my brothers will get suspicious. There was also a second problem, which I could not tell a single soul. I already knew who it was. I'd known since about the 4th day in that prison, and it frightened me in a way that court politics never has, because I had read what those people did the first time in books that are not allowed to leave a locked room. This is too persistent. It's been so many years. How can it suddenly resurface? So I did what any responsible imperial prince would do, with an urgent investigation into a conspiracy that threatens the throne. I outsourced it to my sisters. I sent a polite note. The first and second princesses arrived within 2 hours, which I found impressively fast, and said so. And my eldest sister looked at me with something close to pity. Of course we'll be fast. The 2 of us are already in the outer courtyard of Liangwang Manor. Only you brat, don't know any better. They had been working out of my own estate for months. There is a building on my grounds, staffed, lit, busy, running an intelligence operation across the capital, and I had walked past it and assumed it was storage. The deal took 4 minutes. They got the case. They got my father's authority behind it, and my name on the paperwork, and the part that made my eldest sister's eyes go wide, full access to the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild, which is by that point one of the 10 largest merchant guilds in the country, with branches in 19 provinces and quiet influence in 3 neighboring kingdoms. I handed them a nervous system that took my mother 20 years to grow, and before you tell me that was reckless, understand my position. My father wanted the case solved, my sisters wanted an engine, I wanted to go back to bed. As long as the matter gets resolved in the end, does it matter who does it? Isn't it a win-win where everyone gets what they need? Their party had teeth by then, and the teeth had a name, He Liang, granddaughter of the Chancellor of the Academy, one of the 4 great talented women of the capital, no intention of marrying, and released by her own family, not out of love, but because the He family would be able to benefit from it. She looked at the case for one afternoon and produced a strategy that made me sit up. Copy the Prince of Yan. He had spent a year using the hunt for Shadowless Hall as a reason to gather martial world fighters around himself, and he had accidentally built a power base doing it. So the princesses would do the same thing on purpose. Hunting assassins is a cause. Causes attract swords. And her second rule was the one that told me she was dangerous. Never trust Liang Wang Manor's intelligence on its own. Verify everything with our own people first. She had been handed the best information network in the capital, and her first instruction was to assume it was lying. I liked her immediately. There was one more source of strength in that party that nobody had planned, and it was very funny. Talented, famous, unmarried women attract a permanent cloud of martial world men who would do absolutely anything for a moment of their attention. Escort duty, errands, extremely dangerous errands. The women knew exactly what was happening. Unfortunately, our ambitions lie elsewhere. This is not enough to sway us into agreeing to marry them. Half the muscle of the princess party was, functionally, unpaid. Elsewhere in my house, my first follower had started work, and I still did not know he existed. Xu Hao, the scholar who destroyed himself flattering the crown prince, had been tested, accepted, and given people, and Kui Qian had decided not to trouble me with the details. He was delighted with his cover. Even if something is discovered unintentionally, it will be attributed to the princess party. The princesses were making an enormous amount of noise across the capital. Every quiet thing he did inside that noise. Then he got the roster of the staff assigned to him and made a discovery that changed how he understood everything. Some of the senior people in the princess party were not the princess parties, they were Liang Wang Manors. Amidst the truth and falsehood, who knows how many of these people belonged to the princess party and how many belonged to Prince Liang? He sat with that and then panicked in a direction I find genuinely endearing. It seems I need to work even harder, otherwise I, who consider myself the #1 follower, might be replaced by someone else at any time. Then the last 2 sisters joined, and my quiet estate acquired a permanent weather system. The 3rd princess is the crown prince's full sister and his eyes. The 4th princess belongs to the Prince of Qin. They walked into the same courtyard for the first time in 2 years. Isn't this my 3rd sister, one of the 4 great talented women of the capital? Why aren't you in your residence writing? Likewise, you crazy girl who's always wielding swords and spears. And here's the thing, both of them know perfectly well. There is no personal hatred there, none. They were friends as children. Their brothers pushed them into opposite corners and have kept them there for a decade, and both of them are aware of it, and neither can be the first to stop. If it weren't for her brother, I doubt the 2 of us would have ended up like this, even if we didn't like each other much. I asked my eldest sister once later why she had started all of it, and I got an answer I wasn't expecting. Our mother never loved her. Our father was busy running an empire. She grew up in the largest household in the world without a single person in it who was hers, and if the 2nd princess hadn't attached herself to her when they were small, she thinks she would have gone looking for that somewhere very bad. She might turn to the dark side and do something irreversible in order to get the family affection she wants. So she built a faction instead, out of women, every one of whom is somebody nobody wanted. Only by possessing a certain level of power can we have the opportunity to protect the people and things we care about. And then the 2nd princess said the single most dangerous sentence anyone said in my house that year in a conversational tone, over tea. Whether it's the crown prince or the king of Qin, once one of them ascends, he will not let go of anyone associated with the other. In that case, let's not give either of them the chance to ascend the throne. We'll see if there's an opportunity to choose a prince who's good for everyone. I did not react. I sat there with my tea and did not react at all, and inside my head a small voice was saying, very calmly, over and over, do not look at me, do not look at me, do not look at me. They didn't look at me. Not that year. They went hunting instead, and they were very, very good at it. With the Grandmasters my father sent, plus the martial world fighters they'd recruited, plus my mother's network, the princess party started rolling up the enemy's presence in the capital. The soft targets went first. A pawn shop that took things nobody pawns. A carter's yard with too many carts. A tea house whose accounts didn't survive a second look. One after another, after another. There was collateral, and my sisters knew about it and said nothing. Because when you recruit men out of the martial world and turn them loose on a city with imperial backing, some of them use the opportunity to settle personal accounts under cover of official business. My sisters had that reported to them and made a decision, which was that the hunt mattered more. I have no idea whether that was right, neither did they. They did it anyway, which is what having power is. Somewhere under all that, He Jiang and Chen Sha were sitting in a hole in the ground with untreated wounds, unable to leave. They weren't trapped. They simply hadn't been given permission to leave. Chen Sha, going stir-crazy, suggested they take one more run at me before they went. He Jiang's response was a full professional assessment, and it's the best compliment I have ever received. He has 2 Grandmasters on him permanently, those women of his, at least 2 more, and we still don't know how many. Zhang Gong comes running the moment there's noise, and that doesn't even include the Duke of Zhenguo's manor, which is right next door and which has a great Grandmaster in it. They stayed in the hole. Above them, 2 men ran the enemy's operation in the capital, one in black, one in white, the internal and external administrators, both great Grandmasters, and they were doing damage assessment. Their palace assets were nearly all gone, but the crown jewel had survived. The new generation of the thousand-faced enchantress has not yet revealed her identity. As long as she's still in the palace, the appearance of anyone we send in can be changed at any time. The woman I let walk past me in a corridor. I know. Believe me, I know. They also had a complaint, and it explains the entire shape of that organization. Their Netherflame master, the great Grandmaster, the man who'd spent 40 years becoming a chief eunuch, had been burned permanently because somebody above them had suddenly ordered a test of how many masters the emperor had. Why? No reason given. Those above were only responsible for issuing orders and had no intention of explaining the reasons to them. 40 years of the deepest infiltration in imperial history spent in one evening on a whim by someone who did not feel the need to justify it to the men whose asset it was. Then they started an internal purge, looking for the traitor who must have caused it, because that is what organizations like that do when the real answer is that their own leadership is careless. By October, my sisters had the net closed and deliberately stopped pulling. They knew where the 2 wounded Grandmasters were. They stopped raiding safe houses entirely because 2 more raids would have told the men in that hole that it was time to leave the city regardless of orders. Their confirmation didn't come from prisoners either. They had a second channel telling them the 2 were still in the capital, and my eldest sister never once asked where it came from, which I appreciated. It came from me. Obviously, it came from me. The younger 2 had meanwhile turned recruitment into a competition and were beating their elders. You recruited the most. No wonder, with the Crown Prince backing you up. Same to you. You relied on your second brother's reputation. And then the last confirmation came in, and my eldest sister put down the report. Now proceed according to the plan. Make sure not a single thief escapes. And then all 4 of them came to my courtyard and told me I was coming with them. You can't refuse this, or your sisters will be furious. I refused anyway, on principle, for about 90 seconds, and then folded for 2 reasons. The obvious one, never annoy the instrument that is currently doing your work for you. The other one, which I didn't say, if it went wrong out there, I wanted to be close enough to do something about it. 4 of my sisters in one place, at night, outside the walls, hunting people who kill for a living. In the carriage, I accidentally told them their entire plan. The stupidest thing you could do is make a fuss about it, I said to nobody while looking out the window. If it were me, I'd take a large party out of the city for a night of sightseeing at somebody's country manor. Very public, very frivolous. And then leave the manor after dark and go quietly to wherever the target actually is. Silence in the carriage. That was, to the detail, their plan. The second princess put her chin on her hand and looked at me the way a cat looks at a door that opened by itself. So I changed the subject, and I changed it with the most effective tool I own, which is trivia from illustrated books. Did you know, I said, that The Legend of the God of Cookery isn't actually a novel? 4 heads turned. It's a recipe collection. The author hid a complete set of lost techniques inside the story. The descriptions of the dishes are real instructions. I've had them tested. They work. That bought me a solid 10 minutes. Then I gave them the good one. Decades ago, a martial world master broke into the palace, went straight past the treasuries, past the vaults, past everything worth stealing, and into the library, specifically into the shelf where they keep story collections. For what? He was caught. And what he eventually admitted was that one of those books contains the location of the last treasury of the previous dynasty. Not just the treasure, their heyday, everything they knew at their peak. He said whoever finds it would have the capital to dominate the world. And the imperial house tore through every book on that shelf and then every book in the palace and found nothing. The thief died in the cells without giving up the title. And then, years later, a second man was caught looking for the same thing, and he confirmed the treasury is real. 4 princesses, all of them very intelligent, all of them running the most active investigation in the capital, sat in a moving carriage and thought about buried treasure like children. The second princess surfaced first. Why does your second sister suddenly feel that you deliberately changed the subject? I have no idea what you mean. I wonder if it'll affect their plans when they start looking, and if it gives them more to do, they'll have even less time to keep an eye on me. We left the eldest sister's country manor through a tunnel. I hadn't known there was one. My sister was mildly surprised that I was surprised. Any royal property will have a secret route. All of them do. They've been digging them for 200 years. They've been digging them so long, in fact, that the diggers keep breaking into each other's tunnels, which has produced some of the most awkward moments in the history of my family. Then we went through a forest at night, on foot, in a small group. The third and fourth princesses turned it into a race and started ranging ahead, insulting each other in whispers. I'm a talented woman. I only have literary virtues. Where would I get martial virtues? You've got a sword on your back right now. It's decorative. My eldest sister walked between them, physically. She put her body in the gap and kept it there, and both of them turned into model daughters within about 4 steps. I was carried the entire way on Gao Xiang's back because I cannot fight, and a man who cannot fight cannot cross 5 miles of mountain forest at speed in the dark, and I have a reputation to protect. My hands wandered. She endured it with the patience of a woman who has decided this is the price of the job. Even if he does that in front of others, he'd never let anyone find out. Which was true, and which is why she let me. There was one detail from that march I have never forgotten, and it's about Zhang Gong. He kept falling behind. I finally asked why. He'd been going back to the fighters' rest stops and putting out their fires properly, scattering them and burying the embers. What if a spark gets blown somewhere by the wind and eventually causes a forest fire? We were on our way to storm a manor and kill a number of people, and the commander of my guard was stopping to prevent an accidental wildfire. I have never once been able to dislike that man. The men actually leading the assault weren't imperial anything. They were 2 old ghosts out of the martial world, and once I heard their story, I understood why the raid had a temperature the rest of us couldn't match. Zhang Qingshan used to be the head of the Qingfeng sword sect. Used to be, because the sect no longer exists. It was wiped out. Yue Zhengguo, called Iron Fist, is a lay disciple of King Kong Temple. He left the temple when his family was killed because he was the last of his line, and a last son has obligations a monk doesn't. Both men had vanished from the martial world years ago. Both were assumed dead. Both had been in hiding, and the reason they'd been hiding is the reason they were now walking under a princess's banner instead of taking their own revenge. I asked the old swordsman about it, straight out, and he answered me straight. What if the men who did it had no powerful backers? How could they possibly still be alive after what they've done? To deal with them, we also need a powerful backer. Otherwise, our remaining relatives won't be as lucky as they were before. They hadn't been hiding out of fear for themselves. They'd been waiting 20 years for somebody big enough to stand behind them, because if they'd gone alone, the people who killed their families the first time would have gone back and finished the job. Their targets were in that manner, Qi Zhang and Chen Sha, whose reputation in the martial world is built almost entirely on the number of people he's killed. The manor belonged to an official, which is its own small scandal, and the raid started with the Avengers going in over the walls. They were spotted almost immediately, and the alarm went up, which was fine, because getting in unseen was never the plan. And in the confusion, one of the estate's own stewards slipped out through a private tunnel and disappeared, and nobody noticed for hours. He was one of theirs. He had his own reasons, and his own dead, and he had been waiting inside that organization for a chance, exactly like this one. How am I supposed to uproot them and avenge my family otherwise? Everybody in this story is somebody's revenge. It's turtles all the way down. The defense broke fast and then stopped breaking, because the princess's innate fighters were deliberately fighting at about 2/3, holding the defenders in place instead of finishing them, keeping the whole garrison engaged and hopeful. Bait. The entire assault was bait. Then the signal came from the roofline, and they stopped holding back, and it was over in minutes. The garrison ran for their escape tunnel, which was the plan since a cornered enemy fights and a fleeing enemy doesn't. The tunnel blew up before they reached it. From the inside. Early. Wrong. Only a handful of people knew that mechanism existed, and one of them had triggered it in the wrong minute, from the wrong side, and vanished. It's now clear that there are traitors among them. Then the 2 Grandmasters came out to save their people and met 2 old men who had been waiting 20 years. He Zheng recognized the fist before he recognized the man. This is the Vajra fist, So it was you. You're nothing but a defeated opponent, yet you dare to appear before me again. The hatred of wiping out an entire family is irreconcilable. Today it's either you or me who dies. And in Heejong's head, as he said himself, was the detail that made my stomach turn over. If we hadn't threatened his family, we might not have been able to win. Unfortunately, there's nothing left that can threaten him now. They hadn't beaten him the first time. They'd held his relatives, and now his relatives were dead, and the weapon was gone, and what was left in front of him was a man with nothing to lose and 40 years of technique. The princesses watched from a rooftop like it was an opera, arguing about who would win. Third and fourth took, of course, opposite sides. My eldest sister turned to me out of pure habit and asked my opinion, and I looked out into a pitch-black night at two shapes moving 150 paces away and said, "It's so dark, and they're so far away, I can't even see people clearly." "And you're asking me what my opinion is?" She went red and apologized, and I felt genuinely bad, and I would do it again, because a prince who can follow a Grandmaster duel in the dark at 150 paces is a prince with an explaining problem. It ended the way these things end when the planning was good. The two assassins broke off and ran for the escape tunnel, and the escape tunnel was already occupied. Down in the stone chamber, a circle of my father's Grandmasters was standing in the dark, waiting, and had been for hours. They drove them back up the passage. The old men caught them at the mouth, and they were taken alive, which was a specific instruction. We won't let them die easily until we get some useful information out of them. While all that was happening at the manor, the smartest part of my sister's plan was happening in the capital. At the exact hour of the raid, every safe house they'd found and deliberately left alone was hit simultaneously, not by martial world fighters, but by the city garrisons, with warrants. And the mole in the Star Martial Guards, the captain who'd cleared the patrols off my street, was arrested at his post. And the very next morning, his vacancy was filled by a princess party man, and so was the next one, and the one after that. Every position they exposed, they inherited. The court read the maneuver about 4 days late and was deeply impressed. Good tactic. It seems we underestimated the princesses. You've become so arrogant, you've actually managed to seize power this way. His Majesty's permission was indispensable, of course. And here's why nobody stopped it. Every post they took was small. A captain here, a sub-prefect's clerk there. Not one of them was worth a fight with 4 imperial princesses backed by the emperor. So everyone let each one go individually, and by the time you added them up, my sisters had quietly acquired a hand on the throat of the capital's middle administration. They didn't stay to enjoy it. The prisoners went into my basement. I objected, loudly and correctly, that the friends of 2 captured Grandmasters would absolutely come to my house looking for them, and my eldest sister patted my arm. "It's your problem anyway, you can't avoid it even if you want to." Then the 4 of them divided the empire into quarters and left the city to run the investigation in person. He Liang stayed behind to hold the capital, with support from the west wing of my own house, the women who rent my roof, several of whom turned out to be exactly as capable as advertised. "Qin Ming alone is just as intelligent as Wan Shu," someone said, and nobody argued. And on her way out the door, my eldest sister said one more thing, and it was the sentence that decided how my year would end. "Our absence from the capital will lull them into a false sense of security. At that time, they'll try to infiltrate Liangwang Manor to rescue their people. Therefore, before we leave, we must leave them a great gift." I asked what the gift was. She smiled at me and got into her carriage. In the south, at the end of October, my second brother got handed an army, and the way it happened is the best piece of teaching I've ever heard about. The old marshal had taken the passes, but 2 cities, Xi'an and Linhe, were still holding, and without them there was no road south, and he was out of time, not militarily, politically. The rebel can wait. I, the great general, cannot. It's not good to be away from the capital for too long. His problem was succession. He had several candidates of roughly equal ability, and every one of them had followers, and appointing any of them would offend the rest. He needed someone all of them would accept. Then the Prince of Qin walked into his tent with good news. At 22, he had broken through to Grandmaster. The old man laughed like a much younger man. "You truly are my good grandson. You really bring honor to your maternal grandfather." And then, in the same breath, he told him he was leaving, and that the army was his. "Your Highness already has enough experience in battlefield command. Now all you lack is experience in leading an entire army. Therefore I will personally guide your Highness until you meet the requirements." And then he did. For days. My brother gave orders, and his grandfather corrected them. Everyone, in front of the staff. Order after order after order, until one afternoon my brother gave a sequence of orders, and the old man just sat there and said nothing. Then he handed over the seal in front of every general in the army so that there was nobody left to object because the generals were all his and he had just told them where their loyalty went next. His parting advice was the coldest kindness I've ever heard. With the helper I've left for your highness, Prince Jenin will be the best test. Once your highness defeats him, your prestige in the army will be greatly enhanced. When we return in triumph, your highness will be able to face the other brothers on his own. He handed his grandson a rebellion to use as a whetstone. Prince Jenin noticed the change in about 9 days without being told because the orders coming at him started making different mistakes. Then his spies confirmed it and he was genuinely offended. That old scoundrel Wang Sheng actually let that brat King Qin replace him. It seems they're using us as a litmus test. He really dares to think that way. Isn't he afraid the king of Qin will die down here? And then he calmed down because he was a professional. What I lack most right now is time. Besides, dealing with that little brat is much easier than dealing with Wang Sheng. Back in the capital, the marshal explained his return by pointing north. Winter coming, famine in Beiyuan, raids guaranteed, Shi Huang restless in the west. All of it true. My father didn't believe a word of it and knew the real reason. Isn't it just that they're worried that if they stay away from the capital too long, their own people will be suppressed by others? And then he let it happen anyway. But this is for the best. Otherwise, there'd be nobody to keep the others in check, and the balance would break. That is what my father does. He identifies the lie, identifies the motive, decides the lie is load-bearing, and files it. In November, with my sisters gone and their grandmasters gone with them, people started coming over my walls. Every night. The first ones were nothing. Ordinary martial world thieves. Then better ones. Then Hutian, working in pairs. Han Fei chased one across 3 courtyards and lost him at the wall, and while he was doing it, a second one came in the other side and got as far as the second gate before Chen Jing put him down. I had Han Fei disciplined for that, publicly, which he accepted without argument and which was unfair, because the trick that beat him was designed to beat exactly him. He didn't know what he was actually facing, and I didn't tell him. They weren't assassins, they were rented. A bunch of swindlers who will do anything for money. That's how their own employers described them, in a conversation I didn't hear until later. The people who wanted them there were too careful to spend their own agents on reconnaissance, and they were not trying to kill me. They were mapping my house, looking for where the prisoners were kept. Every night, one more corner of my estate got measured by somebody who would be paid whether he came back or not. I felt all of it. Every night, lying in bed, I could feel them come over the wall like cold water somewhere at the edge of a bath. And every night I stayed exactly where I was because the 9th prince sleeps through disturbances. There was one line I'd drawn for myself, though, and I want it on the record because it's the only promise I've ever made to myself in that life. No matter how much I give up, I won't stand by and watch my women be hurt. The front yard is different. The front yard can burn. The inner courtyard is where the line is. Somebody comes over that wall, and I stop being lazy, permanently, in public, in front of whoever is watching. Nobody crossed it that November. That was not restraint on my part. It was that they never got that far. The war council happened in my bedroom because I refused to get up. Kui Qian reported, standard, and then Qin Ming, who is a talented woman renting my roof, who has no formal position in my household, who I mostly know as somebody who reads in my garden, corrected 2 details in the report and added 4 more. I sat up. How do you know that? We help the princess's people in the outer courtyard. Several of us do. He Liang's assessment came through yesterday. The intruders aren't looking for your highness. They're looking for the prison. I had rented my roof to a group of unemployed geniuses and then been surprised when they started running an intelligence assessment out of my flower garden for fun. We settled on 2 moves. Ask my father for innate level guards and borrow fighters from the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild. My father received that request and, according to Chen Bao, had to put it down and walk around the room. Not only did he do nothing himself, he had his 4 older sisters help him deal with it, and now they've all fled the capital. And he himself acts as if nothing happened. Then what was the point of entrusting this matter to him? He's too good at shifting blame. Then he thought about his daughters for a moment and cheered up considerably. Fortunately, those girls are no pushovers either. They actually dug a pit for him. They truly are worthy of being my daughters. He sent the guards, and then he did something much larger, which I did not learn about for months. They want to cause trouble in the shadows, but I will not let them have their way. Quite a few forces were involved in wiping them out back then. Now that they've reappeared, I refuse to believe those forces will sit idly by. He started writing letters to temples, to sects, to every organization that had helped his ancestors put that thing down the first time. He didn't hunt them. He reminded the world that it had unfinished business. Since we're here, let me tell you what the Purple Cloud Merchant Guild actually is, because I've been throwing the name around like it's a shop. Headquarters in the capital. 5 women at the top, a chairwoman and 4 deputies, one for each direction of the compass. Under them, branch heads in all 19 provinces of Dongxing, and then a second layer that isn't on any chart. Branch heads in other countries, operating under other names, whose existence is known to about 6 people. My mother built that from a bedroom over 16 years while being famous for laziness, and here's why nobody touches it. Early on, one of their caravans was destroyed by bandits, everyone killed. The local authorities looked at it, filed it, and did nothing because it was a merchant caravan and merchants are not people. My mother did not send agents, she did not send assassins. She complained to my father that the news had spoiled her mood. Within a month, every official in that prefecture from the top down had been removed and the bandits had been dealt with by the regular army, not the local garrison, the actual army sent for that purpose. The message the empire received was simple: this guild is under the palace's skin, and there is no level at which you may ignore it. Since then, the guild has made a policy of rescuing travelers in trouble. Anyone, any road, and the ones they save become, for the rest of their lives, people who speak well of Purple Cloud in whatever town they came from. That's the whole growth strategy. Be the only organization in the empire that helps strangers and let people talk. And then, in the middle of all of it, the capital learned the name. It came in like weather. A rumor in the tea houses, then in the markets, then everywhere at once, and it closed a ring I'd been carrying since I was 6 years old, in a locked room reading a book I wasn't supposed to have. 9 Nether Sect. I had read their techniques. 2 of them are sitting in the Forbidden Repository, catalogued among the 9 celestial grade manuals of the Empire, the 9 Nether Heavenly Palm, and the 9 Nether World-Destroying Blade. They are in that room because my family took them. 3 centuries ago, the Imperial House and every righteous sect in the Empire went to war with the 9 Nether Sect and erased it. Not defeated, erased. That's why the manuals are in a vault instead of a school. And that is exactly why I had recognized the great Grandmasters technique at my father's birthday and not been able to name it. I'd read the book. I'd never seen anybody use it, because for 300 years there hasn't been anybody left alive to use it. They'd been under our feet the whole time, building. For 3 centuries. Placing children in the palace and waiting 40 years for them to become department heads, buying dying grandmasters from countries with grudges. Running a capital operation with 2 great grandmasters in it as middle management, the tea houses were thrilled, the way people are always thrilled by a catastrophe that hasn't reached their street. I never expected the 9 Nether Sect to reappear in the martial world, and even develop to this extent in secret. They were able to contact so many dying grandmasters to assassinate the emperor. It's clear their overall strength, even if not as great as it was back then, isn't far off. And I sat in my garden with a cup of tea going cold in my hand and thought about a boy of 6 lying on his back in the Imperial Vault, flipping through a book at inhuman speed, thinking what an interesting technique, what a shame the school's extinct. Nothing is ever extinct, it's just quiet. Now I have to tell you about the woman in my basement, because everything after this depends on her and I've been putting it off. Of the prisoners who came to my house, most eventually went back to the Dark Star Guard. A few didn't because they had nowhere to go and asked to stay, and I let them, on the same terms as everybody else under my roof. You're not mine, you're here, and you can leave when you want. One of them stayed because she genuinely had nowhere else in the world. Her name, as far as anybody knew, was Wang Binger. She was given to the palace as a small child, not sold, given, and by the time she was old enough to ask questions, there was nobody left to ask because the woman who brought her had died and the paperwork on a donated child is 1 line long. She did not know where she was born. She did not know her family name for certain. She did not know if the name she used was hers or one somebody assigned her on a list. 16 years of a life, and the earliest thing in it was a corridor. I asked her once what she wanted, expecting revenge or freedom or money. I'd like to know if anyone was ever looking for me. I said I'd see what I could find, and then I did nothing about it for months because I was busy and because I assumed the answer was no. In the middle of December, a small group of women came into the capital and took rooms at an inn, and the one at the center of them was addressed by her people as Saintess. She listened to the whole city talking about the 9 Nether Sect and dismissed it in one sentence. Ignore it. This has nothing to do with us. She was in the capital looking for a person. She decided the fastest way to search a city that size was to attach herself to one of its large organizations and use its eyes. And she had 2 objectives, one of which she hadn't told her own people. Whether or not the apparent objective is found is irrelevant. The hidden objective is what matters. And underneath both of those, running constantly, the thing she actually thought about. I wonder how she is doing now, and how she's been all these years. We only recently learned she was sent to the capital. 3 days later, a minor official gave me a beautiful woman as a gift. This happens. I have a reputation. Small officials with big ambitions have been trying to buy their way into my good books with women since I was 14, and my steward He Sheng has a standard polite refusal he can deliver in his sleep. He did not deliver it. He came to me instead, embarrassed, and said he hadn't felt able to turn this one away without asking, which is when I knew something was wrong, because He Sheng has turned away duchesses. She came in and lifted her veil. And every single one of my people nearly gave themselves away at once. Liang Shi's hand stopped in midair. Ming Yang made a sound. Feng Ling actually took half a step forward before she caught herself, because the face under that veil was the face of the woman living 3 levels under our feet. Not similar, not, you could see a resemblance, the same. Liang Shi got the words out afterward when we were alone and she was still pale. They can't be said to be similar, they are exactly the same, they must be twins. And the important part, the part that took me another minute to work out and that decided everything, she didn't know. She had walked into my house as a gift, smiling, composed, with a story ready. If she had known her sister was under this building, she would have come in through the roof at night with a blade. So I did the only sane thing. I accepted the gift, and I gave her my standard terms, out loud, in front of my whole household, in the flat. Bored voice of a man who has said it 24 times. I suppose you've heard about my character. I never force anyone, so once you move in, I won't touch you unless you want me to. And if you decide later that you regret coming here, you can leave Liangwang Manor whenever you like. Nobody will stop you. She lowered her eyes and thanked me prettily, and behind those lowered eyes she was doing arithmetic that I could feel from 6 feet away, cold and fast and delighted. They reacted. All of them reacted when they saw my face. Which means my sister is in this capital, and this household knows something about her. She had come to my house looking for a lead. She had, from her point of view, hit the target on her first attempt. She moved in that afternoon and started searching my home from the inside for a woman who was directly beneath her feet, and I let her do it. Her people arrived a few days later. 2 maids, Xiaolin and Mu Ran, both Hutian, both loyal to her personally rather than to any sect. They'd grown up together, the 3 of them, and that bond was no less deep than the one between real sisters. They spent about a day working out how my house is laid out, and the conclusion they reached was correct and made me laugh. East side is the prince's women, west side is women who aren't. They live here for the status and he doesn't go near them. They're quite similar to us. Then they teased her about me, which was the best entertainment I got all winter. Why don't you just make the fake relationship real? He's not bad looking. He's rich. He's lazy. He doesn't ask questions. She reacted much too strongly. Mu Ran noticed. Mu Ran filed it. Their search plan was smart. Become friendly with the West Wing women, the ones with no stake and no reason to lie, and ask casually over embroidery whether anyone had ever seen a girl who looked like their mistress. The West Wing had never been in my basement in their lives, so they answered honestly every time, and every honest answer sent her further from the truth. Then Yang Qian came over, and my house nearly detonated. They saw each other across a courtyard, and both of them stopped moving. It turns out that the Saintess and the young palace master of a certain other establishment are, in the martial world, mortal enemies. Not rivals, enemies. The kind with a body count between the 2 organizations. They found a corner of the courtyard where nobody could hear them, and had the tensest whispered conversation I have ever pretended not to notice. I never expected the mighty Saintess would dare to appear in the capital. Aren't you afraid your identity will be exposed? And you, as the young palace master, why don't you go back to your own territory? And then the beautiful part came out, and I still think about it when I need cheering up. Wang Shuang had come to the capital under a cover story. To make the trip explicable to her own organization, she had personally started a rumor that Yang Qian was hiding in the capital and volunteered to go hunt her, a completely invented mission, a person who wasn't there. And on her first excursion out of my front gate, she had walked directly into her. I haven't even started doing anything about coming to the capital, and I've already found you. They negotiated a truce in under a minute because both of them had far more urgent secrets to protect than each other. Let's pretend we never met today. And if we happen to run into each other again, let's pretend we don't know each other. 2 mortal enemies, both living in my house, both hiding their real strength, both there for a secret purpose, both now covering for each other so that neither one gets exposed. I could not have designed it. I would not have dared. Yang Qian came and sat in my hall afterward, in the large chair on the right of mine, which is the chair reserved for the future Princess Liang, and which she has been sitting in for a year, and which nobody in my household has ever once had the courage to mention. We did our usual routine. Someone like you, still wanting to lust after this Mrs. Body? You're dreaming. We can't just do nothing. What if one day you suddenly get carried away and agree on the spot? Wouldn't I make a fortune then? It's worth the risk. She went a color I'd never got out of her before, and kept her helpless noble woman face on with visible effort. Then she asked, too casually, about my new arrival, and I let her hear how fast my answer was. I've only been separated from her for a short time, and you've already received the news. I watched her realize she'd walked into it. Nothing in her face moved, which is how I knew. And then I did something I hadn't planned. I warned her. Wang Shuang is not as simple as she seems. When you meet her, don't let your guard down. She looked at me for a long moment. And if she's here for something? If she has ulterior motives for entering Liangwang Manor, I'll have her apprehended before she causes any harm. That's the line. Everything up to it, she's welcome to. And she went away thinking about it and what she was actually thinking, because she has never once managed to hide anything from me and she still doesn't know it, was this. If I have to marry someone, he isn't the worst option, at least as long as I don't want to. He doesn't mind being a couple in name only. My scouts brought me a report on Wang Shuang every few days. She was doing nothing dangerous. She wasn't near my study, my accounts, my prison, my people. She was making friends. She was asking mild questions, and every question, when you laid them side by side, was some version of, have you ever seen a woman with my face? And I made a decision that I want to put down, honestly, because it's the closest I have come to being a bad person in that life. There's no need to rush. We can play with her for a while. Wait until she realizes she's been busy all day and the person she was looking for was right under her nose. I found it funny. I want to be fair to myself. I also did not know, at that point, whether she was hunting her sister to rescue her or to silence her. Organizations like hers do both, and the woman downstairs had told me she had nobody, and I was not going to hand a frightened person to a stranger on the strength of a matching face. But that isn't why I waited. I waited because it amused me. I'll own that. I went to visit her a few days later, walking through snow, wrapped in about 4 more layers than anybody else in the courtyard, because a man with no cultivation feels the cold, and I have never once let that slip. And halfway across the yard, the amusement went out of me, the way it does sometimes, and I thought, I wonder how many people will freeze to death this winter. I hope it won't be too many. That's not a noble thought, it's a useless one. It just arrives every year around the first hard frost and sits there, although this year I had actually done something about it, which I'd like credit for, even though I did it lying down. The Purple Cloud Merchant Guild had spent 2 years buying cotton out of the neighboring countries and shipping it north, and that winter the first large plantings were being prepared inside our own borders. It seems that before long, the number of people freezing to death in winter will be greatly reduced. That's not charity. Cotton is a business, but the business and the not freezing happen to be the same act, which is my favorite kind of decision. They were also quietly hunting for high-yield grain varieties, on my instruction, which was the one order I gave that year that I actually cared about. And if they ever found one, we'd agreed to sell it through other people's guilds under other people's names, because the day Purple Cloud becomes the largest grain trader in the empire is the day somebody at court decides my mother is a threat. I got to Wang Shuang's courtyard and caught her out inside 4 seconds. She was standing in the open, in a north wind, in December, in thin sleeves, perfectly comfortable, and she does not know martial arts. It says so in her story. I saw her see me see it. She recovered beautifully, a little shiver, a rueful smile, an apology for being caught daydreaming, and she was back inside the character before I'd finished crossing the yard. Then she gave me her whole legend, unprompted, at the right speed, with the right amount of hesitation in the right places. Orphan, adoptive father, a wealthy merchant, dead, a local grandee moving in on the inheritance, her father's old friend in the capital, willing to help but not strong enough, and so, on his advice, the classic solution, find a powerful protector and be presented to a prince. The armed women who came with her, hired guards from the estate, the last thing her father left her. It was flawless, every part of it checkable, every part of it would check out. I said all the right things and made all the right sympathetic noises, and I went away thinking that she was one of the best liars I had ever met, and that a lie that good takes months to build, which meant she had been preparing to enter a household like mine long before she arrived. She watched me go and thought, after this, Prince Liang shouldn't doubt my purpose in coming to Liangwang Manor anytime soon. She had constructed a masterpiece. I had come over to make small talk because I was bored and it was snowing. In December, the north came apart. Beiyuan was starving. Their winter had failed, and a steppe country with a failed winter has exactly 2 options, and one of them is to lie down and die. So they gathered every man who was going to starve anyway, formed 3 columns, and came south through the Baixing Mountains. Since dying in battle or starving is the same as dying anyway, that's not a war cry, that's a budget. The 3 border princes held the passes and sent for help immediately, because holding a pass against a hungry nation is arithmetic that only works for so long. The council in my father's hall was short and vicious. The old marshal wanted 3 full armies of reinforcements. The Minister of War pointed out that the flanks were not safe either. Haiwo in the northeast, Shihuang in the west, both of whom would read a northern crisis as an invitation. And then my father made the appointments, and the room went quiet because he gave the northern command to a name nobody had on their list. Duke Dingguo to the northeast, Duke Angguo to the northwest, and north, the center, the actual war, to Yang Guang, eldest son of the Duke of Zhenguo. The Marquis of Jianchang objected out loud, which took courage. My father's answer had 2 parts. The old Duke of Zhenguo had been asked to go himself and had declined on grounds of health, and had personally vouched for his son. And the second part, which nobody said, and everybody understood. The old marshal's faction got nothing, not one of the 3 armies, because his people were already eating the Southern War and had been for a year, and a court that lets one faction feed on every front is a court that has stopped governing. If the aristocrat party wants to rise in the ranks and earn enough merit for promotion, they have to be subservient to them. My father split his own military nobility into 2 halves and pointed them at 2 different wars so they'd have to compete for his attention instead of cooperating against it. He does that at breakfast. It's exhausting to be related to. And then I did something I had never done before in my entire life, which was to give an order that was mine, not a reaction, not a defense, not a way to get out of work. I sent word to every one of my people in the 6 northern provinces. Volunteer. Go with the main force, all of you. Whether they turn out to be dragons or bugs, it's up to them, but not naked. Every scrap of support I could push through. Scouting reports before the army's own scouts had them, supply arrangements, weather from the passes, movements out of Beiyuan that my network was seeing weeks early. Give them everything that helps them survive and rise. If they still can't grow up with all that, then they don't need to stay in the army. And for the ones not yet serving, any one of mine in those provinces with a reason they couldn't go, a debt, a sick parent, a field nobody would work, clear it, buy it, pay it, staff it, whatever it takes, so that a man who wants to go north can go north without leaving a disaster behind him. Ming Yue took the dictation and did not say a single word the entire time. She told me afterward that it was the first time she'd ever seen me sit up straight to give an instruction. I told her she was imagining things and went back to bed. The send-off, when the Northern Army marched, was the strangest morning of that winter. My 8th brother went to see the old Duke of Zhenguo, his own grandfather, and quietly established before witnesses that the Duke was under no obligation to protect anybody else's people out there. Yang Guang rode out with 2 of his sons, and Yang Qian went to see her family off. I want to explain why that mattered. She was stolen as an infant. Somebody erased the trail so thoroughly that a ducal house with unlimited resources couldn't find her for 16 years. She grew up somewhere else entirely, under somebody else's rules, and came back to a family that was hers by blood and strangers by every other measure. And that morning, standing at a city gate in the cold, watching her father and her brothers ride north, she got to be a daughter seeing her family off to war. She told me later it was the first time she'd ever felt like the surname was actually hers. Beside her, Yang Ru, the daughter who had been the eldest granddaughter of Zhenguo for 16 years, right up until Yang Qian came home, stood and smiled and thought, even if I'm not the real daughter, in what way do I fall short of this wild girl? For my future happiness, I have no other choice but to do this. I heard all of it, every word, standing 8 feet away, being useless in public. I didn't tell Yang Qian. There was nothing to tell yet. A resentment isn't a crime, and I don't get to convict people for the inside of their heads. I did make a note of it, though, and the note was still there a year later when it mattered. 2 other people were at that send-off, on the city wall where they thought nobody could see them, the Crown Prince and the Prince of Qin. They had put every man they could spare into Yang Guang's army, not the marshals, his, because Yang Guang was the one commander in the empire not attached to any prince, and if their people won merit under him, the Zhenguo house might drift their way. Yang Guang saw them up there. He has better eyes than they gave him credit for, and what he thought was the exact opposite of what they hoped. Fortunately, they were only operating in secret. Otherwise, it would have put me in a difficult position. And underneath that, to avoid repeating my father's mistakes and causing the Zhenguo house to continue its decline, everybody in the capital was trying to buy that family. That family had watched itself get smaller for 2 generations by accepting exactly those offers. Both wars then did the most realistic thing wars do, which is stall. In the north, the reinforcements reached the passes and then stayed inside them. They did not sortie. They did not pursue. They stood on walls and let a starving army come to them over and over and broke it against stone, and when Beiyuan pulled back to lick its wounds, they did not follow. Then the real cold came down and stopped everybody. In the south, my second brother lost. Prince Zhenin came off the defensive for the first time in a year, hit the new commander while he was still learning the seams of his own army, and took back all of Gui Prefecture. My brother ended up back in Lingling City with nothing to show for a season. My father's rebuke arrived by fast courier and was read aloud to the staff. Look what you've done. The past that the general fought so hard to conquer has been lost just like that. You can forget about being the commander. And then he didn't remove him. He explained it to Chen Bao that evening, and it's the clearest statement of how that man thinks that I ever heard secondhand. That army is made almost entirely of the sons of military nobility. There are exactly two people alive who can keep them in line, the marshal and the marshal's grandson. If I remove him, I don't get a better commander. I get a worse army. So my brother kept his command, believing it was his last chance, and went to school on his own defeat all winter. Which was, of course, precisely what the old man had intended when he handed him a rebellion as a whetstone. The first day of the new year starts at midnight and does not stop. Sacrifices to heaven and to the ancestors, the whole clan and the whole court on their feet from midnight to dawn, in the cold, in the dark, in ceremonial clothing designed by someone who hated the human body. Outside the palace, the city was better. The curfew is lifted for the new year, the only night of the year it is, and every street had lanterns on it and people underneath them, walking around at 3 in the morning simply because they were allowed to. I watched it through the carriage window on the way to the palace and had one of those thoughts that ruin a holiday. Ordinary people will simply ignore things unless they happen to them. I wonder if the people living on the northern and southern fronts still have the heart to celebrate the new year. Then I got out of the carriage and put my public face on, the rounds again. Third brother had come out again despite being visibly worse, and I found that I was genuinely frightened for him, which I did not enjoy. Seventh brother admitted in a rare unguarded moment that Shadowless Hall could not be finished off while their great Grandmaster was alive, and that he had spent a year learning that. Eighth brother snapped at me, which by that point was practically affection, and the third princess told me she'd be leaving the capital again shortly and added something I didn't expect from her. If you have anything to say, it's best to let me know in advance. That's as close as that woman has ever come to offering me a favor. The great reception showed you the whole world in one room, if you knew how to look at the empty chairs. No embassy from Beiyuan, no embassy from Nanlin, both at war with us. Shi Huang came, and their ambassador spent the evening being extremely pleasant while doing sums. Their west is Persia, their south is the Peacock dynasty, their north is Beiyuan, who is currently starving and looking around for someone to eat. His conclusion, which I could feel across the hall, Dongxing still has enough troops to deal with our invasion. We can only wait and see. Java came, and they were the only delegation in that hall radiating genuine goodwill because Java is at war with Nanlin, and anybody at war with Nanlin wants to be our friend very badly right now. And Haiwo came, small country, enormous grudge, and a lovely little dream in which they and Beiyuan carve up our northeastern province between them. The only thing preventing that dream is our eastern fleet, and they know it, and every one of them was smiling at me. I could feel the shape of every delegation in that room like heat off a stove. It's the least useful superpower ever granted to a lazy man, and the only one I've never been able to switch off. Then, mercifully, the official part ended and I went and found my mother and my sister and sat down for the entire rest of the day. My mother started on me immediately about arriving late for the morning rites. You could have come at dawn like everyone else. Mother can't just stand by and watch her child brave the cold wind to enter the palace. You are not going to use that. I'm already using it. I pointed at the 4 braziers around her chair, in a heated room, in a heated palace. You have more fire in here than the imperial kitchen. She opened her mouth and shut it again, because there is exactly one person on earth who can beat my mother in an argument, and it's the person she raised to be exactly like her. Then I talked to my sister, and I gave her the same 2 rules I give her every year. No man in the world is a good thing, including me. Brother, especially me. And second, don't reveal your true nature or your real strength in front of anyone. Not friends, not teachers, not the people you like. She promised, seriously, the way she does. She obeys those rules absolutely, and I know exactly why, and it isn't a happy reason. She broke one of them once, years ago, in front of the wrong person. Nothing bad came of it, but I stopped speaking to her for several days. I didn't shout, I didn't punish her, I just went quiet, and she has told me since that it was the worst thing that has ever happened to her, and that she would rather have been beaten. I built that. On purpose. I made my approval the only currency in that child's world so that she would never, ever be careless in a court that eats careless children. It works perfectly, and I would do it again, and it is the thing I feel worst about in either of my lives. The family dinner in the evening looked like a normal dinner and was, in security terms, a fortress. After what happened at my father's birthday, every important person in that hall had a grandmaster within 3 paces, and there were several great grandmasters somewhere in the room whose positions I could not identify and did not want to. The brothers spent the evening conducting a silent war. Third brother took ill and left. Seventh and eighth went out to help him and came back later than he did. Fourth and fifth clocked that instantly and drew the correct conclusion, which was that Feng had made up with Yan behind everybody's back. Then my father, who does this every single year, raised the subject of marriages, and the 4 princesses beat him back in formation, which was the most beautiful thing I saw that entire winter. The eldest went first, calm as water. We simply don't have anyone we love. The second, immediately behind her. And if it's not someone we love, then we'd rather have no one. The third produced 3 historical examples of political marriages that ended in disaster for the dynasty, with dates. And the fourth ended the discussion permanently. At worst, if I need someone to keep me company in the future, I can just adopt an unfavored offspring from the imperial clan. The hall went absolutely silent. My father looked at his 4th daughter for a long moment and then gave up until next year. And then, in the silence, while everybody was still recovering, he turned his head and looked directly at me. Oh no. Why aren't you in a hurry? Your brothers are all either married or engaged. You're the only one left. I looked at my mother. My mother examined the ceiling with great interest. She had known this was coming. She had helped it come. She had, I found out later, arranged the timing. So I did the only intelligent thing available and surrendered immediately. Whatever father decides. You don't want to choose? Anyone. Can be a beauty with good character. Father knows the capital better than I do. He laughed at that, out loud, in front of the court, which I don't think anybody expected. Very well. From now on, Yang Qian, eldest granddaughter of the Duke of Zhengguo, will be your Princess Liang. The room recalculated me in real time. I could hear it. Then my father added the reason, and it had 2 floors, like everything he says. Besides being suitable, I also chose her because she's more familiar with you. Pause. Otherwise, why do you think I would be so at ease appointing Yang Guang as commander of the Northern Army? There it was. He was giving the north to the Duke of Zhengguo's son, and in the same season he was tying that house to the one prince in his family who will never, ever be a threat to the throne. Every other prince at that table had just been told politely at dinner, the Zhengguo house is off the board. Stop trying to buy it. And me, personally, he had just handed the largest military family in the empire in the least dangerous possible configuration. Then he added the last clause, and it's the reason I could breathe. The betrothal was provisional, the wedding in a year. And only if both parties still agreed. My father had arranged a political marriage with a way out for the bride written into it. He is a hard, cold, calculating man who has been 3 moves ahead of everyone I know since before I was born, and every so often he does something like that, and I have never once known what to do with it. While I was being betrothed, my house was being invaded. They'd picked the night perfectly. The entire imperial family was inside the palace. The princesses were out of the capital. The Grandmasters who had followed my sisters had gone with them. At Liangwang Manor, there was a small New Year's dinner going on, presided over by Qin Ming, because somebody has to sit at the head of the table, and I wasn't there. The first wave came over the outer wall at the second watch. 1 Grandmaster and a handful of innate. They were not 9 nether, they were freelance, a lone Grandmaster out of the martial world who had been paid an enormous amount of money for one night's work and had not asked a single question about why. On a rooftop outside my wall, 2 men stood and watched him die, the White Devil Ghost and the Black Devil Ghost. The external and internal administrators of the 9 nether sect in the capital. 2 great Grandmasters, standing in the snow, using a hired man's life as a measuring stick. It wasn't in vain that we spent a lot of money to hire the lone Grandmaster from the martial world to conduct the initial testing. They watched where my guards came from. They watched how long the response took. They watched which walls lit up and which stayed dark, and they talked, while they watched, about the thing that was actually killing them. No messages were getting out of the capital, not one, for months. Every courier they sent north had failed to arrive, and the headquarters that was supposed to be running them had gone completely silent, and neither man could tell whether they were being ignored, tested, or written off. Which is why He Jiang and Chen Sha had never received the order to withdraw. 2 Grandmasters sat in a hole in the ground for 6 weeks waiting for permission that was never coming and got caught because their own chain of command had a gap in it that nobody would admit existed. The real team went in while the hired man was still fighting. The nether 4 ghosts. Wu Chang, Yasha, Painted Skin, and Corpse Poison. That's not 4 assassins. That's a unit that has been working together for a long time, and their orders were the ugly kind. Rescue the 2 prisoners if possible, and if not possible, even if we can't rescue them this time, we must shut them up forever. Next door, the old Duke of Jengguo woke up, sat up in bed, listened to the noise coming over the wall from my estate, and quietly told his people to stand ready but not to move. He'd been my neighbor for a year. He had never once interfered, and that night, with his son gone north and his granddaughter newly betrothed to the boy next door, he sat in the dark with a great Grandmaster's senses spread across 2 properties and waited to see whether he'd have to. Painted Skin found the entrance in under an hour, which is genuinely impressive. The 4 of them went down into my labyrinth, and the strangest thing happened, which is that nothing happened. No traps, no mechanisms, no guards at the turns. Not one of the 12 false doors triggered. They descended 3 levels through a system designed to grind intruders into paste, and it simply let them through. They noticed. Of course they noticed. They discussed it in whispers at the second landing and decided that the household's guards must have all been drawn to the outer courtyard by the diversion. They found the cells, and in the 3rd one, chained to the wall, unconscious, filthy, and visibly beaten, were He Jiang and Chen Sha. Yasha went in to take the chains off. He got one hand on the lock, and the man in the chains opened his eyes and hit him from a distance of 9 inches. They weren't the prisoners. They had never been the prisoners. He Jiang and Chen Sha had been moved out of my house weeks earlier, and 2 of my father's royal grandmasters had been sitting in those chains in the dark, in shifts, every night, since the day my sisters left the capital. That was the gift. That was the great gift my eldest sister smiled about and got into her carriage without explaining, and it went off in every cell along that corridor at the same instant. Because the 4 ghosts weren't the only rescue party in my basement that night, there were 3 other groups down there, and every single one of them had just knelt down in front of a chained prisoner and started picking a lock. The sound that came up out of my basement, according to the people in my kitchen, was very short. Corpse poison saved them. He filled the corridor behind the retreat with something green that ate the torchlight, and the 4 of them went up through it at a dead run. They ran into Zhang Qingshan and Yue Zhengguo at the 2nd level. The old swordsman opened a wind through the fog with his blade so his partner could see, and the old fist fighter, whose body has been tempered by King Kong Temple to the point where poison and fire are opinions rather than facts, simply walked into it and started hitting people. And at the top of the stairs there was a 3rd ring waiting, because my sister does not plan a trap with 1 layer. The 4 ghosts got out, but they got out by spending every secret they had. Painted Skin's face ran like water, and she was somebody else, and then somebody else again. Corpse poison went into his own fog and stopped being findable. Wu Chang came apart into something that the guards afterward could only describe as a shape, and Yasha put his body through a line of Grandmasters like a door. They lost their entire support element, every man they'd come to rescue, and the whole capital network's remaining prisoners in one night, and we did not catch a single one of them. I found out afterward that the phrase used in the report was that the 4 princesses' decorations were wasted. I want that on the record, because it's the only honest way to tell it. The trap was brilliant, the execution was perfect, and the 4 people it was actually built for walked away. That's what fighting a 300-year-old organization is like. You win, comprehensively, and the thing you were aiming at is still out there. One of them made it further than the others, and I didn't learn about it for a very long time. Painted Skin, cut off from the main retreat, went the wrong way and came out inside my inner courtyard, where the old swordsman could not follow her, because a man of his generation does not enter a prince's inner residence at night, not for any reason, not even that one. So she was alone in the one part of my estate that nobody was defending, and she couldn't find a way out. Every passage had 100 flowers guards on it. That was expected, she could have gone through them. But every single time she found a soft spot in that ring, every time she identified the gap and set herself to move, something went wrong in her body. Her hands went cold. Her breathing changed. She felt, in her own words, the way an animal feels in the last moment before something with more teeth reaches it. 4 times. 4 different weak points. 4 times that feeling came down on her, and she moved somewhere else. Isn't this just a small Liangwang manor? It's a bit too much. She got out over the east wall in the end, taking the long way, through the worst defended stretch of the property, having spent an hour being herded around a garden by a fear she could not source. And each time, in the spot she'd almost chosen, a figure arrived shortly after she left it, quietly, without hurry, never quite in time to be seen. I have never asked which of my women that was, and I have never been told. She didn't leave the district. She went over one more wall into the house on the other side of the lane, and by morning one of that household's maids had a different woman living behind her face, and she stayed there, for months, doing the laundry, running errands, being unremarkable, sitting at a window with a view of my rooftops, and writing down what she saw. I had a 9 nether great Grandmaster's best surveillance asset in my line of sight from the breakfast table for most of the following year, and I could not feel her because she never once thought anything harmful about me. She was just watching. Yang Qian learned about the betrothal from her mother and got the true version, which I respect. Any other prince would never have been allowed to have you, but Prince Liang has no chance at the throne. which means his wife can't shift the balance. Considering all the conditions, you are the most suitable candidate in the entire capital. That's what she was told by her own mother at the age of 16. You are being given to the one prince whose marriage cannot matter. And in the same conversation, the rest of her history came out. Stolen as an infant. The trail erased with a thoroughness that took real resources. 16 years lost. And then her mother said the thing that made me revise my opinion of that entire family. For my daughter's lifelong happiness, I will give it a try, even if it means defying an imperial decree. She came to my manor and put all of it in front of me at once, standing, without sitting down, in a voice that had stopped bothering to be a noblewoman's. I heard her out, and then I said the only thing I had. If you're unwilling to marry, I won't force you. I'll go to my father myself and take it back. She stared at me. I meant it. It also cost me almost nothing, and I knew that too. The decree had a year on it and a consent clause. Withdrawing was survivable. And I have never once in my life wanted a person in my house who didn't want to be there, because a house full of people who are trapped is a house that will eventually kill you in your sleep. She thought about it for a long time. Then she sat down in the chair on the right of mine, deliberately, the way you plant a flag, and gave me her terms. I'll accept, but as your wife in name only, like the others out west, I take the title and nothing else. Done. That fast? You've read my house. You know exactly what you're getting. And privately, a 16-year-old Grandmaster of unknown depth, permanently installed in my household, with the Duke of Zhenguo behind her, and no obligation to me whatsoever, was worth more than every ministry my father could have handed me. Then Feng Ling, who had been listening from the doorway and who has no shame of any kind, walked over and kissed me in front of her, at length, with intent, while making eye contact with my fiancé the entire time. The future mistress should get used to it, she said, and left. And Yang Qian, who has spent a year going scarlet and looking at the ceiling every time anything like that happens in this house, did not look away. She looked right back at me, chin up, with an expression I could not read at all. That was the last thing that happened to me that winter. Let me tell you what a year it was, in the terms my father would use. 2 Grandmasters ambushed me in a street, and I still had all my limbs. A great Grandmaster came through the roof of my father's birthday, and my father finished his wine. An organization erased 300 years ago put a man in the palace for 40 of them and lost him in one evening. My sisters turned a hunt for assassins into a hand on the throat of the capital's administration. My second brother lost a province and kept his army. My little sister learned to run through walls. My mother, from a chair, made cotton grow in the north. And 4 of the deadliest people alive went down into my basement to rescue 2 prisoners and found my father's Grandmasters wearing their chains. The 9th prince, meanwhile, achieved the following. He was assigned to every ministry in the empire and got out of the first one by handing it to his sisters. He was assigned to investigate his own attempted murder and handed that to them too. He acquired a fiancée by declining to have an opinion, and he was, at the end of all of it, still the most useless man at court by unanimous agreement of every faction that had ever taken the trouble to look. 16 years earlier, I was a piece of meat in the dark with somebody's poison in my blood, and the finest physicians in the empire looked at what was left of me and used the word garbage in front of my mother. 16 years later, I have 3 Grandmasters who answer to me, a merchant network in 19 provinces, the largest military house in the country tied to my name, and a reputation so worthless that the men who tried to have me killed complained about the waste of their time. I didn't beat that verdict. I moved into it. There's one more thing, and it's the reason I'm still not sleeping properly. The night after all of it, I went down to the lower level, where a woman who has never known her own name lives in a room she is free to leave and has not left. Months ago, she asked me a question, and I told her I'd see what I could find, and then I didn't look because I assumed the answer was nothing. I sat down across from her, and I told her the truth. Somebody has been looking for you. She has been looking for 16 years. She is upstairs in my house right now, 3 floors above your head, and she has been asking every woman in the West Wing whether they've ever seen a girl with her face. Her hands started shaking so hard she had to put them under the table, and then she asked me the question I had been dreading all the way down the stairs. Is she here to take me home, or to make sure I never talk? And I had to tell her that I don't know, because I don't. Because the woman upstairs is a saintess of an organization that spends people, and because she came into my house on a lie so beautiful it took months to build, and because a person can love their sister and still have orders. There are 2 women under my roof with the same face. One is searching every room in my house. One is sitting in a room she's afraid to leave. Neither of them knows how close they are. And the only person in the world who can put them in the same room is a man whose entire life is built on never doing anything. I have been lying down for 16 years. I have a feeling I'm about to have to get up.